That girl. People raised their heads and looked at her. She looked ice cold from head to toe, and people didn't want to go near her. She looked like a noble princess, but her chi was also particularly terrifying. For truly strong cultivators, such a woman was even more desirable. Interesting girl, said Lin Feng, smiling casually. Lin Feng had seen her when he had turned into a cauldron. She was the beautiful woman he saw bathing. She was extremely cute. However, when people were around, she didn't look cute at all, she looked ice cold. Lin Feng still remembered when she had fought against those people. She also had a beautiful necklace hanging between her breasts. As if she had sensed something, she looked at Lin Feng, sword determination emerging from her eyes. Lin Feng's smile was suddenly frozen. How cold. Wasn't he allowed to smile? When Lin Feng thought about that, he smiled even more and stared at her calmly. Humph! The girl spat coldly. Her sword determination surrounded Lin Feng, but then she turned to Xianxia and said coldly, "So you're the one who did it. So you wanted to get close to me to steal my memories. In the future, don't come anywhere near me." Xianxia was furious at Lin Feng, who had told everyone his secret on purpose. Everybody was going to watch him now. He couldn't pull his usual tricks anymore. The girl smiled chillingly and left. Everybody's eyes twinkled as she disappeared. She's so fast. Lin Feng watched her disappear in the distance. Impressed. Lei Dongtian looked relaxed and said to the crowd, "From today on, if you to exchange views on cultivation, you can, but you can't kill your opponent. We're all in the Devamara ThunderClan now and people must feel safe here. What happened last time can't happen again." Of course. Yang Xiao smiled. He felt exposed as he rose up into the air. Lin Feng watched Yang Xiao coldly. The other had chased him for so long. Now that they weren't in the celestial remarkable deployment government anymore, things were going to get interesting. "Lin Feng, you can choose a place to stay. There's plenty of space here," said Lei Dongtian. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I'll have a walk around and check." He rose up into the air and went to choose a place. Outside of the Devamara ThunderClan, a group of people had arrived. The leader of the group was Wang Shi, looking furious as he stared at the fortress like it was a lair of evildoers. Wang Shi could only grimace in hate. He had chased Lin Feng to here, but he couldn't go inside to kill him. In an instant, someone else appeared in front of Wang Shi. Wang Shi was startled and blurted out, "Grandpa, what about little Jie?" The man asked coldly. "He was killed," replied Wang Shi, lowering his head. His face stiffened. "Little Jie isn't dead," said Wang Shi's grandfather, taking out a soul talisman. Even though it had many cracks, it wasn't broken. Wang Shi frowned and said, "What was going on? I saw his soul get absorbed by the enemy." "He's alive. His soul hasn't been destroyed." Phew. Wang Shi took a deep breath. He had hope again. If Wang Jie wasn't dead, he could still rescue him. However, when Wang Shi looked at the Devamara ThunderClan again, his heart ached. He couldn't go in and find the enemy. The Devamara ThunderClan and the Pellet Kings clan didn't have cordial relations. Lei Dongtian had taken their target back to the Devamara ThunderClan personally. The Devamara ThunderClan was going to ensure his safety. The Devamara ThunderClan was dignified and majestic, and they wouldn't abandon people like that, otherwise people would stop trusting them. "Grandfather, how can we save my brother then?" said Wang Shi. "Let's negotiate and give them what they want," said Wang Shi's grandfather. The Pellet Kings clan was ready to pay the price for the little crazy cultivator. Wang Shi's face stiffened. He knew how his grandfather felt. He was ready to do anything for Wang Jie. People like Wang Jie were precious to the Pellet Kings clan. He knew that if the Devamara ThunderClan agreed to give him back, it would be very expensive. The Devamara ThunderClan was already wealthy, so to buy Wang Jie's freedom, they'd need to spend a lot. The group of Pill Kings walked towards the dark palaces and fortresses. Lin Feng didn't know the members of the Pellet Kings clan were moving inside the Devamara ThunderClan's territory. He was in a palace in his spirit world, seated cross-legged. Wang Jie was in front of him. Just like Wang Shi had said, Wang Jie wasn't dead. His spirit had just been absorbed, and Lin Feng had taken him to his spirit's world. The young cultivator had been defeated, but he was extremely strong, so Lin Feng wanted to make him into a demon puppet. Such demon puppets had great potential. With Wang Jie's strength, if he studied the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures or the Kulpa Indestructible Devamara skill and the Devamara body cleansing technique, he would become terrifyingly strong. It was even difficult to imagine how strong he'd become. Lin Feng could have it his own way with his demon puppets. He could do what he wished. Xianxia was also seated in a palace, practicing cultivation. He continued assimilating the memories he had stolen. He was still annoyed. Lin Feng had come to the Devamara Thunder Clan and ruined his plan. He still wanted some people's memories, especially that girl's memories, and now it was too late. Xianxia heard some steps and suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned and stared at the person who was coming. When he saw who they were, he smiled indifferently and said, "Brother Lin, this my place. You came without asking for my permission. Don't you care about the rules? If Brother Yang accepted a battle to death, I'm sure Brother Lei wouldn't disagree," said Lin Feng, smiling gently. Yang Zhao's face stiffened. Lin Feng was challenging him. Yang Xiao told Lin Feng he couldn't come into his place and he came in anyway, so what? Yang Xiao smiled coldly. This guy was very self-confident. How could he be sure he was going to defeat Yang Xiao? Yang Xiao had many strong cultivators' memories. He had powerful spells, skills, and techniques. At his cultivation level, he didn't have many enemies. Therefore, he had come to participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. However, he was vigilant when facing Lin Feng. Many great emperors had fought against Lin Feng back then, and Lin Feng had killed them. He was an incredible fighter. How had Lin Feng survived? I really wonder how you survived, Brother Lin Feng. Only your body was left, and your body and the cauldron disappeared. The spiritual body chased you. Was your soul hidden in the cauldron? Yang Xiao asked Lin Feng. You really want to know? Said Lin Feng, smiling casually. The 10,000 evolutions cauldron suddenly appeared floating in the air. Dong! Death strength filled the air. Yang Zhao's face turned gray and he pulled a long face. He jumped backwards, staring at the cauldron. Yang Xiao, sense that cauldron, said Lin Feng, smiling nastily. The cauldron kept ringing. Yang Xiao was shaking before its death strength. The air began to rumble as energies collided. Yang Xiao suddenly stood up as the wall behind him collapsed and turned to dust. He stared at Lin Feng and exclaimed, Lin Feng, don't forget what Brother Lei said. You don't dare kill me in the Devamara Thunder Clan. Don't misunderstand me. I'm just letting you sense the strength of the cauldron. Lin Feng smiled back. A terrifying level of strength emerged from the cauldron. Yang Zhao's soul was shaking violently. It felt like it was about to be drawn out of his body. His face turned deathly pale as he shouted furiously, How cruel! Shining deployment lights appeared and he disappeared. He started running away from his quarters. Very quickly, Yang Xiao appeared outside and pulled a long face. He was surrounded by deployment light. Brother Yang, why run away? Asked Lin Feng serenely, his voice echoing all around. His hands were on his back. He looked quite composed. Death intent pulsed and surrounded Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao felt like he could die any time. You? Yang Xiao glared at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. However, Lin Feng didn't even glance at him. He was standing there, poised and aloof. He was waiting for Yang Xiao to attack him first. Humph! Yang Xiao smiled coldly, but he didn't attack. His silhouette flickered and he left. Lin Feng chased him closely. Many people saw that and looked amused. Yang Xiao feared Lin Feng. In the central part of the Devamara Thunder Clan, Devamara Kulpa lights shone out. Yang Xiao pulled a long face. Lin Feng was still closely following him. He demanded coldly, Brother Lin, what are you doing? Lin Feng released more death Dao power around Yang Xiao, but he remained silent. Yang Xiao glared at him coldly and then he disappeared again. Now outside the Devamara Thunder Clan, Yang Xiao rose up into the air above the clouds and stopped. He turned around, his eyes filled with murder. He was losing patience. He really wanted to attack Lin Feng. However, when he saw Lin Feng's face, he was too cautious. He wished he could steal Lin Feng's memories. He wanted to know what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Feng, don't forget what Lei Dong Tian said. Will you dare attack me? Said Xianxia coolly. He sounded a bit scared, too. He didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking. Everything turned dark. Xianxia didn't go too far away, or he knew that Lin Feng could chase him and suddenly attack him. Deployment lights still surrounded his body. He slowly flew back to the Devamara Thunder Clan. After 4 hours, it was already night time. Xianxia was seated cross-legged in his quarters again. His eyes were closed and he was practicing cultivation. The hair on his neck suddenly bristled. He saw a dark silhouette standing in front of him. He was startled and furious, and couldn't control his chi anymore. He shouted furiously, "Bastard! What are you doing?" Lin Feng glanced at him indifferently and turned around. He just stood there. Xianxia was going crazy. He had been calling Lin Feng brother Lin Feng the whole time, but now he called him bastard. He was furious. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. No, he's trying to infuriate me. He wants me to attack him, thought Xianxia, trying to keep calm. Even though he was furious, he tried to calm himself. Lin Feng wanted to force him to attack. However, why was Lin Feng so self-confident, to the point that he could stand there with his back turned to him? Xianxia smiled coldly on the inside. However, he also knew he couldn't kill Lin Feng easily, so he had to remain vigilant. Of course, thanks to his special ability, he kept becoming stronger and stronger. He could rely on the memories he stole more and more with time. After breaking through to the Di Chi layer, he'd be able to steal the memories of the cultivators at the top of the Huang Chi layer. Because he had such a terrifying power, he was always vigilant. Even in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Government, he hadn't tried to steal Lin Feng's memories because he preferred being vigilant. He initially wanted Lin Feng to stay in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Government, then join the Gon Ministry, and he would have joined hands with Great Emperor Zi and attacked him. Now, however, Lin Feng could oppress him without saying anything. Xianxia was furious. He was trying to convince himself that Lin Feng wouldn't dare attack him. But as he thought that, death intent surrounded him again. Would Lin Feng dare attack him suddenly? "You're absolutely insane!" shouted Xianxia furiously. His chi flared around him. He chopped down and energies exploded out. It alarmed many people in the fortress. Many people quickly rushed over and saw the two of them. What were these two doing? The crowd watched them coolly. Nobody said anything. They knew that there were tensions between the two from what Lin Feng had said during the day. Yang Zhao's ability posed a threat to everyone. They had no reason to attack other people. However, everybody considered Yang Zhao's ability dangerous, so even if Lin Feng attacked him, nobody would say anything. Lin Feng kept oppressing Yang Zhao. At the same time, the members of the Pellet King's clan were still in a palace of the Devamara Thunder clan, talking with people from the Devamara Thunder clan. "Brother Lei, you should be satisfied. It's only an emperor. People from the Devamara Thunder clan don't even need to help. They just need to agree," said Wang Shi's grandfather at that moment. However, the person who seemed to be the leader of the group of people from Lei Dongtian's clan remained silent, just listening. Wang Shi's grandfather wanted that emperor, but the Devamara Thunder clan's strong cultivator had doubts. What was his goal? Was it really only because of tensions? Who was willing to give up 3 extremely rare sets of ancient holy scriptures, including some formidable fire control scriptures? The members of the Devamara Thunder clan didn't believe it was possible. The members of the Pellet King's clan couldn't possibly be willing to pay such a high price for an emperor they wanted to kill. Besides, the Devamara Thunder clan wasn't friends with the Pellet King's clan, so the latter could hardly be willing to help the former become stronger. "Dong Tian, what do you think?" The Devamara Thunder clan's lead cultivator of Lei Dong Tian calmly. "I brought Lin Feng to the Devamara Thunder clan. Many people were there during the battle, and because Wang Shi was too self-confident, he made his brother fight against Lin Feng. I promised I'd protect Lin Feng if he won and didn't die. I can't go back against my words. If we hand him over, people will think our word is worthless," replied Lei Dong Tian calmly. When Wang Shi heard that, he pulled a long face. Indeed, he had been too confident and had agreed to bet. When the members of the Pellet King's clan heard that, they also grimaced. Wang Shi's grandfather said, "I know it would put you in a difficult situation, so the Pellet King's clan is willing to prepare a level 7 body cleansing great imperial pellet for you. You're probably happy to hear that, right?" When the members of the Devamara Thunder clan heard that, they were stunned. A level 7 great imperial pellet? Even for the Pellet King's clan, that was a priceless pellet, so for Lei Dongtian, it was even more astonishing. For many emperors, using such pellets was a waste. Even some celestial emperors couldn't benefit from such pellets to the fullest. They were definitely trying their best. "No wonder that the Pellet King's clan is a king clan in Godly Cloud City," said the lead cultivator of the Devamara Thunder clan with a knowing smile. After having remaining silent for a few seconds, he said with a flat smile, "Dongtian is an outstanding young man of the Devamara Thunder clan. His face is like ours. If he loses face, the Devamara Thunder clan loses face." He went silent but didn't expel their guests. He wanted to obtain even more. He was now ready to negotiate. The members of the Pellet King's clan understood what that smile meant. They weren't willing to pay such a price for what they wanted. But the members of the Devamara Thunder clan knew that the members of the Pellet King's clan really wanted Linfeng. What was their ultimate goal? At that moment, Wang Shi's grandfather said coldly, "Since the Devamara Thunder clan isn't ready to accept, we can only rely on ourselves. We'll be off. Goodbye." They stood up, turned around, and started to leave. "Get ready to bring Lin Feng to the 4 influential groups and protect him on the way. Delays may bring more unexpected troubles. New problems could crop up unexpectedly," said the lead cultivator of the Devamara Thunder clan indifferently. The members of the Pellet King's clan suddenly stopped, their faces twitching. "I'll tell you the truth. Even though he killed Wang Jie's physical body, his soul hasn't been destroyed. We came here for revenge, but also for Wang Jie's soul. But we can't pay more than that. If you are really not willing to accept our proposition, I am willing to give up. After you send him to the 4 influential groups, we'll go there and we'll pay the price to get Wang Jie's soul." Wang Shi's grandfather said flatly, "They would find a way to get Lin Feng." "I see," said the strong cultivator of the Devamara Thunder clan. He understood now. Wang Jie's soul hadn't been destroyed. He could understand their point of view. They had already tried all they could though. "What you just said, plus the level 7 great imperial pellet. We must do the trade now, and you can't attack him on our territory. You must first leave." "What if he destroys Wang Jie's soul?" asked a cultivator of the Pellet King's clan, turning around. "If he wanted to, he would have done it before. That's all we can do." Everybody remained silent at that moment. They had found a compromise. The last step was to be made. Lin Feng had to be brought to them from outside. "All right." The cultivator of the Pellet King's clan nodded. They were ready to pay a very high price for Wang Jie. They were willing to make this deal. Lin Feng didn't know the 2 clans were discussing these things. He wanted to turn Wang Jie into a demon puppet. He had kept Wang Jie's soul for his own benefits. But he was unaware of the fact that the Pellet King's clan definitely knew that Wang Jie's soul hadn't been destroyed, and that for that reason, they could come to the Devamara Thunder clan. It was also for their own benefits. People usually did all they could for their own benefits. Lin Feng was still in Yang Zhao's palace releasing qi. Yang Xiao was still there, his qi and force pulsing out. He wanted to fight against Lin Feng. People stood around and watched without saying anything. However, the eerie silence was finally broken. Lei Dongtian arrived. When he saw what was going on, he was startled. He looked at Lin Feng meaningfully. Lei Dongtian had accepted being a referee for Wang Jie and Lin Feng's battle, and to ensure his safety, and then send him to the 4 influential groups. However, because the Pellet King's clan had accepted to pay a terrifying price, he had to go back on his word. He felt extremely guilty, but what could he do? Not much. It wasn't something his clan would refuse. He kept Wang Jie's soul, that was a big mistake. Lei Dongtian looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng could only blame himself. He had kept Wang Jie's soul. Had he thought the Pellet King's clan would not know about it? "Brother Lin, Brother Yang, what are you guys doing here?" said Lei Dongtian. jumping between the two of them. Brother Lei, I don't want to offend the Devamara Thunder Clan, but this guy keeps provoking me all the time, said Xianxia coldly. At that moment, he wasn't polite anymore. He even sounded cold. His chi continued defying Lin Feng. Lei Dongtian looked over at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know what he was facing. But he didn't show Lin Feng something was wrong. He just said, Lin Feng, this is the Devamara Thunder Clan. Please forget about your tensions with other people. Besides, I promised I'd take you to one of the 4 influential clans. Which one do you want to go to? I'll take you there tomorrow. Lin Feng looked back at Lei Dongtian and smiled. Don't worry, I respect the rules here. I just wanted to chat about cultivation with Brother Yang. But Yang Xiao didn't give me a warm welcome. Lei Dongtian nodded and said, All right, I'm relieved. The 4 influential clans can choose people who will participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. The first influential group is the Holy Cultivation Tower in the eastern town. They have existed for a very long time. Many saints have emerged from there. They have the longest history in the eastern town. The second influential group is Golden Mountain. They are also very old. They have many powers, great scholastic masters, and are extremely strong. Even in Godly Cloud City, many extremely powerful weapons are created there, including some saints' weapons. They are terrifyingly strong. The current leader of Golden Mountain is a great weapon master. Lei Dongtian explained slowly. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his heart pounding. Becoming a great deployment master was already incredible. They were famous. But making weapons at such a level was even more complex. People who were great weapon masters had to first be great deployment masters. Golden Mountain had such a cultivator. They had to be extremely strong. They were probably among the strongest in Eastern Town. The third influential group is Demon Sect. They are terrifyingly strong demon cultivators. It's a holy place for demon cultivators. The competition is fierce there. They have raised many terrifying demon cultivators. The fourth group is Ghosts and Spirits Temple. People there practice a strange kind of cultivation and are dangerously strong. They control soul strength and can control and kill people's souls. Their powers are terrifying. After Lei Dongtian told Lin Feng about the 4 different groups, he smiled. Lin Feng, those are the 4 influential groups of the Eastern Town. They can select cultivators who will participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Now that you know what kind of groups they are, which one would you like to go to? I can take you there tomorrow. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He remained silent for a few seconds, staring at Lei Dongtian's eyes and said, No matter what, they're just interesting because they will select the fighters. I don't really care. I'll choose Golden Mountain. All right, have a good rest, and tomorrow I will send someone who will bring you there and protect you on the way, said Lei Dongtian formally. He glanced around and left. He didn't get involved in Lin Feng and Yang Xiao's affairs. After all, Lin Feng had said he wouldn't attack and kill Yang Xiao. They can't fight. Boring. Some people laughed before leaving. Lin Feng didn't leave, however. He was still standing there and looking at Yang Xiao calmly. You're not leaving? Yang Xiao stared at him with murder in his eyes. Lin Feng didn't look at him and didn't reply either. He was just standing there. The atmosphere was really oppressive to Yang Xiao. He said coldly, Since you like it here, stay here, we'll see if you dare attack me. Yang Xiao sat down in the remains of the broken wall and closed his eyes again, ignoring Lin Feng. The whole night, Yang Xiao neither practiced cultivation nor had a rest. Lin Feng's qi didn't disperse the whole night. Even if he knew Lin Feng wasn't going to attack, could he possibly relax his vigilance? What if Lin Feng went crazy? It was morning before Lin Feng left and went back to his own palace. Yang Xiao drew a deep breath. Lei Dongtian was going to send that crazy bastard guy to one of the 4 groups. Finally, he wouldn't need to worry anymore. Lin Feng's quarters were extremely large. By the time Lei Dongtian came, Lin Feng was already ready and at the door. Lin Feng smiled and said, Brother Lei, you're early. I'll be relieved when you're safe. Lei Dongtian smiled. Lin Feng, let's go. Some people are waiting already. All right, let's go. Lin Feng followed Lei Dongtian and they left. As expected, outside, there were strong cultivators of the Devamara Thunder clan waiting outside. They looked extremely strong. There were great emperors, even some celestial emperors. "Let's go!" ordered Lei Dongtian. Instantly, the crowd headed to the exit of the clan. At the same time, some people were waiting up in the clouds. One of them opened his eyes suddenly and said, "They're already out of the Devamara Thunder clan. Get ready." "All right?" Everybody nodded, ready to attack. Lin Feng. Wang Shi was in the crowd too, and staring at Lin Feng coldly. He was still furious, still responsible for Lin Feng and Wang Jie's battle, and had made his clan lose face. He couldn't regain face anymore. The leader of the group, an old man, released his godly awareness and inspected the area. They were a fair distance from the Devamara Thunder clan already. They had agreed not to attack within the Devamara Thunder clan and had to move quickly. Their force was extremely powerful. Down below, Lin Feng and the others were getting closer and closer. At that moment, Lin Feng spoke up. "Wait, Brother Lin, what's wrong?" asked Lei Dongtian. "Brother Lei, are we going to Golden Mountain?" inquired Lin Feng. "Yes, according to your request, Brother Lin Feng. I changed my mind. Let's go the demon sect instead," said Lin Feng. Lei Dongtian was dumbfounded. "Lin Feng, why? I'm also a demon cultivator. I suddenly realized demon sect would be better for me," said Lin Feng. Lei Dongtian remained silent for a few seconds before nodding. "All right, let's go to demon sect instead." They turned around. The members of the Devamara Thunder clan didn't say anything. They were staying around Lin Feng to protect him. They flew away for a short time. "Stop!" shouted a strong cultivator of the Devamara Thunder clan. "Whose godly awareness?" A mighty energy filled the air and blotted out the sky. A silhouette descended from above, an army behind him. Pellet King's clan. The silhouettes of the Devamara Thunder clan's cultivators flickered. However, at that moment, the members of the Pellet King's clan also moved. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded everyone. They had the advantage in terms of both number of people and their strength. "Pellet King's clan, what's that supposed to mean?" asked a member of the Devamara Thunder clan coldly. "Nothing. We just want one of your people," said the strong cultivator of the Pellet King's clan, coldly staring at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng looked unruffled. He didn't look confused or scared at all. Back in the Devamara Thunder clan, where Lin Feng had spent the night, some chi dispersed and Lin Feng appeared. If the Devamara Thunder clan had seen him, they would have been surprised. This Lin Feng was suddenly surrounded by a whirlwind and his silhouette flickered. He left the place and moved towards Yang Zhao's residence. There were no guards in those areas because the Devamara Thunder clan had invited these people. People here had privileges, only lacking access to a few forbidden areas. At that moment, Yang Zhao's eyes were closed. Lin Feng had put pressure on him for half the day before. He was really pissed off. And now that Lin Feng had left, he felt greatly relieved. However, he now heard a sound. He suddenly turned around and saw a hurricane rolled in waves towards him. He shouted coldly, "Who?" The wind stopped. A silhouette appeared. Yang Xiao frowned and said coldly, "You haven't left yet? No rush. Brother Yang Xiao, you're still here. Why would I leave so quickly?" Lin Feng smiled. A particular qi emerged from Lin Feng's body as he took out a talisman. When Yang Xiao saw Lin Feng smile, he felt chilled and spat out, "Lin Feng, it's the Devamara Thunder clan here. If you attack me, I won't be polite. Don't worry, I won't kill you in the Devamara Thunder clan. That way, the Devamara Thunder clan won't be able to blame me." Lin Feng smiled. Yang Xiao groaned coldly. Everybody knew that things worked that way. Lin Feng suddenly disappeared, reappearing in front of Yang Xiao, who frowned and suddenly released explosive qi. But Lin Feng didn't attack. Some invisible and intangible qi just moved towards him, surrounded him, and suddenly, Yang Xiao disappeared inside that qi. The Devamara Thunder clan doesn't respect rules. Why would I respect their rules? Said Lin Feng coldly. The qi slowly penetrated into Lin Feng's body, and he also disappeared. Yang Xiao was in Lin Feng's spirit's world. Those days, Lin Feng's world was quite solid and stable. He was a high-level emperor. Xianxia couldn't break it. If Lin Feng managed to turn him into a demon puppet, with his ability to steal people's memories, it would be an incredible boon. Therefore, Lin Feng had never intended to let him off, it was just a matter of time. The day before, when Lei Dongtian had said to Lin Feng he'd take him to one of the 4 groups, he had sensed something was wrong. He had killed Wang Jie, and the Pellet King's clan couldn't let him off. If Lei Dongtian had really wanted to take him to one of the 4 clans, he would have hidden extremely well, he wouldn't have traveled in the open, and even less so the very next day. He would have helped Lin Feng hide in the clan for some time first. That morning, when Lin Feng saw Lei Dongtian, he understood even more that something was wrong. Even though the people who were taking him to the influential group were strong, it was far from enough to fight against people from the Pellet King's clan in case they were attacked. If the Devamara Thunder clan had wanted to ensure his safety, they would have sent a stronger force and would have made sure that nobody could attack by surprise from any side. The Devamara Thunder clan hadn't planned very well, as they didn't think that Lin Feng could use clones. Lin Feng's real body moved towards the outside invisibly fast. Even though the Devamara Thunder clan had some sentinels in charge of overlooking entries and exits, they actually only watched people who came in and not people who went out. The Devamara Thunder clan wasn't the only clan who did that. Most clans did it that way. Why watch people who were leaving? In that kind of clan, there were people coming in and out every day. Sentinels couldn't waste time on people who were leaving. Therefore, Lin Feng left the clan easily. Shortly after leaving, he changed his face and went far away. Since he couldn't trust the Devamara Thunder clan, he preferred relying on himself. When he saw that the Pellet King's clan was waiting for him on the way, he was convinced that the Devamara Thunder clan had sold him out, and therefore, he had to hurry and leave as quickly as possible. His clone and the members of the Devamara Thunder clan were surrounded, and a terrifying chi surrounded Lin Feng. The Devamara Thunder clan can't protect you. Lin Feng smiled in an evil way. He wasn't an ordinary clone. Strong cultivators could easily recognize clones of bad quality. This clone's chi and Lin Feng's original chi were perfectly identical. The only difference was that this body was made from Lin Feng's condensed soul strength. How can you smile now? Wang Shi released a terrifying fire. The atmosphere started burning around him. I'm laughing because of you. The Devamara Thunder clan agreed to take me to Golden Mountain, but they went back on their word. Now you've intercepted me, but it's only one of my clones. Watch carefully, replied Lin Feng, laughing as he turned into a thread of chi. After a short time, the chi condensed again and turned into Lin Feng again. He smiled at all the members of the Pellet King's clan. The ambushers frowned when they saw that the leader of the group of people from the Pellet King's clan was still Wang Shi's grandfather. He pulled a long face. At his cultivation level, when Lin Feng's soul strength condensed into the clone, he could naturally see it was a clone, of course. However, when it was condensed, he surprisingly couldn't see any differences. How formidable! The members of the Devamara Thunder clan were stupefied, too. They couldn't refute what Lin Feng had just said about them. But could they admit that they had sold Lin Feng out in front of everybody? The members of the Pellet King's clan looked at the members of the Devamara Thunder clan. The leader of the group said telepathically, "So that is how the Devamara Thunder clan does things? We don't know what's going on either. He knows cloning techniques. We're just like you, he fooled us, we didn't know," replied the lead cultivator of the Devamara Thunder clan the same way. They were all stunned. Could they capture the clone or not? How was the Devamara Thunder clan supposed to react? The members of the Devamara were really embarrassed, but at that moment, Lei Dongtian's face stiffened as he thought. This guy noticed something was wrong, so he was waiting outside of his rooms. His body should still be there, and his clone must be wasting time. None of these people were stupid and were even quite smart. Very quickly, they understood they had underestimated Lin Feng and had been careless. Control the entrances of the 4 influential groups. If Lin Feng wants to escape, he'll go to the 4 influential groups. We'll go back to the Devamara Thunder clan to see if he's still there. We'll control this clone, said the lead cultivator of the Devamara Thunder clan to the Pellet King's clan's strong cultivators. They were trying to find a solution. Lin Feng probably wouldn't give up his soul strength. Very good. I hope for you your real body won't end up in our hands, said Wang Shi's grandfather coldly. He released a terrifying Dao power which penetrated into Lin Feng's clone body. Lin Feng sensed a terrifying fire and groaned with pain, his face turning deathly pale. However, he still glared back at the enemy coldly. If he managed to obtain the necklace of the 4 influential groups, he'd be safe, and nobody would dare attack him. He would definitely make them regret this then. Let's go, the grandfather waved, as killing Lin Feng's clone was useless. They needed the real body. Phew. The members of the Devamara Thunder Clan took a deep breath. Lei Dongtian landed next to Lin Feng and smiled. Brother Lin, you're extremely strong. We didn't even notice you were a clone. Otherwise, it would have been bad luck for you. Let's go back to the Devamara Thunder Clan. Lin Feng looked back at Lei Dongtian. Surprisingly, he managed to keep calm next to Lin Feng, as if nothing had happened. Lin Feng had to admire such acting talents. If it hadn't looked that real, it would have been bad luck indeed, said Lin Feng, smiled back. Then, he turned around and moved back to the members of the Devamara Thunder Clan. They had said they were going to keep this clone, so he could go back with them, so what? His real body needed to go to one of the 4 clans, and then he'd come back to the Devamara Thunder Clan and take his clone back. Lin Feng wasn't stupid. He wasn't going to kill people within the territory of one of the 4 influential groups. Lin Feng couldn't take risks. He had to change his social status and hide within the crowd. His clone just went easily along with them back to the Devamara Thunder Clan. When Lei Dongtian brought Lin Feng's clone back, he discovered something else strange. Xianxia had disappeared. Xianxia had disappeared. Many of the guests of the Devamara Thunder Clan were surprised to see that. Those people gathered together again, and at the same time they were stupefied to see Lei Dongtian and Lin Feng come back. Lei Dongtian had said he'd take Lin Feng to one of the 4 influential groups, but now he was back again. At that moment, Lei Dongtian turned around and smiled at Lin Feng. Brother Lin, where's Xianxia? You probably know where he is, right? Xianxia has hands and feet. He can go wherever he wants. Besides, he has some terrifying deployment items and is extremely fast. Even if he runs away, I can't catch up with him, said Lin Feng cheerfully, sounding like it was all a game. Lei Dongtian was angry. Everybody had seen that there were tensions between Lin Feng and Xianxia the day before. After he had taken Lin Feng's clone away, Lin Feng's real body had probably taken Xianxia away. Lin Feng was the only suspect, but how could Lin Feng admit he had done it? Brother Lin, you must be joking, said Lei Dongtian. Demon lights slowly appeared and surrounded Lin Feng. He was furious. However, Lin Feng was even more furious, as the Devamara Thunder Clan had promised him something and then sold him out to the Pellet King's clan. He would definitely settle accounts with them at some point, and properly. If they hadn't accepted acting as referees, promising to protect him and send him to the 4 clans, it would have been fine, but they had voluntarily accepted the responsibility, and Lin Feng couldn't understand such a behavior. Brother Lei, are you joking? I followed you this morning. If I had attacked Xianxia yesterday, people would have sensed the energies of the battle. Don't you think so? Asked Lin Feng, glancing at the crowd. He sounded wrongly accused. These people were in the same area as he was. If a big battle had taken place, they would have noticed it. However, he had absorbed Xianxia into his spirit's world, and nobody had sensed anything. Lei Dongtian was speechless for a moment before saying coldly, "Since it's that way, I will investigate and find out the truth myself." After that, Lei Dongtian's silhouette flickered, and he left in a huff. However, the crowd only looked amused. Something was wrong. Lei Dongtian and Lin Feng looked strange. What had happened on the way to the 4 clans? Lin Feng's eyes glittered with cold lights. His silhouette flickered and he entered a waiting villa and didn't come back out. During the following days, some new stories spread in the eastern town of Godly Cloud City. They made the Devamara Thunder Clan furious. The stories were about the Pellet King's clan and the members from Red Clouds. Back then, Lin Feng had killed Wuxia. Then Lei Dongtian had agreed to protect Lin Feng and to take him to the 4 influential groups. Then, Lei Dong Tian hadn't kept his promise, and the Devamara Thunder Clan had sold Lin Feng out. Lin Feng had gone through hardships and still hadn't managed to reach the 4 influential groups safely. It didn't matter whether the rumors were true or not. They were just unfavorable for the Devamara Thunder Clan. Even though most people did things for their own benefit, such behavior was still considered despicable. They had gone a bit too far. After the rumors started spreading in Godly Cloud City, some people also talked about how things had happened when the members of the Pellet Kings clan had surrounded them and everything. The people believed the rumors even more. How could such a strong clan as the Devamara Thunder Clan fail to protect Lin Feng, and how had they bumped into the Pellet Kings clan on the way? The Devamara Thunder Clan didn't refute the rumor, and the Pellet Kings clan didn't say anything either. Both groups had lost face. Back then, the Pellet Kings clan had the chance to have a fair battle, and then they had sent some cultivators to the Devamara Thunder Clan to get their revenge. Now everybody thought both clans' behavior was outrageous. Many people were talking about those things in the eastern town of Godly Cloud City. Many cultivators were speechless. Even extremely strong cultivators would act in a despicable way. How hypocritical! Many people understood even more clearly that all that mattered were personal gains in life. But many other people also distinguished strength from personal gains, and placed strength above all. Lin Feng went back to the Yi clan, took off his mask, and used the face he had used there. It was similar to his real one, but his chi was different. He was surrounded by demon lights. He looked clean and demoniac. He also looked older, like someone who had gone through a lot of hardships in life, but at the same time he also looked honest. He didn't look handsome in his own way. Cultivators were handsome because they took care of their bodies. Women were pretty, men looked handsome. However, Lin Feng looked handsome but different from the standard. He easily went into the Yi clan by oppressing many people with his terrifying demon cosmic energies. He just needed to take the exam now, and then they'd send him to one of the 4 influential groups. Otherwise, Lin Feng tried to remain discreet. He just practiced cultivation and acted as if worldly affairs had nothing to do with him. Of course, he didn't forget about Xianxia, trapped in his spirit world. Regarding Xianxia, who was trapped like a turtle in a jar, even if he had many hidden abilities, in Lin Feng's spirit world, he couldn't use cosmic energies. He was stuck in a dead end. Just like Wang Jie, Lin Feng would turn him into a demon puppet. This guy's special abilities would be really helpful to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was meditating in seclusion and didn't draw people's attention. The day of selection for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds was approaching quickly. More and more strong cultivators gathered in the 12 districts of Godly Cloud City, including the eastern town. Prince Wu Qing from Dark Night and Zhouling Huang from Red Clouds were both in the Yi clan. Many strong cultivators paid attention to them. The eastern town was stirring up with excitement and agitation again. Jade Cloud's first master, Yu Qing, had arrived. 3 of the first masters of the continent were now in the eastern town of Godly Cloud City. Some powerful groups of the eastern town sent some people to check Yu Qing's strength. The results of the battles were all the same, without any exceptions. Yu Qing was terrifying, killing all of them by destroying their 7 apertures. His reputation wasn't undeserved. The number of first masters was limited, and even though there were many geniuses there, those first masters probably had the potential to rank in the top during the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. They were incredibly strong. The time to select fighters was 3 days later, and then they would go to the 4 influential groups. The different groups started the exams. Many people would be eliminated, and the rest would be sent to the 4 influential groups. The Yi clan also started the exams. 300-some people had gathered on a gigantic field. They were all guests who were going to compete to get qualified. Only those who managed to go to the 4 clans would have the opportunity to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Many strong cultivators from the Yi clan gathered on the field as well. There were also some senior officials of the Yi clan in the bleachers. They wanted to watch the exam. It was an important event for them. They couldn't select people who weren't strong enough, otherwise, what would they say to the 4 influential groups to justify themselves? This time, people from everywhere have come to the eastern town to compete and get qualified to go on to the 4 influential groups and then participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. You probably all know about the 4 influential groups already: Holy Cultivation Tower, Golden Mountain, Demon Sect, and Ghosts and Spirits Temple. You can imagine what it would be like if those 4 different groups chose only 10 people. So many people have to be eliminated. There are 12 towns in Godly Cloud City, after all. We have to eliminate many people and keep real and heroic geniuses only. Therefore, we have to impose strict rules. This time, we'll select 30 people only. Therefore, most people will be eliminated. We apologize for this. We have so many people and only 30 will be selected. That's nothing. People's eyes glittered. They were all under pressure. They were real geniuses, none of them were weak. They had come from everywhere in the continent of the 9 clouds and they were competing at the top level of the Huangqi layer. Those 30 people will move on to the 4 influential groups. At the 4 influential groups, there won't only be 300-something people. Adding the people of the 4 influential groups, that'll be 1,000, plus with the people of the 12 towns, that'll be 10,000. So the selection will be as strict as here once again. Concerning those who would participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, out of 100 people, 1 only would be selected. Lin Feng was in the crowd, and when he heard that, he was surprised. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds was for people from the continent of the 9 clouds. There were too many geniuses in Godly Cloud City. Prince Wu Qing and Zhouling Huang are already selected, which means only 28 people can still be selected. I think none of you mind, said the strong cultivator of the Yi clan. The crowd was angry at those 2 people. Most felt they had done nothing to be selected directly. All right, now everybody, please gather on the martial arts stage. I'll select candidates, said the senior official. The first round wasn't going to be too complex. After all, heroes couldn't be eliminated, and those eliminated, even if they were a bit unlucky, stood no chance anyway, so reaching the 4 influential groups would be useless for them. To the different small groups of Godly Cloud City, choosing the geniuses was a small thing, yet important. Many people were going to have to give up their dream of participating in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds though. People jumped onto the martial arts stage one after another. They made a big circle just like the senior official asked them. In a short while I'll oppress everyone. If you fall off the stage because of the pressure, you can leave the Yi clan. Of course, you can also stay here and watch if you wish. You're welcome here, as before, said the senior official of the Yi clan solemnly. Then, he stepped forwards and a terrifying pressure came down on the martial arts stage. He skipped to the center of the martial arts stage. The air began to rumble. Lights dashed to the skies and surrounded everybody. Everybody sensed the overwhelming pressure. That kind of pressure contained a special kind of strength, as it kept attacking their minds. That special strength seemed to operate according to rules, as each wave of strength was more powerful than the previous one. Very quickly, many people had cold sweats. Their hearts accelerated. It was getting more and more difficult to resist. Lin Feng stood there and looked calm and composed. His physical strength was too incredible. He could naturally sense the oppressive energies, but they didn't affect him at all. But not everybody was like Lin Feng. Lin Feng had been cleansed by Devamarakalpa strength a few times. He was extremely strong for an emperor. These days, only emperors at the very, very top of the Huangqi layer could compete with him. The senior official of the Yi clan took another step. Terrifying, oppressive energies kept shaking the contestants. Someone was hurled off the martial arts stage. He pulled a long face, his silhouette flickered, and he was gone. He was the first one to be eliminated. He felt too ashamed to stay and watch. With such pressure, I won't be able to resist much longer, thought many people panting hard. In their respective hometowns, they were considered extremely strong. People called them geniuses and respected them. But here, they had the feeling they were merely ordinary. They realized that the world was too big. There were too many geniuses. The pressure grew more and more intense. More and more people fell to it. Each time a new wave of oppressive energy came down, their heartbeats accelerated. Indeed, selecting people this way was quick and efficient. After a short time, less than 100 people were left. However, the strong cultivator didn't stop. Even though Prince Wu Qing and Zhouling Huang weren't taking the exam, they were also on the martial arts stage. They also sensed the pressure. but they stood there calmly, as if the strength couldn't affect them. The pressure grew more and more weighty. The senior official stepped forward once again. The air quaked, and lights flashed. This time he put his foot down 3 times. Many people groaned with pain or coughed up blood. Some people were forced off from the battle stage. It didn't stop. More waves of energies pulsed out. After the 9th wave, many people were hurled back. They looked at the battle stage and noticed only around 50 people were left. Some people left the Yi clan. Some others continued watching. They looked desperate and disappointed. They hadn't even passed the Yi clan's exam. It was a sad moment for them. Many people had traveled across the world to come here, but in the end, they wouldn't be able to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. The senior official of the Yi clan glanced at those left and smiled calmly. Only around 50 people remained. They were all extremely strong. It was going to be much easier for him. If you manage to force someone off the battle stage, then you'll be selected and those who are forced off will be eliminated. Prince Wu Qing and Zhouling Huang don't participate, said the senior official of the Yi clan with a smile. The fighters' eyes glittered as they glanced around unhappily. They could force anyone off the battle stage to be selected? Of course, if a person had the chance not to be targeted at all and ended up in the remaining 30 cultivators, they'd pass too. It all depended on people's choices. If they had the initiative, they'd be able to choose their target. It depended on luck. How could they know who was strong or weak? It wasn't really fair, but the senior official of the Yi clan didn't care. Among the 30 people who were going to be selected, maybe 5 would be selected to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Therefore, if 5 such people were there on the stage, they wouldn't be eliminated. Finally, someone moved. He had blood at the corner of his mouth. He moved in an eye blink, a sharp golden spear appearing. Space was bending around it. It was Tao power. In the twinkling of an eye, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. The face of the person who was targeted turned deathly pale. He couldn't dodge. He had to counterattack with even more strength to stay on the stage. Otherwise, he'd be forced off it and eliminated. Many people moved towards the center of the stage when they saw that they couldn't afford to give an enemy a chance. His attack was powerful. If they stayed near the edge, it could reach them. If they fell off accidentally, they'd be eliminated too. Lin Feng didn't move, confident of himself. However, someone looked at him, and that person charged him as an oppressive strength surrounded him. The attacker's eyes were pitch black, before fading to emptiness. He was trying to hypnotize Lin Feng. He was extremely strong and had a powerful vision technique. However, that person saw that Lin Feng was totally calm and collected. Just before cursing strength emerged from Lin Feng's eyes, Wisdom King Dharmalaksana strength appeared and blinded the attacker. He was being cursed. "Piss off!" shouted someone explosively. He groaned in pain. When he came back to his senses, he moved back. He had to move back without having reached his goal. Lin Feng still stood there on the edge of the battle stage, looking confident. A terrifying qi emerged behind him. He wasn't attacking Lin Feng anymore, so someone else attacked him. He turned around and saw a terrifying fist coming in, containing immense bestial strength. Crashed onto his chest and a hole appeared. He was smashed off the battle stage. "Bastard!" he shouted explosively. However, the other one looked at him coolly and said, "Since you attacked other people, you should have been ready to be attacked by other people." Before heading towards someone else, people kept shouting unceasingly on the martial arts stage. "It's enough. You have exactly 30 people left," said the senior official of the Yi clan, smiling. Everybody stopped. They weren't enemies. They just wanted to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Since the first round was over, they could stop. The first round was really easy indeed. They didn't need much time. Those qualified to go to the 4 influential groups had been selected already. Those who had been eliminated would have stood no chance at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds anyway. Congratulations to those who succeeded. We collaborate with Golden Mountain, so in 3 days early in the morning we'll gather there. Some cultivators from the Yi clan will take you to Golden Mountain. Get ready to compete for the next round. which will determine whether you can participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds or not," said the senior official of the Yi clan with a broad smile. People nodded. Some people looked excited, some others looked indifferent, as if nothing had happened. Their goal wasn't to be selected for the next round, but to be selected for the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Many people sighed at the foot of the martial arts stage, thinking, "I failed in the first round. There's another round in the 4 influential groups, and then there will be the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. What kind of people will end up at the top of the rankings of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds?" Thinking about that made them sigh. No wonder some people said that the top 100 cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds were powerful and influential throughout the whole continent of the Nine Clouds. The crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Feng also left calmly. During these few days, many of the groups of Godly Clouds City organized exams. Afterwards, they'd head to the 4 influential groups. It meant that the date of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds was approaching quickly. Lin Feng followed some people slowly and gazed into the distance. He saw a golden empty space castle in the distance, reaching up to the clouds. It looked unique. "That's Golden Mountain," said someone. The air began to whistle above them. Some people were moving quickly towards Golden Mountain in the distance. Even though those people were far from Lin Feng and the others, they could sense the chi of the people in the distance. Before entering Golden Mountain, some people glanced at one another. They might become enemies inside. Golden Mountain was the strongest weapon manufacturing clan, unmatched in Godly Cloud City. Their disciples were all powerful weapon makers. They first had to understand deployment spells, and then they had to study weapon manufacturing techniques. Such people couldn't be weak. In the continent, people who were alchemists, weapon makers, and so on had to be extremely strong. In order to become powerful weapon makers or alchemists, they first had to improve their own strength, which was not easy. Therefore, really powerful weapon makers and alchemists were usually quite old. Even if they were really talented at the same cultivation level as other people, they were usually a bit older because it took time to improve their weapon and pellet manufacturing skills. When people saw Golden Mountain, they had the impression it had been created like an imposing and magnificent weapon. It looked extraordinary. There were many dazzling and golden buildings floating in the air there. While watching those buildings, they could almost hear the narrations about Golden Mountain's splendid and glorious past in their heads. "That's where emperors will gather," said the strong cultivator of the Yi clan, pointing at a place in the distance. There was a floating stage there, with many people aboard already. Lin Feng and the others arrived and slowly descended from the sky. They looked at the other deployment palaces, as Qi was still emerging from there. Godly Cloud City is in the central part of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Golden Mountain's halls are made on the same basis as indestructible weapons. Such buildings are terrifying, thought Lin Feng. That was the secret of Golden Mountain. Lin Feng had been to the Devamara Thunder Clan and seen that they also had secrets. They had a Devamara Kulpa fortress floating in the air. It looked dignified and majestic, vast and boundless. However, Golden Mountain's buildings looked even more spectacular than the Devamara Thunder Clan's ones. Holy Cultivation Tower, Demon Sect, Ghosts and Spirits Temple. What do those places look like? Wondered Lin Feng. The eastern town of Godly Cloud City was extremely vast. The 4 influential groups had different positions there. Without incredible achievements, it wasn't easy to go to the 4 influential groups. Lin Feng looked at the other deployment palaces, feeling that time was being modified around them. There were a dozen palaces, 300 people each, which meant that more than 3,000 people had been eliminated. Those 3,000 people were extremely strong, or the ancient holy clans wouldn't have accepted them in the first place. Sharp whistling sounds came from the distance. The crowd turned around and saw gigantic discs moving towards them. There were strong cultivators on the golden discs, and it felt like they were able to travel across time and space. Very quickly, they gathered together and their discs turned into one gigantic golden disc. Some strong cultivators were aboard it. The crowd could see them clearly. What a terrifying speed. That disc is a very powerful great imperial weapon, someone whispered. The gigantic disc then divided into several parts again and turned into a spiral flight of stairs. The few people walked forwards and looked at the crowd. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe, looking clean and noble. He looked at the leader of the deployment palaces and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, everybody." "It is my duty," said the cultivators, one after another, bowing respectfully. The middle-aged man looked at the crowd of fighters and smiled. "Everybody, you're here in Golden Mountain, which means that you have the potential to be selected for the meeting of the Continent of the Nine Clouds. The meeting of the Continent of the Nine Clouds will start in 3 months from today. In 2 months, my group, Golden Mountain, will start the selection process. The most outstanding cultivators will be selected. During these 2 months, apart from forbidden areas, you can go anywhere. If you need help, just ask." He waved. Golden robes appeared in the air and he said, "Those are the golden robes we have prepared for everybody. For your safety, please wear them. If you wear them, it means you are temporary members of Golden Mountain and you will participate in the selection process. Nobody will dare attack you. If we have announcements to make, we'll also be able to contact you." Everybody put on the robes. They could already see that these robes weren't ordinary. Even though they weren't useful to them, at least people outside would recognize them as people from Golden Mountain and wouldn't dare attack them. Pale lights undulated on them. As the man had said, the robes contained receptors which allowed the wearers to receive messages from Golden Mountain. Of course, if you use that social status to kill people recklessly and insolently, we won't protect you, said the middle-aged man, suddenly sounding cold. It meant that some people had probably used those robes to steal treasures or kill people, so he was warning them. Golden Mountain protected the people because they were maybe going to be selected for the meeting of the Continent of the Nine Clouds, not so they could kill people recklessly in Godly Cloud City. "We understand," said everybody, but they also understood that as long as they didn't act too recklessly, people in Godly Cloud City wouldn't dare attack them. "All right, today, everybody has gathered here, but it's just for an introduction and to give you a designation. During these 2 months, if there's anything else, Golden Mountain will contact you," said the middle-aged man to everyone, and then he looked at those who had brought them there again. "Thank you for your help, everybody." After that, the middle-aged went back onto the top disc. However, some people stayed behind. It was a simple introduction meeting for the meeting of the Continent of the Nine Clouds. "If you want to live in Golden Mountain, follow me and I'll show you our headquarters," said one of the strong cultivators of Golden Mountain who had stayed there. "Since I'm here, I can find a place to stay. Right? We'll be able to spend time here and enjoy Golden Mountain." Nobody wanted to leave quickly, as they didn't lack time. The members of Golden Mountain took them to different golden halls and showed them where they could stay. Everybody had a great room and a splendid courtyard. "Bro, let's go and see weapon makers. We've seen pellet makers, but we haven't seen great scholars yet," Yao Yao said to Zhouling Huang. She sounded excited. Zhouling Huang and the others had all come to Golden Mountain. They were really strong and had been able to withstand the Yi clan's senior officials' oppressive strength, so they had gotten qualified. Zhouling Huang was already qualified ahead of time, too. They all had earned the opportunity to come to Golden Mountain. Lin Feng looked over at Yao Yao. She was an extremely strong pill maker, and she wasn't a bad fighter, either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to withstand the pressure. No wonder she was a king's descendant in Red Clouds. "All right," said Zhouling Huang nodded. As a respected scholar himself, he also wanted to see how people made great imperial weapons. Lin Feng had seen people make powerful weapons. He had even helped Mu Lin Shui make weapons. Back then, they had made powerful weapons together. But at his cultivation level, he wasn't interested in imperial weapons anymore. He was interested in great scholastic masters of weapon manufacturing arts and how powerful their deployment spells were. Lin Feng arrived in his hall, going to a cultivation room to practice cultivation. There were a few people in his spirit world, Xianxia, Wang Jie, Yi Ke, and some others. Those 3 people were extraordinarily talented, especially Yang Xiao and Wang Jie. Yang Xiao could steal people's memories, and Wang Jie was an extraordinary fighter. However, now their eyes were filled with demon lights. They had turned into Lin Feng's demon puppets. The celestial evolution holy scriptures are yours already. Practice cultivation as hard as you can. Wang Jie, you're from the Pellet King's clan. You have many medical recipes and your physical strength is terrifying. I'll give you the Culpa Indestructible Devamara skill. Make your physical body even more powerful. EK, you can study the 3000 great deployment spells and my deployment spells. Use your full strength to practice cultivation. Lin Feng instructed the 3 cultivators. Yes, master. The 3 people bowed. These 3 demon puppets were Lin Feng's best ones. He had to take good care of them. Yang Xiao, continue developing and improving your memory-stealing ability. I may need you at any time, said Lin Feng to Yang Xiao. Go now, ordered Lin Feng indifferently. In the twinkling of an eye, the 3 people dispersed to practice cultivation. Lin Feng also closed his eyes and started practicing cultivation. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds was going to start soon. Lin Feng needed to become stronger. He needed to be sure he could defeat the geniuses at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. How strong were the 3rd and 4th beasts of the animal district? How strong was Saint Tianhun? And what about that terrifying cultivator who had a spiritual deployment body? The first masters of the continent of the 9 clouds? How strong were they? How strong had Chu Chunqiu become? What about those people who had king-type bodies? How strong would they be on the stage of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds? Lin Feng didn't know these things and he had to prepare. A month passed. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds was approaching. People were getting excited in godly clouds. At the Devamara Thunder Clan, Lin Feng's clone suddenly opened his eyes and his silhouette flickered. He moved towards the exit of the palace. In all the palaces surrounding that one, he was the only person left. The others had all left and gone to the Holy Cultivation Tower, where they might have been selected for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. The Devamara Thunder Clan's strong cultivators were watching his clone, but now he had to leave. At night, a few people followed Lin Feng. When he arrived at the periphery of the Devamara Thunder Clan, a few people prevented him from leaving. I went to Golden Mountain a month ago. I might be selected for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Why continue this little game of yours? Said Lin Feng coldly. That was these people's fear. Since Lin Feng had joined one of the 4 influential groups, nobody could attack him anymore. Make your real body come out to talk, ordered one of them coldly. However, when that person said that, they looked over and saw someone wearing a golden robe. That golden robe was Golden Mountain's robe. Are you looking for me? Said Lin Feng indifferently. The members of the Devamara Thunder Clan frowned and stared at Lin Feng. One of them asked coldly, You're Lin Feng? Indeed. My clone is made of my soul. Back then I changed my face. Therefore, my clone looks different from me. Now he's mine again. Lin Feng smiled coldly. His clone moved towards him. They stood next to one another. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes filled with ice-cold lights and murderous intent. The 2 great emperors frowned, clearly seeing that Lin Feng wanted to kill them. Lin Feng groaned coldly and the 10,000 evolutions cauldron appeared. A terrifying death sound rang out and made them shake. At the same time, the 10,000 evolutions cauldron diffused dazzling lights around them. Instantly, the 2 people had the impression their souls were going to be sucked into it. Their faces changed drastically. Die, said Lin Feng, moving in a blur of motion, a sword appearing and lacerating the space. No. One of the great emperors released chi. Terrifying Devamara lights appeared, and he punched out. His punch was incredibly quick and contained powerful demon cosmic energies. Lin Feng shifted position, deployment lights appeared, his silhouette disappeared. He reappeared in front of the great emperor. A sword Holy Spirit which seemed like it could cut anything appeared. There were rumbles of energies fighting. The thunder cultivator looked ferocious, but his physical body exploded nonetheless. His soul turned to smoke and was sucked into the cauldron, where the cauldron began refining it instantly. Insolent! Shouted the other great emperor. Lin Feng merely smiled coldly. His clone fused together with his body. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the cauldron moved back to him. Another sword moved towards that great emperor, but he blocked it. "You dare assault and murder people from the Devamara Thunder clan?" said that strong cultivator extremely loudly. His chi rolled towards Lin Feng. Demons appeared around Lin Feng. "I'm a potential candidate for the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds." Back then, there were no tensions between the Devamara Thunder clan and me, and the Devamara Thunder clan promised me to bring me to one of the 4 groups, but then they sold me out. "Now you have kept my clone for such a long time. How insolent is that? Such a behavior should naturally be punished," retorted Lin Feng coldly. "Bastard!" The strong cultivator of the Devamara Thunder clan punched out in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng didn't dodge as the fist impacted his chest. His golden robe fluttered and Lin Feng was forced away and coughed up blood. However, Lin Feng just smiled coldly. The strong cultivator of the Devamara Thunder clan didn't understand and his face stiffened. He suddenly looked scared. How insane. He didn't block the attack at all, he endured it all. What if he had died? What would have happened? Lin Feng coughed a few times. He stared at the cultivator again. His eyes were pitch black and he said coldly, "I've recorded what happened here with my godly awareness, and I'll spread it in the eastern town of Godly Cloud City. At the same time, I will also tell Golden Mountain that the Devamara Thunder clan bullies me. I'll also tell them that from now on, I'll kill people from the Devamara Thunder clan when I meet them." Lin Feng turned around and strode away. The strong cultivator of the Devamara Thunder clan was astonished. "Bastard!" shouted that strong cultivator, staring at the departing Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with murder. Lin Feng had provoked him on purpose, and now he was injured. In the future, he'd be able to act insolently when meeting cultivators of the Devamara Thunder clan. He would be able to justify himself and say he did those things with good reason. Lin Feng did as he said, and quickly. The news about the Devamara Thunder clan's behavior spread in the eastern town of Godly Cloud City. The Devamara Thunder clan is a level 2 group in the eastern town of Godly Cloud City, and surprisingly, they dared act like that. Back then, Lei Dong Tian promised Lin Feng he'd protect him, and in the end he betrayed him. They sold him out to the Pellet King's clan, and then they imprisoned Lin Feng's clone, so Lin Feng was right to go and pick up his clone with his real body. But as before, they tried to stop him. The Devamara Thunder clan and the Pellet King's clan really have no values. The Pellet King's clan was furious because of Wuxia. They wanted to avenge him. Even though it's not something they can be proud of, it's understandable. But the Devamara Thunder clan really sucks. Many people in Godly Cloud City were making fun of the Devamara Thunder clan because of their behavior. After the news spread, some cultivators of the Devamara Thunder clan bumped into Lin Feng. Lin Feng killed them and everybody in town thought it was justified. Lin Feng went on a killing spree and really enjoyed it. A few days passed, and the news that Wuxia hadn't died spread out. He had shown up in the eastern town of Godly Cloud City. He had killed 2 young men from the Devamara Thunder clan, but the most astonishing thing was that he now knew how to use Culpa strength, and the skill he seemed to be using was the Culpa indestructible Devamara skill. When hearing that, many people didn't believe a word of it, but then they saw him use it with their own eyes. Some people even recorded the scene with their godly awareness to show it to other people. The Devamara Thunder clan was furious. The Pellet King's clan was more discreet, yet had doubts. In a palace of the Devamara Thunder clan, many people with long faces were gathered here. The leader of the group was the one who had negotiated with the Pellet King's clan back then. He looked at the crowd and asked, "What do you think? Many of our people have been killed these days. We can't exclude the option that they may have transmitted the Culpa skill, especially since he doesn't have the full skill. However, Wuxia has it now." That person didn't finish their sentence. Last time, the Pellet King's clan paid a very high price to capture Lin Feng and save Wuxia, but they failed. They asked us to give what we had obtained back, but we refused. "Everybody probably remembers that," said someone else. "Everybody knows that Lin Feng came to the Devamara Thunder clan a few days ago. The Pellet King's clan won't get their revenge. However, Wuxia hasn't died. So is Wuxia back in the Pellet King's clan? Who knows? But why has he recovered so quickly? Asked someone. Don't forget that it's the Pellet King's clan. They have incredible remedies. They would spend all they have to cure him. It's Wang Jie after all. Maybe, but it's only been a few days. Even if the Pellet King's clan exchanged Wang Jie against something with Lin Feng, and then killed our people and stole our skill, how could Wang Jie study it so quickly? Wang Jie is extremely talented. Everybody knows that. He's at the top of the Huang Qi layer, and can easily learn such skills. Besides, the Devamara Kulpa skills aren't really useful for him. He already has a terrifying physical strength. The members of the Devamara Thunder Clan kept talking about these things. Their conclusion to explain everything was that the Pellet King's clan had forced their people to hand over their skills and techniques, and they had taught them to Wang Jie. The Devamara Thunder Clan was infuriated. In Holy Cultivation Tower, 2 more people looked furious. Very good, the members of the Pellet King's clan surprisingly dare kill people from my clan and steal our skills and techniques. Very good. Wang Shi, I'll remember this, said Lei Dong Tian coldly. Ridiculous. Back then, you didn't do what you had promised. You joined hands with Lin Feng to bully my clan. Now you're accusing us? How insolent, said Wang Shi aggressively. The 2 of them were wearing the robes of Holy Cultivation Tower, and their chi was rising. They couldn't fight before the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds to assuage their anger. You'll see, everybody will learn the truth. The Pellet King's clan stole our skills and techniques. We won't leave the matter at that, said Lei Dong Tian coldly. We'll see then, replied Wang Shi coldly. The 2 left in opposite directions. Lei Dong Tian and Wang Shi went back to their own respective clans. Lei Dong Tian knew what was going on. The Pellet King's clan had joined hands with Lin Feng and forced the disciples of the clan to reveal their skills and techniques. Wang Shi learned that his brother Wang Jie hadn't gone back to the Pellet King's clan, but he knew that he had appeared. However, he had studied the Kulpa indestructible Devamara skill. The Pellet King's clan didn't understand what was going on. Had Lin Feng released Wang Jie? But even if Lin Feng had released Wang Jie, why had Wang Jie studied the Kulpa indestructible Devamara skill? The Pellet King's clan understood that no matter what, the Devamara Thunder clan couldn't believe them. Therefore, they didn't need to try and make efforts. Could such a powerful clan as the Pellet King's clan even beg the Devamara Thunder clan to believe them? Probably not. Strong cultivators of the Devamara Thunder clan went to the Pellet King's clan and asked them for an explanation, but the Pellet King's clan didn't give them any face. Lin Feng didn't show up. How could he show up in such circumstances? The Devamara Thunder clan was furious at the Pellet King's clan. If Lin Feng showed up, it would be an opportunity for the Pellet King's clan to accuse him. Many people from Godly Cloud City came to see the fun, looking amused. Many strong cultivators were watching from up in the sky. The skills and techniques of the Devamara Thunder clan had been revealed. That was exciting. Some people hoped they might be able to obtain them. They hoped they would see a great war, too. Make Wang Jie come out. You stole our skills and techniques, at least tell us why, said a Saint Emperor of the Devamara Thunder clan. Devamara Kulpa strength rose in towering waves. He looked like a god of darkness. The strong cultivators of the Devamara Kulpa Thunder clan were all surrounded by terrifying black lights. I'll say only one thing. Even though Lin Feng released Wang Jie, we haven't seen him, not even once. A member of the Pellet King's clan shot back coldly. You're still lying, how shameless, said the Saint Emperor of the Devamara Thunder clan furiously. We're not as shameless as you. You promised you'd deliver Lin Feng, then you promised us you'd help us, and then you continued your little games and didn't do what you had promised, retorted the cultivator of the Pellet King's clan coldly. The crowd in the distance heard that. As expected, both clans were evildoers. The strong cultivators of the Devamara Thunder clan looked furious. The Pellet King's clan's members dared talk about those things in front of everybody. How shameless! It seems that the Pellet King's clan isn't willing to give an explanation, stated the Saint Emperor of the Devamara Thunder clan coldly. We have nothing to explain, said the strong cultivator of the Pellet King's clan unhappily and aggressively. Grandpa! At that moment, the members of the Pellet King's clan were surprised. They suddenly turned around and gazed into the distance. They looked stupefied. Wang Jie. Wang Jie. The members of the Devamara Thunder Clan were stupefied too. A strong cultivator jumped forwards and Devamara Culpa strength surged forwards. A strong cultivator landed in front of Wang Jie as flames turned into millions of embers and destroyed the Devamara Culpa strength. At the same time, another cultivator grabbed Wang Jie and took him back to the group of cultivators from the Pellet King's clan. Pellet King's clan, what do you have to say now? The strong cultivators of the Devamara Thunder clan were furious. Their chi rose to the skies. It was a terrifying sight. The members of the Pellet King's clan had anticipated such a reaction, and said nothing. They looked at Wang Jie and asked, Wang Jie, what's going on? Lin Feng didn't kill me. He imprisoned me for some time. He was afraid that the Pellet King's clan would seek revenge because I'm a valuable asset. Then he went to Golden Mountain. I think he feels safer now that he released me. He hopes you will forget about what happened and forgive him. He doesn't want to be enemies with the Pellet King's clan, whispered Wang Jie. It all made sense. Wang Jie was alive and he didn't look strange at all. Why didn't you come back to the clan directly? Asked Wang Shi. I met some people from the Devamara Thunder clan. I know they didn't want to give back what you gave them, so I couldn't let them off. I killed some of them and stole their skills and techniques, but I didn't manage to obtain the full version. If I could get it, it'd be perfect. My physical strength would increase a lot. Besides, with everything I know, I can easily learn the Culpa Indestructible Devamara skill, said Wang Jie smiled. He looked a bit evil and cruel. The crowd shivered. No wonder that guy was known as the little insane cultivator of the Pellet King's clan. He dared say such things. He was really crazy. Even though tensions between the Devamara Thunder clan would worsen, it didn't matter, as the most important thing was now to get their skills and techniques. Hand Wang Jie over, said a strong cultivator of the Devamara Thunder clan coldly. They had to kill Wang Jie, otherwise their skills and techniques would spread. However, the Pellet King's clan had struggled to get him back. How could they abandon him and let the Devamara Thunder clan kill him? Besides, the Devamara Thunder clan's skills and techniques, when they thought about that, their hearts were suddenly filled with ardor. In ordinary times, they didn't dare do such things. But now that Wang Jie had started, and what if they could obtain the full Culpa Indestructible Devamara skill? No matter what, they couldn't let Wang Jie go. Bring little Jie back and protect him, said a strong cultivator of the Pellet King's clan coldly. However, at that moment, the strong cultivators of the Devamara Thunder clan all dashed forwards and surrounded them. In reply, the strong cultivators of the Pellet King's clan released their own chi, which filled the air. The strong cultivators of the Devamara Thunder clan said coldly, Do you really want this, Pellet King's clan? You make no distinction between good and evil. You keep bullying us. That's enough now, said a voice in the distance. The members of the Devamara Thunder clan pulled a long face. A really strong cultivator of the Pellet King's clan expressed their view. They weren't going to hand Wang Jie over. People remained silent. Finally, a strong cultivator of the Devamara Thunder clan waved and they left. They didn't fight. However, everybody understood that it wasn't over. It was even more scary than a battle. The two clans didn't care about face anymore. As the crowd expected, the members of the Devamara Thunder clan and the Pellet King's clan burst out into open hostilities. Each time their members bumped into each other in Godly Cloud City, they had cruel battles. The Devamara Thunder clan's members didn't kill the members of the Pellet King's clan. They captured them and then tried to force the members of the Pellet King's clan to give the skills and techniques back in exchange for their fire. But the Pellet King's clan and the Devamara Thunder clan were different because the Pellet King's clan was a clan of alchemists. They made pills with fire and could also study the Culpa Indestructible Devamara skill now. However, when the Devamara Thunder clan obtained some of the Pellet King's clan skills and techniques, they couldn't study them at all, so they were useless, especially the skills and techniques which belonged to extremely strong alchemists. The core disciples of the Pellet King's clan didn't even have access to some of the most powerful skills and techniques of the Pellet King's clan, just like some core disciples of the Devamara Thunder clan didn't even have access to the full version of the Culpa Indestructible Devamara skill. The battles were ferocious, cruel, and bloodthirsty. One day, the Devamara Thunder clan lost a great emperor. The next day, the Pellet Kings clan lost a few emperors. Celestial emperors even started fighting. The Devamara Thunder clan and the Pellet Kings clan were already fighting so much. How could they stop? Both clans had become fearless. One day, two great emperors fought in the eastern town of Godly Cloud City. Their battle was devastating. In the end, they were both injured. At that moment, a young man appeared. He had a gigantic cauldron. Lights emerged from the cauldron and qi filled the air. Go! Lin Feng stretched out his hand. The gigantic cauldron shone out, and the great emperor of the Devamara Thunder clan was surrounded by lights. He was still fighting against the great emperor of the Pellet Kings clan when he sensed that his soul was shaking. It turned into lights and was sucked in by the 10,000 evolutions cauldron, which then refined it. The great emperor shrieked horribly as he died. Lin Feng smoothly took his cauldron back. When the great emperor of the Pellet Kings clan looked at him, he looked scared. "Who are you?" asked the strong cultivator of the Pellet Kings clan coldly. "I'm friends with the Pellet Kings clan," said Lin Feng smiled. At that moment, in the distance, whistling sounds heralded the arrival of more people. One of them was Lei Dong Tian. People from the Devamara Thunder clan had arrived, and they recognized Lin Feng. "Lin Feng," said Lei Dong Tian coldly. The strong cultivator of the Pellet Kings clan frowned. "That was Lin Feng? Brother Lei, long time no see." Lin Feng smiled. The strong cultivator of the Devamara Thunder clan looked furious when they saw Lin Feng's golden robe. "Brother Lin Feng, you've killed many of our people these days, right?" Lei Dong Tian said, watching Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. "Everybody knows that the Devamara Thunder clan started it all in Godly Cloud City." "I just struck back," answered Lin Feng calmly. "Besides, I never kill people who are not at least high-level emperors. How come the Devamara Thunder clan felt so confident and at ease and thought they could imprison me? Is that how you protect me, Brother Lei?" "Brother Lin, you killed many of our people. Do you think Golden Mountain can still protect you only because you're wearing their robe? Do you think the Devamara Thunder clan won't dare kill you?" swore Lei Dong Tian coldly, looking at Lin Feng like a dead man. "I really do think so. Am I wrong? Would the Devamara Thunder clan really dare kill me?" said Lin Feng with a smile yet not a smile, looking back at Lei Dong Tian. He then said calmly, "However, if you want to exchange views on cultivation with me, Brother Lei, we can. We are both potential candidates for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Nothing prevents us from exchanging views on cultivation. We can ask for the 4 influential groups to supervise the battle, and we can agree on a battle to the death." When Lei Dong Tian heard Lin Feng's mocking tone, he was even more infuriated. He waved, and the strong cultivators of the Devamara Thunder clan moved towards the strong cultivators of the Pellet Kings clan. Suddenly, the sky was filled with terrifying Devamara Culpa strength. "Interesting. I'd love to see, Brother Lin, what makes you so confident?" Lei Dong Tian said calmly. He stretched out his hand and Culpa lights appeared and surrounded his own body. The Culpa lights contained a terrifying destructive strength. Lei Dong Tian was the strongest young man of the Devamara Thunder clan. He was probably extraordinary. He was also curious to see how strong some of the new geniuses in Godly Cloud City were. Terrifying demon cosmic energies surrounded Lin Feng's body. However, he didn't use Culpa lights to do that, he used pure demon strength. He suddenly looked like an ancient demon. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. The 2 cultivators' demon energies collided in the air. It looked incredible. Lei Dong Tian's eyes gradually became pitch black. They looked more and more terrifying. His eyes were filled with Culpa strength. Sharp lights emerged from his eyes and shot towards Lin Feng, turning into Culpa light beams. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyebrows looked like swords. Sword intent condensed in his eyes. Wisdom King Holy Spirits condensed and turned into indestructible Wisdom Kings. The energies emerging from the 2 fighters' eyes collided loudly. Their energies could easily kill ordinary emperors. Lei Dong Tian took a step forwards and a demon appeared. His blood started boiling, and the air went dark. Everything seemed like it was going to be destroyed under their energies. Demon Culpa swords appeared above Lin Feng's head, much more powerful than Lin Feng's Culpa swords. It was a special kind of strength the members of the Devamara Thunder Clan had, since they had the full version of the Culpa Indestructible Devamara skill. They had all sorts of demon skills, and were experts in using demon energies. A gigantic demon sword appeared. It seemed to be alive. "Die!" shouted Lei Dongtian coldly. Demon Culpa swords charged towards Lin Feng, looking like pitch-black thunders. Lin Feng was surrounded sword intent. All sorts of Holy Spirit swords condensed around him. He also punched out with physical strength. His terrifying energies astonished the crowd. This guy's punch is filled with demon sword energies. How crazy! The crowd was shaking. The space began to break. The demon lights pierced through the demon's sword. The oppressive Devamara strength was destroyed, and the sky became normal again. Lei Dongtian moved again, trying not to look worried. He didn't want to show how he felt. Lin Feng was strong, that was a fact. Lei Dongtian's gigantic Devamara wings appeared. They contained terrifying demonic marks, and his hands turned into demon Culpa claws. He looked dangerous, the crowd was taken aback. His chi became far more powerful. A fearsome demon appeared in the crowd's field of vision. Demons charged towards Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had been an ordinary cultivator, he would have died already. Lei Dongtian flapped his Devamara wings and suddenly disappeared. A demon Culpa hand charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a pressure, as if the claws were about to rip into him. However, Lin Feng looked calm and composed, as if nothing could affect him. He punched out in his enemy's direction, the air shaking at the blow. Demon deployment lights surged out. However, Lei Dongtian disappeared and more claws shot towards Lin Feng from above. Terrifying energies made the earth and sky shake. People's hearts started pounding. The two fighters had already collided a few times. Behind Lin Feng, deployment lights started intertwining. Very quickly, they turned into dazzling deployment wings. That Lin Feng is really strong. No wonder he defeated Wang Jie back then, murmured some spectators when they saw that, their hearts starting to beat faster. Lei Dongtian was a member of the Devamara Thunder Clan. His physical strength was incredible, as were his spells. However, Lin Feng looked unmoved. His physical strength was also incredible. Lin Feng definitely had the potential to participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. He might even end up in the top 100. After all, Lei Dongtian was the first young man of the Devamara Thunder Clan. Not many people could compete with him. In Godly Cloud City, only 50 or so people could compete with him, but he was probably as strong as them, not weaker. He also had the potential to end up in the top 100. Since Lei Dongtian had that potential, then Lin Feng did too. Lei Dongtian attacked again, but this time it was Lin Feng who disappeared. Lin Feng reappeared in the sky and descended while saying to Lei Dongtian, "You're not the only one who's fast. Very good. Let's show you the Devamara Thunder Clan spells." Lei Dongtian jumped forwards. Demon intent surged up. Lei Dongtian's intent was getting more and more powerful. Lin Feng glanced at the demon Culpa lights. He released demon strength which turned into sharp swords. They seemed to be able to conquer every obstacle. Lei Dongtian closed his eyes. He looked like a darkly enlightened being. Demons appeared around him. "Culpa," said a voice coldly. At that moment, extremely powerful Culpa lights surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng's muscles shook violently. His blood started boiling, and it was only the beginning. Lin Feng disappeared and shot towards Lei Dongtian. However, Lei Dongtian disappeared, and demons made of Culpa strength appeared everywhere. Lei Dongtian reappeared in the sky, opening his mouth and sucking in energy. He absorbed all the Culpa strength and turned into a Culpa demon. The crowd was shaking. A Culpa demon. Lin Feng looked up at him and smiled. If he used the Culpa Indestructible Devamara skill, perhaps it could help him become a saint in terms of physical strength? Lin Feng didn't have time to play around. Lei Dongtian had the potential to become a participant of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Could he kill him in front of everybody? Lin Feng suddenly disappeared. The crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng stopped fighting? Lei Dongtian put him under pressure, it seemed. The crowd looked at Lei Dongtian, the first young man of the Devamara Thunder clan. He had absorbed Culpa strength and could easily kill ordinary great emperors. As expected, he was a terrifying presence. A strong cultivator of the Devamara Thunder clan attacked, but Lin Feng turned into a hurricane and his cauldron's death strength filled the air. It destroyed the man's physical body and absorbed his soul. Then Lin Feng smiled. "Brother Lei, I'm sure we'll meet again." He turned into a beam of light and departed quickly. Lei Dongtian flashed down, could only look after him with murder in his eyes. When the crowd saw Lin Feng retreat, they were astonished. During the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, would Lin Feng lose against him? In Golden Mountain, in the residential area for people who were from abroad, many people came to greet those who had the potential to be selected for the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Many of those potential candidates didn't understand and thought that it had something to do with the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. After all, they knew that Golden Mountain was one of the 4 influential groups. Since they were there, Golden Mountain had been chosen by the shrine. Among the people who had the potential to become candidates of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, many of them were already from Golden Mountain. The 4 influential groups had outstanding disciples. Their people were also going to sit the exam like the foreigners. Of course, what the shrine had done was advantageous for them. It was easier for them to be selected for the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. The foreigners weren't just pressured by the other foreigners, only but also by Golden Mountain's disciples. Prince Wu Qing and Zhouling Huang had the most magnificent palaces in Golden Mountain. Nobody had gone to see them, they had just heard that about the phenomenon. A few people from Golden Mountain were standing in front of a palace. They glanced around, and one of the young men asked, "Who have we forgotten?" An old man next to him replied, "One of them is Lin Feng. He's not bad, and he's also in Golden Mountain. You can go and see him. Make him join our group." "Is he in Golden Mountain now?" asked the young man. "I've been watching him. Apparently he's back," said the old man calmly. The young man's eyes twinkled and he smiled. "Good. Call Bing. We'll go and invite him together." "All right," said the old man, nodding. Then his silhouette flickered. After a short time, a beautiful woman arrived. "Brother Zhen. Bing, let's go invite someone," said the young man, nodding at the girl. The 3 people's silhouettes flickered. The old man took them to Lin Feng's palace. When Lin Feng saw them arrive, he was surprised. These people were wearing different clothes. They were probably authentic members of Golden Mountain. "Lin Feng, I'm Jin Zhen and this is my fellow disciple Bing," said Jin Zhen, smiling at Lin Feng. "What do you want?" replied Lin Feng, smiling affably back. "In a few days it will be the exam for the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Brother Lin Feng, we're here to invite you to come join our group," said Jin Zhen. Lin Feng looked surprised and said, "I don't understand." "Lin Feng, you don't understand what the exam of Golden Mountain is like, so it's normal that you don't understand. The second round of the selections consists of group fights. We want to form alliances of 10 people to eliminate the other alliances. That way we can eliminate many people. 10 people fight against other groups? Who's considered a winner, then?" asked Lin Feng. He was curious now. Golden Mountain has different rules for the selection procedure. First, amongst the groups of 10 people, 5 people are eliminated. Bing told him. "Half will be eliminated within a group?" Lin Feng was startled. Jinjin nodded. "Indeed. But don't worry, among the people I chose, you're a hero. If you come to my palace, you'll definitely move on to the next round. Then we'll eliminate people from other groups. Groups of 5 will fight? No, 3 people will be chosen to fight one-on-ones. If they win, then the 5 enemies will eliminated," said Jinjin. "The rules are cruel," said Lin Feng, eyeing Jinjin. "If my partners aren't strong enough, I'll lose too." "Indeed. Therefore, I came to invite you. Besides you, among the people I invited, there's also the first master of Jade Clouds, Yu Qing, and a very strong cultivator who has a king-type body. Coupled with me, Bing and you, we are 5. Wang Jin smiled. Besides, Brother Lin Feng, Bing and I aren't weak. The first master of Jade Clouds is also in Golden Mountain. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. Golden Mountain was lucky. 3 of the first masters of the continent of the 9 clouds were here. Brother Lin Feng, don't worry. Everybody knows you in town. We mean you no harm. If you doubt our honesty, we can give you some great imperial weapons. Bing spoke up, smiling and playing with her hair. She was definitely beautiful. Indeed. Brother Lin Feng, we believe in your strength. Believe in our honesty, said Jin Jin gently. Lin Feng, Jin Jin and Bing are outstanding young people in Golden Mountain. They are the descendants of great weapon masters. Spoke up the old man proudly. These people really looked honest. There was no pressure or intimidation. I don't need great imperial weapons, Lin Feng told them. Since you seem honest, I won't refuse. Awesome, Brother Lin. Thank you very much, said Jin Jin, shaking hands with Lin Feng before smiling and taking a necklace out. This is the necklace of our alliance. It means you can come to our deployment palace whenever you want. On the day of the exam, we'll gather together. To avoid trouble, just put a thread of godly awareness inside. All right, agreed Lin Feng. He understood. Since he had accepted an alliance with them, he had to do that, otherwise, if he went back on his word, it wouldn't be fair. Many people knew that such a thing was possible, so they tried to protect themselves. Lin Feng released a thread of godly awareness to swear he was going to respect the alliance. He didn't mind. As long as he didn't lose because of other people, everything was fine, especially since he was really strong and the exam would probably be easy for him. Awesome, Brother Lin. Thank you. See you soon, said Jin Jin, shaking Lin Feng's hand again. Bing smiled thinly and bowed before Lin Feng. All right. Lin Feng nodded at the 3 people who left. They still needed to invite some more people. After they left Lin Feng's palace, Jin Jin and Bing smiled. Jin Jin said, Lin Feng is strong. With Yu Qing and the one who has a king-type body, we can be a terrifying group. The 5 others will just be cannon fodder. I'll be careful, said the old man nodding. If the 5 other people knew they were cannon fodder, how would they feel? However, that was the sad truth. The group round was complex in comparison with the previous one. 5 strong cultivators were going to be eliminated in each group. Bing, when the right time comes, it'll be sad for you, Xin said to Bing. All right, I don't mind. The most important ones are you and Yu Qing, Bing smiled. Jin Jin nodded. After that, Lin Feng calmly waited for the beginning of the exam. A few of his fellow disciples had already arrived in Godly Cloud City. Some people had been blocked at the entrance of the city, including Jing Xiaoyu. Mu Chen stayed with Jing Xiaoyu. The saint was still with them. Lin Feng hoped the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds would help him become stronger. On the day of the exam, Lin Feng's robe suddenly fluttered in the wind, and a sound resonated in his brain. The voice asked him to come to the meeting point at noon. Lin Feng knew that the exam was going to start. At noon, the crowd had gathered by the stage. The strong cultivators of Golden Mountain were waiting already. There were many people. Everybody gather with your groups, said someone. Instantly, everybody gathered with their chosen teams. Lin Feng went over to Jin Jin and Bing, and very quickly they were 9 people. 2 of them looked extraordinary. One of them looked noble, strange, and indifferent. That was Yu Qing from Jade Clouds. The second one was wearing a golden robe, but his qi was abnormal. Some king intent filled the air around him. He was surprised to see Lin Feng. So much time had passed, and he had thought that people like them who had king-type bodies would progress faster. The man was Dugu the Winner, who had a godly imprint king body. Dugu the Winner looked at Lin Feng calmly. In the Dark Night region, Lin Feng and Dugu the Winner were of the same generation. But Lin Feng had become famous earlier than him. Before heading to Godly Clouds, Lin Feng was already famous in the Dark Night region. They said nothing to one another. They knew one another, that's all, they weren't friends. The strong cultivators of Golden Mountain were standing in front of everyone. One of them said calmly, "Everybody, follow me to the Temple of Heaven." After that, everybody rose up into the air and started flying. After a short time, they saw an empty space stage. They could see many buildings and halls around. Of course, the people from inside the halls could also see them. Groups of 10 surrounded the Temple of Heaven. Many square-shaped pillars appeared, which could accommodate many people. "There are the pillars for each different group," said a strong cultivator who was standing in the center of the Temple of Heaven calmly. The groups of 10 jumped onto their pillars. "Now, after the end of the allocated time, there must be 5 of you on the pillars," said the Golden Mountain cultivator. People on the pillars looked nervous. From 10 people, they were going to be only 5 left. Half of them were going to be eliminated. Many people felt great pressure. They knew it was going to be that way before coming. But still, on Lin Feng's pillar, Jin Zhen looked over the group. Some people looked nervous. One of them said, "People who know they can't win should get down." However, Jin Zhen smiled coldly, looked at 5 people and said, "Thank you very much for joining our group, but 5 people have to be eliminated. Since you came to Golden Mountain, you can stay here and you'll have the opportunity to watch." "Why us 5? asked those 5 people. They all pulled long faces. One of them said, "When you invited us, you didn't say that. That wasn't what I meant. Yuqing can't be eliminated. Dugu can't be eliminated either. He's got the godly imprint king body, and everybody knows Lin Feng too. Therefore, only you can leave. That's the best for the group," said Jinjin calmly. However, the 5 people looked angry. Yuqing suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed to have found a solution, as just after that, someone shrieked and their eyes started bleeding. "Don't waste time," Yuqing said coldly. The 5 people were depressed. It was the sad truth. A few days before, the old man had invited them and had looked honest. However, now, in the blink of an eye, they were eliminated. How cruel! Some of them were devastated. They hadn't anticipated this ruthlessness at all. They weren't the only ones. Many people on the other pillars had to go through the same thing. Lin Feng looked at Yuqing, the first master of Jade Clouds. He looked extremely strong. His eyes were terrifying. He could destroy people's 7 apertures with his skill. Quickly, the 5 rejects jumped off the pillar. Lin Feng thought that if he wasn't famous, he would have been kicked out like the others. After a short time, only 5 people were left on all the pillars. They were all geniuses. In such a short time, half of all the people had been eliminated. Out of nearly 400 people, only around 200 were left. "Now, time for the second round," said the Golden Mountain cultivator. He glanced at the crowd and continued, "The groups of 5 will now fight against other groups of 5. 5 battles. If one side loses, then the whole group is eliminated. If someone doesn't accept, they can challenge 3 people from whole group, and if they win, then they can move on." To avoid losing real heroes because of the groups, they created that rule, thought the crowd when they heard that. Lin Feng's group was extremely powerful. Yuqing, first master of Jade Clouds, could already win 1 battle. Lin Feng could also win 1 battle. "The first ones can challenge first," said the Golden Mountain cultivator. In a split second, someone jumped onto the battle stage. The crowd was startled. It was Prince Wuqing. He was the first one to jump on the battle stage. People already felt sad for whoever was going to be chosen by Prince Wuqing. "You," said Prince Wuqing, pointing at a group on a pillar. Those people pulled long faces. They didn't want to get eliminated. Someone did jump onto the battle stage, but how could that person compete with Prince Wuqing? His 3,000 threads of emotionlessness strength made him emotionless and allowed him to use the 3,000 deadly technique. In the twinkling of an eye, he flattened his opponent and won. After that, the opponents won 1 battle and lost the last one, which meant they were eliminated 2-1 for Prince Wuqing's group. The group had 1 strong cultivator, but he couldn't compete with all the others. "Yuqing, get a win for us first. That way, we'll have the initiative in the next 2 rounds as well," said Jin Zhen to Yuqing. Yuqing nodded. His silhouette flickered and he landed on the battle stage. He opened his eyes and looked at some people. They all pulled long faces. "You," said Yuqing calmly. 1 person from that group jumped onto the battle stage. It was the weakest person of their group, because they had no hope to win against Yuqing. They hoped they'd win the next two battles. The two fighters stood on the battle stage. Yuqing took a step. It looked like his eyes were coming out of his orbits. They were terrifying. Deadly strength rose in the twinkling of an eye. At the same time, his lips moved and strength emerged from his mouth and pulsed out. His opponent suddenly gave out a horrible shriek, and his 7 apertures started bleeding abundantly. Yuqing moved his hands and sent the enemy hurtling back to his pillar. It was a crushing defeat. Second battle. Dugu the winner, you go, said Jinzhen to Dugu the winner. All right. Dugu the winner nodded and jumped onto the battle stage. His opponent also landed in front of him. His chi was terrifying. Bzzz. 3,000 godly imprint lights started floating above the battle stage. It was an incredible display of King Chi. Dugu the winner is really strong. Lang Yi and Jun Mo, she must be really strong too. During those 2 years I progressed too slowly. I only improved my physical strength, thought Lin Feng. Years had passed since the Pathfinder day of the Imperial ranking list in the Holy City. Back then, Lang Yi was at the same cultivation level as Lin Feng, medium-level emperor, but now so much time had passed. Lin Feng had already reached the top of the Huang Qi layer. The others were probably at the same level. After all, even though they weren't as strong as him when it came to fighting back then, they didn't understand Dao strength back then either. People who had king-type bodies became exponentially stronger as they broke through. Their fighting abilities also became more terrifying with time. Dugu the winner's 3,000 godly imprint lights started rising to the skies and fusing together with his Dao strength before crashing onto his opponent. In the end, he won. 2 wins, 1 loss. The 3 other members of the enemy's group turned pale as they were eliminated. With Yuqing and Dugu the winner in the enemy's group, how could they win? The following battles were spectacular. Groups kept getting eliminated. Finally, someone who was in a group of losers challenged 3 cultivators from a rival group and defeated them. Some people recognized him. It was a terrifying cultivator from Supreme Clouds, which explained it all. A few hours later, only 80-some people were left on pillars. The others had been eliminated and wouldn't be able to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. During this 3rd round, even more people will be eliminated. Each of the 5 members of the groups must fight. They must win 3 times. People who are in groups of winners but lose their battle also are eliminated. Those who win their battle and are in groups of winners can fight against 3 people from any group of winners. If they win the 3 battles, they are qualified. The Golden Mountain Cultivator explained slowly. The weakest ones were all getting eliminated quickly. Only the most heroic of all heroes would remain in the end. This time, I'll choose the opponents randomly, said that person calmly. He pointed at 2 groups of 5 people. Their respective members fought against one another. Their battles were incredible. That time, even if a group won, 2 of their members could get eliminated. Cultivators were now ready to use their full strength to win and avoid being eliminated. After several battles, only the strongest alliances were left. Lin Feng was grim. Each time, at least 5 people were eliminated when 2 groups fought. A group couldn't win all the battles, or at least it hadn't happened. Therefore, each time at least 6 people were eliminated. Ru Yun was eliminated. Lin Feng was astonished. Zhuling Huang and the others were in the same group. Yao Yao, Ziling, and Ru Yun had been eliminated already. Only Zhuling Huang, Ru Feng, and a member of Golden Mountain hadn't been eliminated in their group. Your 2 groups. Fight, said the Golden Mountain Cultivator at that moment. He was pointing at Lin Feng and his group on one side, and Prince Wu Qing's group on the other side. They both had first masters. The crowd looked terribly excited. One group had to be eliminated, but Prince Wu Qing and Yu Qing were probably not going to fight. Even if one group was eliminated, they would then choose to challenge 3 people to be qualified. Otherwise, if a master was eliminated before the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, then Prince Wu Qing jumped onto the battle stage. Jinzhen looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, you fight this one. Dugu the winner had already shown how strong he was. Jin Zhen and Yu Qing could defeat the other members of Prince Wu Qing's group. Bing was also strong. They could all win. So now they were thinking that getting rid of Lin Feng was the best thing they could do. Prince Wu Qing. When Lin Feng heard Jin Zhen, he was surprised. The meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds hadn't even started and they were making him fight against Prince Wu Qing. The rule was that only winners who were in groups of losers could challenge 3 people. If they lost, they were directly eliminated. Therefore, if Lin Feng fought against Prince Wu Qing, one of them would be definitely eliminated and wouldn't be able to participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Prince Wu Qing's face looked strange. Lin Feng and Prince Wu Qing came from the Dark Night region, and Prince Wu Qing was very self-confident. But he found it strange that he would fight against Lin Feng, especially since he hoped Lin Feng would participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Lin Feng and Prince Wu Qing had the same thought. Lin Feng also knew that Prince Wu Qing had the 3,000 threads of emotionlessness strength and knew the 3,000 deadly technique had to participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, otherwise it'd be a pity. Therefore, Lin Feng looked at Jin Zhen. He had invited him in, the 3 people had said beautiful words. Of course, Jin Zhen needed him at the beginning because he didn't want anything unexpected to happen. He wanted to reach this part of the process. Thanks to Yu Qing, the one who had a king-type body, and Lin Feng, he had made it here. But now, things were different. Lin Feng was in their alliance, they had to get rid of someone, and without the least hesitation, he decided to get rid of Lin Feng. Jin Zhen and Yu Qing had to be sure they'd be able to participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. "You go for the first battle," replied Lin Feng calmly. When Jin Zhen heard Lin Feng, he frowned and looked at him coldly. Yu Qing and he were supposed to be qualified for the meeting. If they had to, they'd even get rid of Dugu the winner. However, Lin Feng was looking at Jin Zhen and telling him to fight against Prince Wu Qing himself. People around looked amused. There was a problem in that group. They had won all their battles, it was normal to feel pressure, but now the rules were different. If someone lost in a group, they were eliminated even if the group won. "We give up this round." Lin Feng lost, Jin Zhen said to the Golden Mountain cultivator evenly. The referee looked startled, and Lin Feng said, "I agree to make an alliance with you, but I never agreed to listen to your order." "Master, there is no such rule, is there?" "Indeed, there is no such rule," said the Golden Mountain cultivator, nodding and looking at Lin Feng. "Since there is no such rule, Jin Zhen can't give me orders," said Lin Feng calmly. "But someone must fight in the alliance. You can decide together." "How to decide?" "Jin Zhen and Bing are together. They want me to get eliminated," said Lin Feng calmly. "What do you think then?" asked the Golden Mountain cultivator. "Even if my group gives up, I refuse to admit I lost this battle. If anyone says I did, then they don't need to fight against Prince Wu Qing, they can fight against me directly. If I lose, then I'll be the loser. If I win, then they'll be the loser," said Lin Feng indifferently. "Otherwise, I also agree to leave the group and fight alone." "That's a joke. You can't leave an alliance." "Who do you think we are?" said Jin Zhen, taking a step towards Lin Feng and pointing his finger at him. The atmosphere became eerily silent. Lin Feng had the impression Jin Zhen wanted to stab him with that finger. "An alliance doesn't depend on your definition, either," retorted Lin Feng, also taking a step forwards. The air began to churn with rising energies. Lin Feng pointed back at Yu Qing, Holy Spirit swords condensing on his finger and turning into a sword. The energies emerging from both fingers collided. Fissures appeared in the air between them. Yu Qing and the others stepped away, frowning. An internal battle had started. Prince Wu Qing was probably really strong. However, Lin Feng didn't fight not because he didn't dare, but because he didn't think that it was the right time for him to fight against Prince Wu Qing. He wasn't the only one to think that way. Yu Qing thought the same as Lin Feng. It wasn't Yu Qing's time to fight against Prince Wu Qing either. They were both first masters in their respective regions. They'd fight, but not at that moment. Therefore, Yu Qing didn't step up and fight against Prince Wu Qing either. Lin Feng thought the same. Jin Zhen just wanted one of them to be eliminated as if the members of his alliance were his pawns. Lin Feng didn't like that at all. He despised such little people. Now that they wanted to sacrifice him, he burst out into anger. "Insolent!" shouted Jinjin explosively. Terrifying lights illuminated the pillar. Lin Feng was directly in front of him. At such a distance, ordinary emperors would have died because of the energies. "Piss off!" shouted Lin Feng extremely loudly as well. Sounds resonated in Jinjin's brain, and death strength moved into his eyes and godly awareness. At the same time, Lin Feng punched out in his direction. It seemed like it could crush anything. The energies enveloped the two fighters explosively. Rumbling and explosion sounds spread in the air. The crowd saw Jinjin get pushed back. He tried to get back his balance, standing in the air. He looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng jumped towards him, his robe fluttering in the wind. He looked at him coldly and said, "Who the fuck do you think you are? You think you can use me and then get rid of me as you wish? You think you can use us to get qualified for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds? Then I only conclude you're not strong enough to rely on strength to get qualified. You're ridiculous." Lin Feng was humiliating Jinjin. It made him furious. He pulled a long face, especially since he had just been forced back by Lin Feng. What Lin Feng was saying wasn't groundless. He wasn't as strong as Lin Feng, so he wanted to get rid of him? Did he think that he could use other people and didn't need to rely on strength to get qualified for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, just because he was from Golden Mountain? "I'll fight this one." Bing broke in, jumping onto the battle stage. The crowd frowned again. The girl was helping Jinjin. Lin Feng had just overcome Jinjin. So Jinjin couldn't say that Lin Feng was the loser? Otherwise, the crowd would make fun of him. In any case, Jinjin was not satisfied. Bing had decided to sacrifice herself for Jinjin. Jinjin was really strong, and Bing had faith in him. She didn't know why he had been pushed back by Lin Feng, but in her opinion, Jinjin had just been too careless. Actually, if anyone fought in close combat against Lin Feng, the same thing would have happened. Jinjin was extremely strong. Lin Feng was aware of it, but he also knew how strong he himself was. "You will still be out," said Jinjin, glancing at Lin Feng coldly. He landed back on the pillar and stopped looking at Lin Feng, watching the battle stage instead. His eyes were still filled with ice-cold lights though. Bing couldn't win against Prince Wuxia, and rapidly lost. Nobody was surprised. She lost and managed to make people forget about Jinjin's humiliation. For the second battle, Jinjin jumped forwards. He still looked furious. His opponent was extremely strong, but Jinjin overwhelmed his opponent and won quickly. For the third battle, Yuqing fought and won. For the fourth battle, Dugu the winner fought. His 3600 godly imprints condensed and he crushed his enemy. He won too. They had won 3 times. Their group had won. However, according to the rules, Lin Feng had to fight, so he fought and won. People were amazed by their group. If Prince Wuxia hadn't been in their enemy's group, they could have won 5 battles. Yuqing, Jinjin, Lin Feng and Dugu the winner had all won. They were all extremely strong. In the enemy's group, only Prince Wuxia won. If people continue getting eliminated, who will get eliminated in that one? There are tensions between Lin Feng and Jinjin already, thought the crowd. Those who had won and were in winners' groups could stay on the pillars. Almost 400 strong cultivators and now only 40 are left, thought those watching. Some people frowned, others sighed. People who were going to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds were all terrifyingly strong. However, the real battles would start during the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Besides, Golden Mountain still seemed to think that 40 people was too much, so it wasn't over yet. They still wanted to eliminate people, but the groups weren't equal anymore. Some groups had 3 people, some groups had 4 people, and some rare groups still had 5 people. Some rare groups also had only 1 person left. People who were in groups who had lost and had then challenged 3 people consecutively and won. The Golden Mountain cultivator was standing in the air watching impassively. He glanced at the crowd and said, "Golden Mountain can select 30 people. Therefore, there are a dozen people who have to be eliminated. We have 10 groups, each group can choose 1 person to eliminate. If there is a disagreement, you can fight to solve the issue. People who get eliminated can challenge 3 winners. If they win, they stay, and the defeated ones are eliminated, said the Golden Mountain Cultivator calmly. The fighters were nervous, as it was the last round. They needed to eliminate 10 people. Perfect, there were 10 groups left. Round by round, said the strong cultivator glancing at the groups. He said, "You 3, who do you want to eliminate?" The 3 cultivators pulled long faces. They were extremely strong to have made it there. Now if someone wanted to fight against 3 people and win, it would be really difficult because only the strongest cultivators were left. However, nobody could change the rules. In that group, 2 people looked at the third at the same time. That person pulled a long face. Everybody had fought so far, so people were aware of everyone's strength. Maybe some people had hidden their real strength, but such people were rare. The person the other 2 cultivators looked at was indeed the weakest man in their group. He said nothing and resigned himself. He still tried to challenge 3 people, but he lost quickly. He was eliminated. He wouldn't be able to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Heroes are now getting eliminated, thought Lin Feng, watching those people. The 2 people left were extremely strong. At the beginning, there were nearly 400 people, and now only 30 would be qualified. It was quite cruel. People were eliminated one after the other. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Finally, it was the turn of Lin Feng's group. Many people watched them carefully. Yu Qing, the first master of Jade Clouds, Jin Zhen from Golden Mountain, Dugu, the winner who had a king-type body, and Lin Feng. Those 4 people were extremely strong. None of them would accept getting eliminated. Jin Zhen looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Jin Zhen. "Will you challenge 3 people straight away, or do we need to fight first?" said Lin Feng calmly. Jin Zhen looked at him in a very icy way. He hadn't had time to say anything. Lin Feng had already talked, as if Jin Zhen was the one who deserved to be eliminated the most. Yu Qing obviously couldn't get eliminated. There was a conflict between Lin Feng and Jin Zhen. Dugu, the winner, acted as if it all had nothing to do with him. Therefore, Lin Feng and Jin Zhen wanted to eliminate one another. Actually, Dugu, the winner, was lucky that there were tensions between Lin Feng and Jin Zhen. "That's exactly what I wanted to say," replied Jin Zhen calmly. "Think carefully. We can fight, I don't mind. But if you get injured, then challenging 3 people won't be easy for you, and that way, you won't be able to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds," said Lin Feng. Jin Zhen looked at him coldly and said, "Come." After that, he jumped out and landed on the battle stage, staring at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with murder. Tao power filled the air, and his cosmic energies rose to the skies. Lin Feng looked at Jin Zhen and slowly walked forwards. Jin Zhen stretched out his arm and golden cosmic energies turned into a gigantic golden hammer. "Hammer refining technique?" the crowd murmured. The members of Golden Mountain practiced weapon cultivation, so their weapons were powerful. Lin Feng also jumped onto the stage, a loud sound ringing out. A terrifying black sword appeared above Lin Feng's head. It looked extremely sharp and vibrating ominously. "Weapon King intent?" The crowd frowned. Was that Lin Feng's spirit? Why did he have that kind of intent? The cosmic energies of that sword were terrifying. They were even more powerful than Jin Zhen's cosmic energies. Jin Zhen frowned, and his hammer moved. Deployment lights twinkled all over it. Jin Zhen rose up into the air, raising his hammer. Clouds appeared and a strong wind started blowing, the air turning dark. A terrifying strength rose up, trying to crush the sky. "How strong! That strength is really oppressive," murmured the crowd, staring at the golden lights. The lights were getting more and more intense. Their Tao power looked incredible. Lin Feng just looked at Jin Zhen coldly. His sword was now humming at an ear-splitting level. The strength of the earth, the sky, and the 10,000 things of creation condensed and fused together with the sword. At the same time, terrifying deployment marks started intertwining around it. Lin Feng started condensing the required strength for the celestial stage deployment spell, and the sword slowly fused together with it. His energies became more and more oppressive as well. Felt like nothing could block that sword. The terrifying energies were screaming at one another. Jin Jun's hammer streaked across the sky. People's hearts were pounding at its chi. The hammer grew even more gigantic, and many hammer shadows appeared around it, converging on Lin Feng. Go! Lin Feng also released his gigantic sword with the celestial stage deployment spell. It turned into a beam of light and shot towards the hammer. Around the gigantic sword, a dark demon vortex appeared and absorbed everything in its path. The hammer shadows were all destroyed, and the hammer and the gigantic sword collided in a horrendous impact. Energies thundered and were rent asunder. Jin Jun was hurled backwards once again. His hammer was broken, but the sword continued moving towards him. Break! Jin Jun furiously punched out and made the air shake violently, trying to collapse space around it. His strength struck the gigantic sword again, and it finally broke apart. At the same time, a hurricane came howling for him. Jin Jun saw a dark fist moving towards him, space rippling around it. Jin Jun raised his fist to block, and the sound of his bones breaking was clearly audible. He was smashed away again. He shouted furiously, and dazzling lights penetrated into Lin Feng's brain. Die! Death Dao surged out and carried everything away. At the same time, a death sword appeared. Lin Feng raised both fists and punched out with thunderous force. The crowd saw Jin Jun get smashed away, covered with blood and coughing up scarlet. He fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. People's hearts were pounding. How strong! That gigantic sword, and his physical strength. The crowd was staring at Lin Feng in astonishment. No wonder he dared act that arrogantly. He would probably rank quite well in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Lin Feng watched Jin Jun get up and said coldly, "You're not qualified to participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds." He turned around and went back onto the pillar. Dugu the winner, Lin Feng, and Yu Qing were left. Jin Jun's face paled. He was still coughing up blood. The strong cultivator from Golden Mountain said to him, "You can either choose to challenge 3 people or give up." When Jin Jun heard that, his face twisted. How could he challenge 3 people? Those people were all heroes. "I give up," said Jin Jun, staring at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't even bother to look at him. Jin Jun was a nobody to him. Lin Feng wanted to focus on the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. After their fight, more people were eliminated. "Congratulations, everybody," said the strong cultivator, smiling at the crowd. "You are now 30. You will participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds." The others may still watch, however. When they heard that, they all smiled indifferently. Those who had been eliminated didn't look happy at all, though. They were desperate, sad, disappointed. They would only able to watch. "All right, you can disperse. 1 more month. Get ready for the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds," said the referee calmly. Necklaces flew towards all those who had been qualified. They grabbed them and placed their godly awareness inside. Silhouettes flickered as the people left. 1 more month was left. Lin Feng headed back to his rooms. Some people were traveling with him now. Yao Yao smiled at him and said, "Brother Lin Feng, I'll help you make some pellets. They'll help you recover in case of physical or soul injuries. If you get injured during the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, they'll be useful. Of course, it would be best if nothing happened to you, of course." Even though many people were going to participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, nobody knew what the Fortune Shrine thought. For many people, the shrines were mysterious. Only powerful groups of Godly Cloud City had the opportunity to meet people from the shrines. Lin Feng was curious about the shrines, but he didn't do any research about them. He was convinced that he was going to learn more about them during the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. The meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds would allow him to learn about the very heart of the cultivation world. "I'll take the soul pellet, but I don't need other pellets. I can control life cosmic energies," said Lin Feng, smiling back at her. Yao Yao's eyes twinkled and she said, "Brother Lin Feng, you know so many types of cosmic energies." "Indeed many," he agreed. Hi, even though I can't participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, I will be happy to watch you, as well as Brother Ling don't fight against one another." said Yao Yao, looking over at Zhou Huang. Lin Feng and Zhou Huang glanced at one another, but said nothing. They were both unwilling to fight one another, but if they had to, neither of them would flinch, of course. Both knew they might have to fight against one another during the meeting. There's one more month. Brother Lin Feng, what are you going to do? Asked Yao Yao to Lin Feng. Practice and relax. I need to make my foundation even more stable, replied Lin Feng. He couldn't do much in a month. He would stay in Golden Mountain and practice cultivation. He wanted to make his strength more stable and become stronger. He didn't feel any pressure, as he knew he could end up in the top 100. But nobody could anticipate what was going to happen during the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. All right, good, I'll practice cultivation too. I'll try to catch up with you too. Yao Yao grinned. Lin Feng went back to his residence and isolated himself from the outside world to practice cultivation. The exams at Holy Cultivation Tower, Demon Sect and Ghosts and Spirits Temple were over too. They had all selected 30 people. Like Golden Mountain, those who had been selected were also heroes. In Holy Cultivation Tower, outside of a tower, 2 strong cultivators gazed into the distance coldly. Wang Shi, during the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, if I have to fight against you or Lin Feng, I'll be merciless, declared Lei Dongtian, dark culpa lights twinkling around him. Wang Shi looked at Lei Dongtian and grunted coldly. Someone rose up into the air and stopped next to him. It was Wang Jie. The Pellet King's clan had found a way to send Wang Jie to Holy Cultivation Tower. Wang Jie and Wang Shi were both going to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Not far from them, outside of another tower, someone gazed into the distance as well and whispered, Feng, I have the feeling you're in Godly Cloud City. You'll probably participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. In Ghosts and Spirits Temple, a dark mist surrounded a silhouette. That person's eyes were pitch black. He looked terrifyingly bestial. Little boys, get ready for the carnage, said Tianhun evilly and coldly. Lin Feng, I've heard that you are in the eastern town too. Even if your physical strength is great, I'll still crush you. In another town of Godly Cloud City, bestial chi dashed to the skies from a mountaintop. The people there all looked sanguinary and bloodthirsty. They looked like born killers. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds was going to start. In the northern town, a young man on a flatland stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was wearing a cyan robe and releasing king chi which filled the air. He looked like an arrogant king, his eyes sharp, the vision of a peerless cultivator. There was a person at the top of Holy Mountain. He looked happy, relaxed, and lighthearted, a well-educated scholar above worldly strife. He didn't release any chi. Behind him, someone slowly arrived. Lin Feng knew that person. Xianrun from Holy Mountain. Brother, this time you have to rank first at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, whispered Xianran to the young man. He didn't reply, his composure unchanged. Not far away, a bald Buddhist monk who was holding beads walked slowly and gazed into the distance. He put his palms together and slowly closed his eyes. Then he sat down cross-legged. He also looked pure and above worldly strife. That silly monk is pretending again, said Xianren. However, the Buddhist monk was already meditating. The outside world had nothing to do with him anymore. Somewhere else, a bald man was bathing in sunlight. He wasn't a Buddhist monk, however. He was courting a beautiful woman. He smiled and said, There are many strong cultivators in the continent of the 9 clouds. We should be a couple and have children. Maybe if we're lucky, the gods will grant us some gifts. Someone heard those shameless words. There was no lack of strange things in the continent of the 9 clouds. There were many geniuses. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds was about to start, and someone surprisingly dared harass a beautiful woman. It was quite strange. Somewhere else, Ho Qinglin was composed as he gazed into the distance. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds was about to start, and he was going to participate. However, it was the first time in his life he had doubts. There were so many extremely strong cultivators. Jian Mang and Ho Qinglin were different. Jian Mang couldn't see anything. At that moment, He was sitting on a stone pillar and waiting calmly. In the eastern town, Prince Wuxia was seated in a golden palace. His emotionless intent filled the air. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds was finally going to start. It was approaching quickly. Among all the geniuses who had been selected for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, all had different thoughts. They knew that soon they'd be fighting against people from other places. All those people were powerful and influential. Who would stand at the top? Very far away in the Dark Night region, in the Holy City in Champion University, years had passed. The atmosphere remained unchanged. They continued recruiting students. Tiantai had become the most powerful group in Champion University. Yun Qingyan was always very busy recruiting people. Each time they recruited new people, they brought them to the Champion Palace, and the name at the very top of the Celestial Champion ranking list was Lin Feng. Each time, the newcomers' hearts were filled with admiration and intent. For ancient holy clans had bullied him back in the days, and in return Lin Feng had destroyed Ji Chong with his sword attack. In the Celestial Mountains, 2 old men were playing chess. Ancestor Shi Tian put a piece down and smiled. These years, Lin Feng caused great trouble in Chiton Holy Town. Then he disappeared. Now, the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds is going to start soon. I would guess Lin Feng is there. Ancestor Xian Tian moved his piece and said calmly, even though Lin Feng is strong, the continent of the 9 clouds is gigantic. There will be many geniuses there. Only a few years have passed, he can't be that strong either. If he manages to get selected to participate in the meeting, then he can be proud of himself already. His name will continue dazzling in the Champion Palace. Old buddy, you underestimate Lin Feng, said Ancestor Shi Tian, smiling indifferently. Maybe, Ancestor Xian Tian grunted. Someone arrived, and the 2 old men turned around and asked, what's going on? That person wants to take the champion exam, said the new arrival, sharp lights twinkling in his eyes. The 2 old men smiled. All right. Things change with time. Champion University embraces change, too. After that, he continued playing. Ancestor Xian Tian looked funny suddenly. He started fuming with anger, and his eyes were glaring as he shouted furiously, how shameless! But Ancestor Shi Tian laughed and left, ignoring him. Those days, stars were particularly dazzling in the continent of the 9 clouds, just like the candidates of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. At the Snow Clan, there was lots of snow around as normal. Some old men were together walking on the ice. How strong is Zhetian now? Whispered one of the old men at that moment. He's now a Zun cultivator. He'll definitely break through to the Huang Qi layer within 2 years, replied the other one. Good. Have you noticed anything strange? Asked the old man. Nothing. He now understands several sorts of strength. He'll be able to turn them into cosmic energies in the future. Before his 18th birthday, he'll definitely be a great emperor. All right, before Zhetian breaks through to the Di Qi layer, don't let him go out. Don't spoil him either. He must retain the heart of a newborn baby. I understand. What about Ling Long? She still refuses to come out. Yes, she's been meditating in seclusion. Sometimes, she helps Zhetian train. But there's always someone following her. Nothing will happen to her. Besides, she's trying to become a great emperor now. Good. Don't put too much pressure on her. Is Shuai back? I don't know where he is. The old man smiled wryly and shook his head. No problem. If I remember well, the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds is going to start soon. Send some people to watch, said the other old man with a nod. Somewhere else, far above the clouds, floated a celestial castle. A young man was seated cross-legged within, his eyes closed. Behind him were 81 ancient doors. They contained a terrifying sealing qi. Not far from him was a middle-aged man. He looked like a god. He had his hands clasped behind his back. He looked calm and unruffled as he watched the young man who was practicing cultivation. At that moment, the young man opened his eyes, and suddenly the 81 ancient doors turned into 9 doors before merging into his blood. He smiled and looked to the middle-aged man. Teacher, I've told you many times not to call me teacher. I don't have disciples, said the middle-aged man calmly. The young man scratched his head, looking embarrassed, but he smiled and said, "In my heart, you're my teacher. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. As you wish. The Fortune Shrine is going to organize the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. If you have time, you can go and watch," said the older man, before turning into a beam of light and disappearing. The young man watched the silhouette disappear and smiled wryly. Even though that man had taught him a lot, he still had some enigmatic and unfathomable powers. However, the young man didn't even know who he was. He only knew that he was extremely strong, stronger than he could imagine. He didn't even know if the body he saw was that man's real body. "Meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds?" repeated the young man with a smile. Then his silhouette flickered and he left. In Godly Cloud City, in the eastern town, in Golden Mountain, all the strong cultivators gathered together, 30 of them. They were going to participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. There were many people behind them, all people who had been accepted into the city. In front of them, an aged yet strong cultivator stood there, his eyes closed. He released no chi at all. However, the crowd knew that he was incredibly strong. He was going to bring these people to the inner part of the city for the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. "Is everybody here?" asked the old man indifferently, his eyes still closed. Someone next to him replied instantly, "We can leave any time. Everybody is here." "All right," replied the old man with a nod. He opened his eyes. The people had the sensation those eyes could make them faint. He glanced over at the crowd. They all had one thought. This old man was terrifying. "Since everybody is here, let's go," said the old man calmly. He waved and suddenly, power surrounded the crowd. The strength was dazzling. Everybody was lifted up into the air, before turning into a beam of light and disappearing. They weren't teleporting, but the crowd understood that at this kind of speed, the difference between moving and teleportation wasn't big. It was a terrifying speed. After a few seconds, the crowd suddenly stopped. They glanced around and realized there was nothing around them. They were stuck in some other space. In front of them was a door 100 zhang high. It looked both dignified and majestic. There were some grand carvings on it, extremely lifelike. The dragon god of the east, the vermilion bird of the south. They looked alive. The door was truly impressive. "That's the door to the inner part of Godly Cloud City? What is on the other side?" Lin Feng studied the door. It seemed to separate two worlds. Why were the 12 towns of Godly Cloud City outside? What kind of place was the inner part of Godly Cloud City? Why weren't the two parts connected? A strong wind started blowing. The crowd turned around and saw a group of people wearing black clothes. Those people had been brought by Demon Sect. Very quickly, the two other groups also arrived, Holy Cultivation Tower and Ghosts and Spirits Temple. Lin Feng saw some people he knew. They had been brought by other groups. "So everybody is here?" asked a Holy Cultivation Tower cultivator calmly. The leaders of the groups nodded, and someone said, "Summon the Wheel of Fortune." The 4 lead cultivators nodded, stepping forwards, and dazzling lights suddenly illuminated the door. Instantly, the door began to shine, and blinding lights rose to the skies. People raised their heads, their hearts pounding. They could see something. 12 lights. Those lights seemed indestructible and eternal. The inner part of Godly Cloud City is open, they thought. The meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Finally, there was a door in front of every group of people from the 12 towns. The 12 doors had now opened themselves. The crowd looked at them, but only saw boundless emptiness within. The 4 strong cultivators turned around and looked at the crowd. "Cross the door. You must all respect the strict rules. If you violate the rules, you'll get killed, you understand?" "Yes," everybody nodded. The 4 strong cultivators looked particularly grave and solemn. They glanced at one another and nodded. "Follow us," they said at the same time as they turned around and crossed the door. Phew! Many people took a deep breath. They all wanted to see the inner part of Godly Cloud City, and what glories were there. However, when they crossed the door and saw what was behind, they were stunned. Was this the inner part of Godly Cloud City? All they could see was a boundless emptiness with millions of platforms, going on endlessly. Go, let's go. The 4 strong cultivators led the way, and the crowd followed. After a short time, they arrived before a flight of stairs which led to the platforms. Nobody said anything, they just followed calmly. After a short time, stars appeared in the sky. The platforms started glittering and showing some brilliant lights. A terrifying hurricane wind swept past them with a howl as multiple energy waves rose and fell. The platforms started rotating and rising up. "What's going on?" murmured Lin Feng and some others. Where were they going? Nobody knew. The strong cultivators of the 12 towns rose up into the air along with the gigantic platforms. The platforms turned into real worlds. It felt like they could see the remotest corners of the world around them. Everybody seemed caught in a dream and could only watch. People on the platforms had the impression they had shrunk down because they could see the groups from the 12 other towns. They understood that only 1,000 people could participate in the battles. The platforms continued rising. Nobody knew where they were going, and so they didn't move. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the sky. A warm light was illuminating the platforms and surrounding the crowd. Gradually, many gigantic stone pillars appeared before them, looking like illusions. Finally, the people on the platforms could see everyone. Above them, a vast layer of chi was floating. Some ancient buildings appeared. Many people looked at them, as if they were waiting for them. What's that? The fighters were curious. Where were they? Was this the inner part of Godly Cloud City? "Welcome to Fortune City," said someone. People's hearts started pounding. Lin Feng was astonished. Fortune City. He knew Fortune City. In the small world, back then, he was extremely weak, but he had been to Fortune City. It was in the central part of Ba Huang. However, at that moment, was he in Fortune City again? He saw an old man descended from the sky slowly. When Lin Feng saw him, he frowned. His eyes suddenly filled with sharp lights. He was staring at the old man, who he was fated to meet again. The diviner. His cultivation level is still enigmatic and unfathomable. But he looks more real to me now, thought Lin Feng. His heart was drumming in his chest. The diviner was here. In the central part of the continent of the 9 clouds, he could once again see the diviner. What was the Fortune City he had seen in the small world? And was it the real diviner there? Maybe that Fortune City and the diviner didn't exist for real. Maybe they were just shadows? The diviner looked at the crowd, smiled gently, and spoke. This time, Fortune City is in charge of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. First, let's talk about the meeting. All the geniuses of the continent of the 9 clouds have gathered to come to Godly Cloud City. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds takes place every 100 years, but the powerful groups of Godly Cloud City hold their tongues. They don't reveal the secrets of the event. Some of you are here to participate, some of you are here to watch. When you leave, don't tell anyone about what happened here. People outside can see what's going on here, but they don't know where we are. I understand, everybody agreed. They understood that the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds was the biggest battle stage of the continent of the 9 clouds. For the participants, it might be the beginning of a new life. As usual, during the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, many people will die. Even if you are geniuses, you may die here. Therefore, if you want to leave now, you can. Nobody forces you to stay. This is the last time I ask. Does anyone want to leave? The diviner asked solemnly. Nobody replied. They had done so much to get here. How could they flee? Even if it was dangerous, they had to fight. When the diviner saw that nobody replied, he smiled warmly. In the end, 100 people will be selected. Those people will be allowed to come and go from the inner part of Godly Cloud City as they wish. Of course, in the future, they will know where the inner part of Godly Cloud City really is and what it is. People were startled again. They understood that the inner part of Godly Cloud City wasn't something simple. Maybe the inner part of Godly Cloud City was the real center of the continent of the 9 clouds, and was the place where the shrines were? Lin Feng and many other people thought about that. They saw no trace of the shrines around them. However, in the continent of the Nine Clouds there were many legends about the shrines. Maybe in the inner part of Godly Cloud City, they would finally discover the truth. Only 100 people would be selected and would have the opportunity to go to the center of the world. Every 100 years, 100 people, an average of a mere one person a year. The first 50 people will have the opportunity to become part of Fortune City. In other words, a shrine's disciple. Of course, since we're in charge of the event this year, you'll have the opportunity to become a disciple of the Fortune Shrine. The first 10 cultivators will have the opportunity to become core disciples, continued the diviner. That made everybody's heart twitch. If they ended up in the top 10, they'd become direct disciples in a shrine. Usually, when they heard about a shrine's disciples, they heard of ordinary disciples. Ordinary disciples had to display great abilities to become core disciples. Of course, the top 3 cultivators will receive even more. You'll receive the gifts after the end of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. The diviner smiled. Besides, I'd like to remind you that the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds doesn't only consist of battles. We will first test your abilities, intent, understanding of cultivation, and so on. Therefore, cultivators from wealthy and powerful clans won't have the advantage. The exam is extremely fair. Are you all ready? The diviner asked calmly. People's eyes twinkled. They weren't just going to battle. People who had received a lot from their clans looked frustrated. The rules were against them. Lights descended from the sky, and the people saw a rotating fortress in front of them. A fake world appeared. The fortune wheel is activated. People who will participate in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, get onto the flight of stairs and sit on the pillars, ordered the diviner patiently. The participants raised their heads and looked at the pillars before climbing up and stepping atop them. Now, the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds is going to start. Go into the fortress. Once inside, fate seeds will turn into life and you'll all be the same. Your physical strength, your soul strength, your cultivation level, you will all have the exact same level. Everything will depend on your fate. To exist inside, you'll need to obtain new powers. I will not help you. You will only be able to rely on yourselves. All you will be able to take will depend on your most basic body, your awakened spirit, your temper, and your intent. Are you ready now? The diviner went on. Everyone looked solemn and respectful. They sat down on the pillars, wondering what was awaiting them. Nobody could be sure. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled before slowly closing them. Some people were going to be famous, some others were going to fall. Some people had incredible spells, others had incredible great imperial weapons. But in the fortress, nothing mattered. They had no advantage in there. They were all the same. That was extremely fair. Everybody agreed with it. Fortune lights appeared and surrounded the pillars. Lin Feng had the sensation his life was being taken away. He trembled and realized he had landed on the ground. He glanced around and found he was in another world. I can't control my body anymore. What a strange strength, he thought, somewhat surprised. He stretched out his hands. It wasn't his body was probably still on the pillar. What he controlled there was his life. My strength? Lin Feng flexed his hands and realized that he was extremely weak. Everybody was the same. They had gone back to the source of cultivation. As the diviner had said, what they could take depended on their awakened spirit, temper, talent, and intent. They had nothing else. Tianqi layer, murmured Lin Feng. He realized he had the strength of the Tianqi layer. He was extremely weak. Why the Tianqi layer, though? Lin Feng guessed that in the Great World, they considered the Tianqi layer the starting point of the Huangqi layer. It was when cultivators understood human and earth fusion, they could fly, they started understanding the strength of the earth and sky, their pure qi became real, and their spirit started taking real shapes. From the top of the Huangqi layer down to the Tianqi layer, I'm not used to it, thought Lin Feng with a smile. However, he was convinced that real geniuses could start all over from the beginning and rise. That's what the diviner wanted to see. How they would rise again. Back around the platforms, the diviner was standing in the air. The diviner, as well as everyone else, could clearly see what was going on there. The emperors had arrived first and were soon followed by cultivators of the Di-Chi layer. "Is that the destiny technique?" whispered an old man, looking at the scenery. He knew that everything here was fake, an illusion. However, for the people in there, it all looked real. They're fighting at the lowest level, their cultivation level is oppressed. They also don't have any spells or strength. They have nothing anymore. They have to rise again, they're starting from scratch. That's the most rudimentary and yet the most complex part of the meeting. Many people will get eliminated, the watchers were discussing. The crowd from Godly Cloud City could also see the diviner's fake world. It was just like everything was happening before them. In the illusionary world, many fighters bumped into beasts. Many others were annoyed to have lost their special powers. Some people were torn apart by powerful beasts. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. The crowd shivered. They looked at the top of a pillar, where someone slowly collapsed and their chi disappeared. Dead! When the crowd saw that, they frowned in shock. Wasn't it an illusion? Why was that person dead? Their real bodies hadn't even gone into the illusion. Powerful illusions are connected to the real world. The diviner is so powerful that he can create such things. Others admonished them, looking at that person. Their hearts sped up. A genius had fallen already. Many people imagined what would have happened to them if they had been there. I warned all the participants that they could fall here. If they thought that it didn't matter, that they would, at most, be eliminated, they weren't determined enough. People have to understand that they can die, said the diviner calmly. The crowd's hearts skipped a beat. People who participated in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds were geniuses and determined. Only one person had fallen so far. Inside the illusionary world, Lin Feng was in a forest where he realized that the biggest problem wasn't that his cultivation level was restrained. It wasn't that his physical strength was restrained either. The biggest problem was that his memories were blurry. His spells, skills, and techniques were all blurred. If he wanted to obtain strength again, he had to start from scratch. It was as if his brain had turned into a completely blank page. Of course, a blank page was perfect to draw upon. A strong wind started blowing, and some bestial chi filled the air. Before, such a bestial chi would have seemed extremely weak in front of Lin Feng. However, at that moment he had the impression it was powerful. A great rock appeared and looked at him coldly. It looked thirsty for blood. Oh no, a Tian-level beast, and I have no spell, skill or technique, thought Lin Feng, looking at the beast coldly. He started running, not wanting to fight at all. A moment before, he was asking himself questions about cultivation and how to pass the exam. Now he was just thinking about how to survive. The great rock flew at him, shrieking. Lin Feng sensed the oppressive energies. His eyes turned dark, and everything became distinct around him. That was the power of his spirit. He could only use the most original strength which his spirit granted him. He condensed pure chi in his arms and continued flying away. However, the great rock was faster and caught up with him, opening its talons. Brother Lin Feng. In the outside world, Yao Yao was shaking. How dangerous! Was the great rock going to rip Lin Feng to pieces? Lin Feng suddenly stopped, turning and moving sideways, and the talons passed him by. Lin Feng grabbed the great rock's leg and punched its abdomen using pure chi. The bird cawed furiously as a hole appeared in its guts. But then it pushed Lin Feng from above and Lin Feng was driven down to the ground. However, he quickly crawled back up, turning his head and looking at the injured great rock. The great rock opened his wings, rose up and flew away. Blood dripped as it flew away. Lin Feng took a deep breath. How dangerous! He hadn't thought the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds would be so complicated. Of course, Lin Feng was still convinced he could pass. Even though he had no spells, techniques, or skills, he had experience. Rising back would be no problem. Lin Feng continued walking, even more determined now. Even though Tian-level cultivators could fly, Lin Feng didn't dare at this time, as there were too many dangerous beasts in the forest. If he drew the beast's attention, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Tian-level cultivators can condense pure chi. Apart from pure chi, they can also use intent to fight. Even if I understand only one type of intent, it should be easy, thought Lin Feng as he continued walking. Quickly, he bumped into another powerful beast, a demon fox. It looked into his eyes. Lin Feng had the impression he had fallen into an illusion. At that moment, the fox stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly saw a celestial woman. It was Meng Qing. He surprisingly could see Meng Qing there. Lin Feng bit his lips to draw blood. Meng Qing, the Snow Clan, his eyes became ice cold. As the fox was attacking him, he took a step backwards, raised his fist, and then punched out in the direction of the fox's head. Lin Feng's clothes were torn apart. A burning wound appeared on his hip. He had almost been killed. The fox collapsed. Lin Feng tore the fox's thorax violently. He lifted it and absorbed the strength it contained. He continued on, still determined. He had to understand the mechanisms of the diviner's world. Therefore, even in the event of danger, he had to find solutions. Problems would arise if he didn't become strong quickly enough in comparison to other people. Lin Feng continued walking in the forest aimlessly. He didn't need a target destination, he needed strength. He encountered many dangers, and his clothes were soon completely shredded, but he still continued on relentlessly. Lin Feng saw a monumental earthworm in the forest. Could spit fire, but it was extremely slow. Lin Feng moved like the wind, swift and agile, like a petal. That was the intent he had studied these days. He landed before the earthworm and pure fire chi attacked the earthworm's body. However, the attack didn't kill it. What an incredible defense! At the same time, he jumped away, and a wind made of sword strength shot towards the earthworm's back. The earthworm roared in fury. Lin Feng attacked it a few times before the sword pure chi crashed into the earthworm's only eye. After a short time, Lin Feng managed to kill the earthworm. He headed into a cave and sat down cross-legged. He said to himself, I can condense pure chi. I should create a skill or a technique. That would help me break through. When Lin Feng was a Tian-level cultivator, he used to use the Cosmos Burning Sun technique and Tian-level scriptures. Even though he could create a similar technique quickly because he had experience, he wanted to make an even more powerful technique. He wanted to absorb the strength of the earth and sky, condense pure chi and break through. That way, he'd be able to face the other cultivators. The geniuses were probably doing the same as him. Sooner or later, battles were going to start, and their lives would be in peril. The diviner had sent them to an unknown world and taken everything from them. They could only rely on their talent and intent to become stronger. Lin Feng didn't know whether that world followed the same rules as the outside world or not. Maybe it only looked similar. Even though Lin Feng's cultivation level was very low in this world, his experience remained unchanged. It took Lin Feng half a month to create a new skill. A powerful absorbing strength appeared in the cave as he absorbed 5 kinds of strength, condensed pure chi, and used his pure chi to refine his veins. His pure chi grew more powerful. Lin Feng was inhaling and exhaling chi. It was the skill he had thought of. To become stronger, absorbing 5 sorts of strength to condense pure chi was an excellent method. More days passed and Lin Feng opened his eyes. Lights glittered in his eyes. He had practiced with single-hearted devotion and without distracting thoughts, becoming one with the earth. He could absorb 5 sorts of strength and use them for himself. His new skill also contained some attacks. He could now easily defeat the beasts in this world. I'll go out and see if I can become an extremely strong cultivator here, thought Lin Feng. Now that he had a set of spells, skills, and techniques, he wanted to know how to pass that test. Apart from leveling up, was there anything else he needed to do? After leaving the cave, Lin Feng moved quickly, intending to leave that forest. After a short time, he bumped into a terrifying beast, a Maharaga which spat out poison at him. Lin Feng used wind intent and merged with the wind, looking like a great rock. He shook his arms and a real great rock's silhouette appeared, brandishing its golden claws, able to conquer every obstacle. It moved towards the Maharaga and ripped into it. Blood started gushing. The gigantic Maharaga roared defiantly. Lin Feng's punch turned into a beam of light. His pure qi turned into an earth attack, as heavy as a hammer. He crushed the Maharaga into pieces. After Lin Feng killed it, he took its heart and absorbed its pure qi. He wasn't worried. He knew that despite his cultivation level, he could cope with the power of the pure qi. The forest was extremely vast. Lin Feng was walking and didn't forget to practice cultivation at the same time. He was becoming stronger at a terrifying speed. Lin Feng understood something then. It was no surprise that extremely strong cultivators could progress quickly. Lin Feng's cultivation was restrained in this world, but relying on his unique cultivation experience and understanding abilities, it felt like was no limit due to his cultivation level. As a Tian-level cultivator, he had no limit. It was extremely easy for strong cultivators to break through until they started trying to break through to the Di-Chi layer. People in the outside world could see everything distinctly. Everybody who was stuck in that world started making skills and techniques, and also killed beasts. Some people progressed quickly, some people progressed slowly. The crowd also realized that some beasts protected caves in which there were spells, weapons, skills, and techniques, treasures there to help the fighters. There were dozens of people in each forest. Of course, there were exits, each guarded by a powerful beast. To leave, they had go through those exits. However, nobody had succeeded yet. After finding an exit, many people had been encircled by groups of powerful beasts and had been killed. Some days passed and finally, someone managed to break free from the beast's encirclement and leave. It was a group of people with some terrifying cultivators. After that, someone managed to leave on their own. It was Hua Qingfeng, the first master of godly clouds. He was wearing white clothes, looked like a scholar, had a celestial book spirit, and he strictly enforced the principles he learned in the Holy Scriptures. One word, and he could release an infinity of swords. The beasts couldn't stop him. Lin Feng also started bumping into other cultivators. He learned about the exits. At that moment, he also joined a group of people. It's the valley in front of us, we can't fly there. We must walk. If we want to leave, we have to go through it. Many powerful beasts are there. Some beasts have the strength of the top of the Tianqi layer. Even though we could destroy them when he had the strength of the Huangqi layer, now they can easily kill us. Some people died in there already. That's why we started gathering together, someone explained. The man's name was Lu Lanyu. He looked skinny, but sharp lights glittered in his eyes. He looked like a supernatural being. He had started gathering people and had also invited Lin Feng to join them. How powerful are the creatures in the valley? Asked someone. I'm not sure, but I am convinced that to pass the exam of the shrine, we have to leave the valley quickly. Even if it's dangerous, we have to go and check. Since we're already a big group, other people have probably thought of doing the same as us. We can't be too weak, otherwise, the other groups will eliminate us, replied Lu Lanyu calmly. I agree with Lu Lanyu. We can slowly practice cultivation in this forest, but we can't stay here forever. We don't know how strong other people are getting. Maybe if we become extremely strong, we might be eliminated because we'll be too late. We have to check, said someone else. There were 7 people there, but they all hid their cultivation. After all, they were all geniuses and it was an exam. Some people had ulterior motives. Hiding their cultivation level was easy for them. They were geniuses, they could easily learn such small things. They were competitors in here, not allies. They had agreed to form an alliance because they really needed it. Let's go, said Lin Feng. His eyes were twinkling. At that moment, he had the strength of the 9th Tianqi layer. Of course, he also hid his cultivation level just like the others. Let's go, agreed Lu Lanyu, following him. A twinkling sword appeared above him. When people saw that terrifying Tian-level weapon, they were startled. It could kill some of them. I was lucky. I found this sword in a lake. It's swift and ice-cold, perfect for me. Lu Lanyu smiled at them. Apart from him, someone else had a great blade. He had also been lucky in the forest. They entered the valley and suddenly an extremely cold wind filled with bestial energies started blowing. Be careful, since we're a team, we must cooperate. Who wants to defend? Said Lu Lanyu to the others. A strong-looking guy moved forwards and said, I will. Alright, Fanjiang, you help us defend. I'll attack quickly. Who else can attack quickly and help me destroy enemies quickly? I will, said the one who had the gigantic blade. Good. We'll stay in the front. Who's quick? Me, said someone else. Lin Feng also came out and said, I control wind intent. You cover us and kill those that manage to get through our net, said Lu Lanyu. The last two ones you kill as you can. We don't know what we'll go through, so we have to be really careful and kill our enemies quickly. They continued moving through the valley in two lines. They soon saw a group of beasts. So many beasts. They're all level 4 or 5 Tian level beasts. It shouldn't be too difficult. Let's go, said Lu Lanyu. Everybody followed quickly. Defenders stay in formation. If we surround them, we can win easily. The beasts roared furiously as they caught sight of the intruders. Fanjiang's spirit appeared, a gigantic shield. The beast's attacks crashed onto his shield. Lu Lanyu and the young man with the gigantic blade started killing beasts on both sides. Lu Lanyu's sword contained cold strength. The young man's blade contained fire strength. They started shredding the beasts. However, the beasts' energies blotted out the sky and covered the earth, and bore down on the group. Lin Feng and the others also started attacking and crushing beasts. They didn't stop moving, always moving forwards. As they walked forwards, beasts' bodies collapsed on both sides. But they didn't look happy. There were still many beasts, lions, eagles. Their eyes looked piercingly cold. Half a day later, they finally escaped the valley. They saw a river and a city ahead of them. They were all covered with blood. Fanjiang had even lost an arm to a griffin. If he hadn't moved quickly, he would have died. People of the Tianqi layer couldn't recover easily. Only Zun cultivators could use their blood to grow their body parts back. It seems like I will fail the challenge of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, said Fanjiang, sounding sad. His arm had been cut off and he was injured. He couldn't compete with other people anymore. Don't give up. Even though we left the valley, we don't know what awaits us. Let's stick together and move on, said Lu Lanyu, slapping Fanjiang's shoulder. Fanjiang's eyes glittered as he looked at the others. Good suggestion. Let's go to the city together. Let's not waste time, said someone. Everybody nodded and continued walking forwards. They glanced back and considered that the valley filled with powerful beasts behind them probably sufficed to stop many people. What is in the city? Wondered Lin Feng, looking at the ancient road leading to the city. It was filled with qi. People felt extremely good in that qi. They all looked more carefree and happier. It was completely different from the forest they had come from, which had been cold. But could that really be a beautiful city? Nobody thought so. But since the road was there, they followed it. Move, said Lu Lanyu. People's silhouettes flickered. Only Fanjiang didn't manage to follow. His legs too heavy. Lin Feng stopped and looked at Fanjiang. If you don't feel well, you should give up. Fanjiang looked at Lin Feng and smiled even though he looked like he was struggling. He understood what Lin Feng meant. They were 7 people, they didn't know one another. Yet they had to stay together. In case of danger, nobody would care about him. They would protect themselves before protecting him. Fanjiang wasn't stupid. His arm had been cut off. In case of danger, they weren't going to risk their lives for him. Lin Feng warning him, that was rather nice of him. Thank you. And thank you for having helped a moment before. I still want to try though, said Fanjiang, smiling at Lin Feng. When the griffin had torn off his arm, Lin Feng had helped him kill it. Without Lin Feng, Fanjiang would have died. It's just my duty, replied Lin Feng. He turned around and continued walking on the ancient road. They rapidly drew closer to the city. People stopped when they arrived in front of the entrance of the city. Lu Lanyu turned around and smiled. Fanjiang, how do you feel? Can we still rely on your defense spirit? Even though the city looks calm and peaceful, we don't know what awaits us there. Fanjiang nodded and walked forwards. He released his shield spirit and entered the city. People behind closely followed him into the city. Mist enveloped everything. There were many streets and roads and darkened buildings. Everyone was nervous. A mist city. That's a big mist palace, said Lu Lanyu after taking a few steps. It was difficult to see the main road. A mist city? Lin Feng was astonished. The diviner had made a mist city in here? After leaving the forests, would everyone end up in this mist city? What does it mean? The crowd didn't understand. Lu Lanyu rose up into the air. When he reached the same level as the building tops, he realized he couldn't move forwards and frowned. It's not only a mist city, it's also forbidden to fly. We can only walk around and try to understand what we have to do. Lu Lanyu looked at the crowd. Let's keep the group harmonious. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to move on. Indeed, now, we need to stick together more than ever. Let's go, then. Let's see what kind of mist city this is. The road was extremely wide. Since they couldn't fly, they had to run. They tried many roads, but found nothing. There's a sound. At that moment, the crowd shivered. In the distance, some loud sounds were audible. They stopped walking. The sounds grew louder and louder. On the path, terrifying black lights appeared, and demon intent filled the air ominously. Zune-level beast, that's a Zune-level beast. The black light is fire, a black fire. It's a demon lion. His demon fire is terrifying. Demon fire abstruse energy can easily kill us. People's faces stiffened. The lion was getting closer and closer. The atmosphere became oppressive. Fanjiang, shield, protect us, shouted Lu Lanyu. Fanjiang's face stiffened. However, his shield spirit still moved forwards and grew bigger and bigger, turning into a gigantic shield. The demon lion was getting closer and closer and showing its claws. Cracking sounds could be heard as the shield spirit began to shatter. Let's go! Lu Lanyu shouted furiously. He turned around and started running. The others turned around without the least hesitation and abandoned Fanjiang. No! Fanjiang released pure qi and condensed his shield again. With the strength of the 7th Tian Qi layer, he could resist that Zune-level beast. However, the demon lion continued advancing and destroyed his shield. Fanjiang looked desperate. However, at that moment, a strong wind started blowing. Fanjiang sensed a strong wind carry him backwards. He had cold sweat. He turned around and saw Lin Feng as his heart pounded. Thank you. Fanjiang looked confused. He had almost died, and the others had abandoned him. The demon lion continued running. Lin Feng was really quick and rapidly caught up with the others. What are you doing? They were all furious. Lin Feng was drawing the demon lion right to them. I want to kill the demon lion, said Lin Feng indifferently. People's eyes glittered thoughtfully. If they joined hands, they could kill the lion, but the problem was who would dare risk their life. Fanjiang was a perfect example. Everybody had abandoned him without the least hesitation. All right, let's kill him together, said Lu Lanyu, his eyes glittering. He said, let's join hands. Can you still defend, Fanjiang? We'll all join hands and kill the lion in one attack. Fanjiang was amazed at their gall, but Lin Feng nodded, so Fanjiang said, all right. After that, he released his spirit again. At the same time, he condensed pure qi. Lin Feng stopped as a gigantic shield appeared in front of Fanjiang. The air began to rumble with building energy. The lion caught up with them and its power bore down on them. Cracks appeared on the shield. But at that time Lu Lanyu also attacked from one side. The young man with the blade attacked from the other side. Cut! A terrifying sword intent filled the air. The sword intent was really powerful. Lu Lanyu had hidden his real strength before. The young man with the blade cut off the lion's legs, crippling it. Roar! The demon lion roared furiously and spat out black flames. Condense! It was as if time had stopped. The fire stopped and then continued moving forwards. They were all in the air above the lion, Lin Feng included. They could fly as high as the buildings were, and since lion was only half as tall, they could stay above it. A wind sword descended from the sky and split the lion's head. The lion exploded loudly, and then it disappeared. At the same time, two lights moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his hand. The others were startled and stared at Lin Feng. The lion had disappeared. Nobody was worried anymore. Lin Feng, what was that? Show us, said Lu Lanyu, smiling at him. Lin Feng proposed killing the lion, and he carried out the last attack. The item is his. He doesn't need to show it to everyone, said Fan Jiang coldly. Dazzling blade lights moved towards Lin Feng. He was startled and almost didn't have time to react. Fan Jiang turned around and looked at the young man with the blade. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, you have to dash Lu Lanyu's sword lights shot towards Fan Jiang. Fan Jiang disappeared. Piss off everybody else, said the young man with the blade. He and Lu Lanyu rose up into the air at the same time. They were both staring at Lin Feng. What a surprise. The two cultivators had hidden their cultivation level, of course. They know one another from outside, thought the crowd. They all pulled long faces. Someone asked, You two are really strong. Why did you want us to stay with you? As a plan B. How could we know what we were going to bump into on the way? Replied Lu Lanyu, smiling coldly. I wouldn't have thought that beast could have such great treasures. If we had known that earlier, we would have attacked already, agreed the other one. They both knew one another and were fellow disciples. They hadn't even given their real names. Blade lights illuminated Lin Feng's face. He suddenly felt ice cold. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Lu Lanyu, whose eyes looked ice cold, detached, and emotionless. A black sword appeared in one of Lin Feng's hands, filled with a dark qi. He raised his other hand and put something in his mouth. It was the beast's heart. Lin Feng chewed down the heart. Lu Lanyu shuddered with fear when he saw Lin Feng's eyes. How cold! Move! Shouted Lu Lanyu, releasing his sword and fire intent. His sword started burning. His fellow disciple's blade also became more dazzling and colder. The two cultivators had opposed yet supplementary cultivation types. A cold wind started blowing around them. The two cultivators shifted, one moving to the front, the other one staying behind. Their blade and sword energies hadn't reached Lin Feng yet, but he already felt oppressed by the deadly strength. Lin Feng moved at the same time. His black sword lunged forwards. Lin Feng moved like a leaf in the wind. He looked light, agile, and graceful. His sword looked misty, but a sword trail followed it through the air. Lu Lanyu's sword stopped, and he also stopped moving. He looked petrified. Lin Feng was standing next to him. Suddenly, blood gushed from Lu Lanyu's waist. His body was cut in two. Despair was plain on his face as his lips twitched, and then he turned into a beam of light and disappeared. How is that possible? His fellow disciple's face turned deathly pale, and his hand was shaking. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at him coldly. The man shuddered with fear and unconsciously retreated. He was a genius, an incredible sword cultivator from Godly Cloud City. He had been waiting to fight on the battle stages of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds for so long, and now he was probably going to die. Abstruse energy, wind abstruse energy. How could he be faster than my fellow disciple? He thought, pulling a long face. Lin Feng slowly walked towards him with his black sword. The man condensed energies in his blade as Lin Feng arrived in front of him. He suddenly released his blade, trailing glittering lights as it shot towards Lin Feng. However, his blade never reached Lin Feng at all. The same thing that had happened to Lu Lanyu happened to him as well. He suddenly looked desperate, and then he disappeared. A metallic sound rang out as the blade fell down to the ground. There, only the blade and the sword left, Lu Lanyu and his fellow disciples' weapons. Who said the most beautiful battles would take place on the battle stages of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds? Who would have thought that the Fortune Shrine would make us start all over from the beginning? The battles aren't as incredible as when we were emperors, but still, some of them can be breathtaking. And more people are getting eliminated, thought the other members of his group. Lin Feng glanced at them as his black sword disappeared. In his hand, a key appeared. He put his godly awareness inside, and after a short time, he understood something. He started running away, ignoring the others. After Lin Feng left, some terrifying sounds could be heard nearby. What's going on? Demon fire chi. Another demon lion. The others frowned and gazed into the distance. They had to kill a beast to understand what way they had to go. Some people regretted because they had the feeling they weren't strong enough. They felt like they should have leveled up in the forest before coming out, because the demon lions could kill them. Now they needed to kill the demon lions to move on. But the problem was that if they had stayed in the forest a little longer to become stronger, they might have been eliminated because they hadn't finished the first part of the challenge within the allocated time. All in all, only heroes could pass the challenge. "We have to join hands," said someone. There were only 3 of them left. "Even if we kill the demon lion, how can we share the loot?" asked one of them skeptically. They were 3 people. If they killed the demon lion, only one of them would obtain the heart. The one who kills the lion can take it. If we separate, we'll all die killed by the demon lions. We can't survive alone. "All right, let's attack then." The 3 of them nodded. They were getting ready to fight against demon lions, but Lin Feng didn't care about that. At that moment, Lin Feng had arrived at the end of a road. There was a sealed door there. Lin Feng took out the key and put it into the lock, opened the door and went through. When Lin Feng crossed the door, the first master of godly clouds, Hua Qingfeng, was done with the last battle. He was standing on a battle stage and surrounded by lights. He looked calm and composed. In front of him, someone had been crushed, but that person disappeared and was sent back in lights into the distance. In the sky, a dazzling star twinkled and descended onto Hua Qingfeng's body. Suddenly, Hua Qingfeng disappeared from the battle stage. In the outside world, Hua Qingfeng's real body moved. He suddenly opened his eyes. They were glittering. Hua Qingfeng is awake. Many people were staring at Hua Qingfeng on his pillar. A star was floating above his head and a number appeared. 1. "Congratulations, you're the first one for now. Get ready for the next step," said the diviner to Hua Qingfeng. Hua Qingfeng looked unruffled as he nodded. That was only the first part of the challenge of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Many people were being eliminated. For now, he was the first. The first master of godly clouds is incredibly strong, as expected. Now he's first. Can anyone still surpass him? Sighed the crowd. Real geniuses remained real geniuses. Even if they started from scratch, they were still dazzling. The crowd had been watching the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds for a few days already. Even if the participants were weak in that world, many people tried to become stronger. People outside kept staring at them. They couldn't wait to see the results of the first round. Lin Feng crossed the door and saw 4 doors in front of him. Each door was shining with words on them. Skills and techniques on the first door, spells on the second, weapons on the third, battle challenge on the fourth. Without hesitation, Lin Feng crossed the last door. Battle challenge. Terrifying beasts appeared in front of him. His face stiffened. The beasts were all Zune-level beasts. He could have obtained spells, skills, and techniques or weapons, but he had chosen that last door. It was a dangerous choice. Several pairs of eyes were staring at him and making him feel cold. He shook his hand and condensed black lights. A black sword appeared, and at the same time, his eyes became dark and cold. Lin Feng moved like the wind and threw himself at the first beast. It was an ancient ape roaring angrily. In a flash, sound abstruse energies filled the air and hurt Lin Feng's eardrums. At the same time, the ancient ape brandished its claws and ran towards Lin Feng, making the ground shake. In the air, a great rock spat out sharp wind blades which prevented Lin Feng from retreating. Lin Feng moved like a leaf. His wind abstruse energies were already powerful. At the same time, he could see everything clearly with his dark eyes. The ancient ape raised its fist and punched out in the direction of Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng craned his head sideways. His cheeks burned, even his sword penetrated into the ape's throat. He grabbed the ape's arm and pushed him with his foot to take out his sword, just as the rock's talons moved towards Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng suddenly turned around and crouched, facing the great rock. A strong wind filled with sword energies moved towards the great rock and cut apart its claws. Blood gushed and the great rock shrieked furiously as it rose up in the air. Lin Feng stood up again, surrounded by terrifying beasts. His face was a mask under the pressure. 2 days later, Lin Feng's clothes were torn apart even more. His body was riddled with wounds. He crossed the door, and at that moment, lights surrounded him. He slowly rose up into the air and ended up on a vast field. Many people were there, all of them surrounded by star lights. They looked solemn and respectful. In the center, there was a battle stage. 2 people were fighting fiercely. "I'm not early. Many people are here already," thought Lin Feng, glancing at the crowd. Luckily, the group he had joined had acted quickly. If he had arrived a little bit later, he might have been eliminated. In the outside world, after Hua Qingfeng came out, more people came out continuously. 50 people had already emerged. People in the crowd kept chatting and realized that those 50-something people were famous in the continent of the 9 clouds. Of the 9 first masters of the continent of the 9 clouds, 7 had already come out. A few young people well known in Godly Cloud City had also come out. Of course, there were some people who weren't famous either. Who is the 5th one? He must be extremely strong. The 6th one seems to be Prince Wu Qing. That person came out even before Prince Wu Qing. The crowd noticed someone they didn't know, and were curious. "I've heard that he was from the Dark Knight region as well. He's terrifyingly strong. Chu Chun Chiu, King Chu's descendant." King Chu? He was an insane cultivator in the continent of the 9 clouds a long time ago. He studied the sky-absorbing scriptures, right? Indeed, that's King Chu. No wonder that guy is 5th. He's not a good person. By the way, who's the 2nd one? I asked many people, but nobody knows him. Ask that same person. I'm not sure. He's 2nd, he couldn't be unknown. Besides, look at his face, he looks very composed. He didn't even glance at the first master of Godly Clouds, Hua Qingfeng. He looks extremely confident. "He's from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry," said a young man proudly. Number 2 was the being who had captured Lin Feng's physical body back then, and stolen a spiritual deployment body. He had come out shortly after Hua Qingfeng. "We probably won't be disappointed when all those geniuses battle later," sighed many people excitedly. Dazzling beam of lights kept appearing. Lin Feng had already watched 2 battles. After arriving, he understood the rules. People in there could challenge anyone who had come in after them, because they had arrived first. If they won, lights surrounded them and took them away. It's just that Lin Feng didn't know where they were sent. If they lost, they didn't disappear either. They turned into illusions and were sent back. Lin Feng saw some people he knew: Lei Dongtian, Wang Shi, Zhouling Huang, Ru Feng. But Zhouling Huang was before him and Ru Feng was behind him. Apart from them, Xian Ren and the 13 young Beastmasters were there. When the 13 young Beastmasters saw Lin Feng, their eyes glittered with sharp lights. "I wasted too much time. There are 1,000 participants, and it seems that 100 people arrived before me. Apart from those people who have already disappeared, there are 100 people in front of me as well. There are so many geniuses here," thought Lin Feng. Of course, he wasn't trying to belittle himself. He knew perfectly well that if he hadn't wasted time, he would have arrived much earlier. At that moment, 2 people battled. Lin Feng recognized one of them, the girl he had seen when he had turned into a cauldron. She looked as cold as usual. She defeated her opponent and disappeared. "Lin Feng," said someone at that moment. Lin Feng turned around and smiled. "Second fellow disciple. You're here." "Yes. I wouldn't have thought there'd be so many people," said Ho Qing Lin, looking surprised. Indeed, there were many geniuses there. He had come as quickly as he could. "It doesn't matter. It's just the first round. 1,000 people is a lot, but even if we finish in the top 300, it should be fine. We should be able to move on even in such circumstances," said Lin Feng. "Not too many people could be eliminated here." "Yes, I hope we win that battle," agreed Ho Qing Lin. "Yes, you can try up to 3 times here. If you fail 3 times, you're kicked out. So if 3 people challenge you and defeat you, the same fate awaits you," someone else chimed in coldly. Lin Feng turned his head and saw Lei Dongtian. He smiled coldly. 3 defeats? Could such a thing happen? Only people who looked weak would be challenged by 3 people. People in the front wanted to leave as soon as possible. You want to challenge him when it's your turn? Asked someone at that moment. It was one of the 13 young beast masters, the sixth beast. He wasn't far from Lin Feng. Of course, even though I can't kill him, I will put my feet on him and use him to leave this place, said Lei Dongtian coldly. If he could kill Lin Feng, he wouldn't hesitate. Last time you escaped, now you won't be as lucky. When I challenge you, you'll have to fight and I'll defeat you. Those were the rules. Therefore, Lei Dongtian was excited. All right, we also have two people who want to challenge him as well, said the sixth beast coldly. The fifth beast was there too. The third and fourth beasts had already left a short while ago. That's a promise, said Lei Dongtian, smiling at the sixth beast. He looked at Lin Feng and said, Don't think that you're safe because it's the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. When you get eliminated, the only thing which will await you will be death. It's such a pity that we can't crush you during the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. As they were talking, a dazzling light illuminated Lei Dongtian. He looked surprised and his face stiffened. Someone before him was challenging him. The bright light ported him onto the battle stage. There was someone in a cyan robe in front of him. King intent filled the air. The man had a king-type body. Lin Feng smiled when he saw who it was. Lei Dongtian said coldly, Who are you? Dark Night Region, Ancient World Clan, Lang Yi, whispered Lang Yi. Then, he jumped forwards, cyan lights twinkling behind him. But he used neither chi nor a spell. He only used king intent. Bastard! Swore Lei Dongtian coldly. They had started from scratch. Lei Dongtian could still use demon strength, and he also knew one demon skill. He punched out in Lang Ye's direction. His demon punch moved fast, but Lang Ye's hands waved, world lights glittered, and the dark lights disappeared. Lang Yi drew closer and closer to Lei Dongtian. Eh? Lei Dongtian was astonished. World strength. He jumped forwards, his demon intent surging. Dark lightning appeared around his fist as he punched out in Lang Ye's direction. He wanted to destroy the world's strength. Lang Yi punched back without the least hesitation, and the two fists collided. Cyan lights flashed. The energies exploded and moved in all directions. Lang Yi stepped forwards and disappeared. Lei Dongtian frowned. After that, Lang Yi reappeared in front of Lei Dongtian, his hand shooting towards Lei Dongtian's throat. Lei Dongtian continued releasing his strength, but the world lights crushed his energies. Lang Yi successfully grabbed onto Lei Dongtian's throat. Lei Dongtian disappeared and was shunted back to his initial position. At the same time, different lights surrounded Lang Yi. At the same cultivation level, people who have a king-type body have the advantage, murmured the crowd. Lang Yi had a king-type body, a world king body. If we had fought properly, I would have killed you already, said Lang Yi disdainfully, before he disappeared. Lei Dongtian's face turned deathly pale. One defeat, said Lin Feng calmly. Lei Dongtian frowned and pulled a long face. He stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and continued. If you lose 3 times, you'll be eliminated and won't be able to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds anymore. Lei Dongtian clenched his fists, bones crackling as his chi shot up into the sky. Dark light surrounded him as he stared at Lin Feng and said, I changed my mind. I'll kill him on the battle stage of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Therefore, I hope you guys can teach him a good lesson. Don't eliminate him. Let him rise in rank. Lei Dongtian said to the young beast masters. He wanted Lin Feng to rise in rank and then he'd kill him. All right, as you wish. We'll let him rise in rank, said the 2 young beast masters, smiling coldly when they heard Lei Dongtian. They were all staring at Lin Feng. Good. When he rises up, we can kill him, said Lei Dongtian coldly. The battles continued. People in front of Lin Feng continued challenging other people. When they won, they left and others ended up in the queue again. Finally, it was Lei Dongtian's turn again. Lin Feng landed on the stage at the same time. I initially wanted to eliminate you, but I changed my mind. I'll use you to get qualified. Then I'll kill you on the battle stage of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, swore Lei Dongtian coldly. Dark lightnings twinkled around him. He had already broken through to the Zunqi layer and understood several types of abstruse energies. If Lang Yi hadn't known world strength, he wouldn't have beaten him. Lin Feng said nothing. The previous time he had left when fighting against Lei Dongtian, so the latter felt confident in beating him. But to Lin Feng, Lei Dongtian was boring. Lei Dongtian's movements were explosive, and his demon lightning was powerful. Lin Feng already felt pressure, but he moved like the wind too. Lei Dongtian's lightning passed next to his shoulders, but Lei Dongtian didn't stop. A terrifying strength came down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the feeling his legs were much heavier. "Die!" said Lei Dongtian, punching out in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng was suddenly surrounded by lightning. He didn't have Lang Ye's powers, who could destroy them with world lights. However, a beast roared furiously. He stepped forwards as a demon ox appeared. It looked like a demon king, tough and resistant. His defense increased, and the lightning couldn't pierce through. At the same time, Lin Feng raised his fist, which turned jet black. Lei Dongtian was stupefied. He released even more lightning. Felt like the air was about to explode. Lin Feng's chi changed again. He suddenly looked like a great rock and rose up into the air. A great rock's shadow appeared around him as he swiftly landed in front of Lei Dongtian. "Roar!" the bird cawed furiously. A terrifying strength oppressed Lei Dongtian. Bestial strength. He can turn into different beasts. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng could turn into different types of beasts. What a terrifying power. That guy's comprehensive abilities were incredible. He had started from scratch a short time before, and amazingly he could already understand so much. A terrifying strength surrounded Lei Dongtian and attacked him. His silhouette began to distort. He stared at Lin Feng, his face deathly pale. "Piss off!" shouted Lei Dongtian furiously, releasing more lightning at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng turned into a hawk with even more acute perception. He moved swiftly and fiercely, suddenly appearing behind Lei Dongtian. He raised his fist, aiming at Lei Dongtian's head, and absorbing terrifying sword intent at the same time. Lei Dongtian's face stiffened and he slowly became even more distorted. He turned around and looked at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. "Whom will you use to get qualified?" said Lin Feng calmly. His sword intent gradually split apart Lei Dongtian's body. Lei Dongtian's face turned deathly pale. Lin Feng released him as his sword crashed onto him. In the twinkling of an eye, Lei Dongtian's silhouette was surrounded by lights, but this time, he was sent back and ended up where Lin Feng was in the queue. Everybody rose up one position in the queue. But the lights which surrounded Lei Dongtian in the first place now surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng had won, Lei Dongtian had lost. Lin Feng couldn't get qualified instantly, because he had arrived later. It wouldn't have been fair for the people who had arrived earlier than him. So he won and replaced Lei Dongtian. Lei Dongtian's face twitched and he said coldly, "I would have never thought that you found some great spells, skills, and techniques in here. But in the outside world, with our true strength, you won't be that lucky." In the outside world? Lin Feng was surprised. He looked at Lei Dongtian mockingly, suddenly realizing something. Lei Dongtian was staring at Lin Feng. You lost twice. When it's my turn, you'll lose once again," said Lin Feng smiling. Then he said in a cold way, "You, Lei Dongtian, will be disqualified." Lei Dongtian's face turned deathly pale. When Wang Shi heard Lin Feng, he smiled coldly. If Lei Dongtian was eliminated, the Devamara Thunder Clan would be furious. If the first young man of the Devamara Thunder Clan didn't even manage to pass the first test, it would be a complete humiliation. They thought he would end up in the top 100. "You don't dare fight against me in normal conditions," swore Lei Dongtian coldly. "Poor you," Lin Feng replied disdainfully. Then he stopped looking at him. He watched the battles patiently. "What do you want?" asked Lei Dongtian. Nobody paid attention to him. "Great imperial weapons, skills and techniques, anything. The Devamara Thunder Clan can give you anything you want," promised Lei Dongtian. He didn't want to be eliminated. He hadn't even had time to use his real strength. Lin Feng could defeat him in here, but he was just lucky. Devamara Thunder Clan? Lei Dong Tian. You think I will negotiate with such people again? You're ridiculous, said Lin Feng calmly. Lei Dong Tian's face paled. Lin Feng was referring to the fact that they had sold him out. What should I do? Said Lei Dong Tian. Are you begging me? Lin Feng turned around and looked at Lei Dong Tian. If you're begging me, at least try and sound sincere. Kneel down. Maybe I will consider it. Kneel down. Lei Dong Tian was furious and said, Lin Feng, you're insolent. Lin Feng laughed and closed his eyes, no longer bothering to look at Lei Dong Tian. Lei Dong Tian's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something, but he had no words. Lin Feng's turn was approaching. There were more than 100 people in the outside world already. The crowd was convinced that those people had the potential to end up in the top 100 at the end of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Lei Dong Tian's face was pale as he stared at the seemingly meditating Lin Feng. How could he give up? How could he fail? He needed to be able to come and go from the inner part of Godly Cloud City as he wished. He knew what it meant. He wanted to be strong and make the Devamara Thunder Clan even more glorious. He was struggling to remain calm. Only one person was left before Lin Feng. Lin Feng still looked unaffected. Lei Dong Tian let himself fall down onto his knees loudly and begged, Is this good enough? The crowd was stupefied. Lei Dong Tian was kneeling down for the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. People in the outside world could see that clearly. Lei Dong Tian was kneeling down before Lin Feng. People from Godly Cloud City could see that. The members of the Devamara Thunder Clan could see it. Everyone could see it clearly. Dong Tian is doing that for the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. After all, he has lost twice already. Lin Feng is probably forcing him to do that. A strong cultivator of the Devamara Thunder Clan said coldly, When they get out, Dong Tian will definitely kill Lin Feng and regain face. Definitely. At that moment, Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at Lei Dong Tian. He said calmly, I initially intended to let you rise in rank. Lin Feng turned around. It was his turn, but he didn't challenge Lei Dong Tian. Lei Dong Tian was still on his knees, feeling humiliated. Lin Feng was merciful because he found Lei Dong Tian pitiful. Lin Feng challenged someone from the back and won easily. Lights surrounded him and he disappeared, drawn back to his real body. He was back in the real world. He opened his eyes, glanced at the crowd and took a deep breath. He was out, he had passed the first test. The diviner's abilities were incredible. Surprisingly, he could force the consciousness of others to leave their body. If they died in the fake world, they died for real. Lin Feng raised his head, sensing something. He saw the diviner looking at him, smiling indifferently. Lin Feng smiled back at him. The diviner remembered him. I thought you'd end up in Fortune Shrine via other means, but you're progressing faster than I had thought. You arrived precisely at the right time for the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. What I told you last time still applies. Of course, you have to rank in the top 100 first. That way, you'll be able to come to Fortune Shrine. Keep it up, said a voice in Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng nodded. He was going to do his best to end up in the top 100. Even though his rank was 130-something at that moment, it was just temporary. He was going to eliminate many people like Lei Dong Tian. Well, after Lin Feng came out, Lei Dong Tian also emerged. He looked at Lin Feng coldly, not happy even though he had passed the first test. Lin Feng, you will regret this, said Lei Dong Tian loudly, his eyes filled with murder. The spectators could all see what was happening in the fake world. So Lei Dong Tian understood that when Lin Feng had made him kneel down, everybody had seen him, including the members of his own clan. How humiliating. He really wanted to get his revenge. You still don't understand. Continue kneeling down, said Lin Feng indifferently. He glanced at Lei Dong Tian's rank. 136th. Lin Feng ranked 135th. Jian Mang, Wuxia, Tantai Tianqi, and Jing Shou are there too. Lin Feng looked at the fake world and saw some of his friends. Tantai, Jingshou, and Tianqi were still in the Misty City, though. If they didn't hurry, they would not have the opportunity to get qualified. Lin Feng hoped they'd be lucky. Tantai's cultivation is special because in his tribe, grand talents mature slowly. Making him start from the beginning must be extremely difficult. Jingshou is a powerful assassin, but he's bad at direct battles. Even though his situation is not as bad as Tantai's, it'll still be difficult for him. And my third fellow disciple is also struggling, thought Lin Feng. Apart from them, he also noticed Wu as well as someone he would have never expected to see there. Qing Feng. Qing Feng was there, and she wasn't far behind Ho Qing Lin. She had followed Ju Laoxian for some time and was now participating in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. She looked even more beautiful than before, noble and pure. Of course, apart from them, there were also some people who had ranked quite high during the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list in the Holy City. Dou Zhansang, Shi Yunfeng, Gili. Lin Feng hadn't thought he'd see them during the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. I wonder how many people will get qualified during the first round, he thought. People kept coming out of the fake world. Some people also died. Lin Feng sighed. How many geniuses would die because of the meeting? The crowd was waiting patiently, watching all the battles. Finally, the 500th star appeared above someone. The diviner raised his hand and the fake world grew distorted, then disappeared. Everybody woke up. Those who hadn't been fast enough to get qualified looked sad. They knew that they might have been eliminated already. When they saw the stars above other people's heads, they were certain of it. 500 people are qualified. The rest are eliminated. The people who are qualified are talented and determined. They are the most outstanding. The diviner looked at the crowd and said calmly, "Those who are not qualified can leave the pillars." The losers looked both desperate and disappointed. They had struggled to get there, and now it was over for them. As they jumped off their pillars, the pillars disappeared. The platforms didn't look as boundless as before. "Lin Feng, good luck," Tantai shouted to him while jumping off his pillar. Lin Feng nodded back, noticing that Tianqi and Jingshou hadn't gotten qualified either. Ho Qinglin and Jianmeng did make it through, however, as did Wuxia, Junmo Shi, Qingfeng, and Wu. Junmo Shi and Lang Yi had king-type bodies. Qingfeng and Wu were extremely talented, no weaker than people who had king-type bodies. Wu was a supernatural bird, a golden crow. To animals, being a supernatural bird was similar to having a king-type body for human beings. Of course, the next rounds would be more difficult for them. Ho Qinglin, Wuxia, and Wu probably couldn't compete with the strongest cultivators. If they did fight against them, the consequences would be tragic. Qingfeng had followed and received Ju Laoxian's teachings. Lin Feng couldn't evaluate how strong she was. That guy must be Hua Qingfeng. Lin Feng looked over at the first master of godly clouds. The second one is him. Lin Feng stared at the one who had stolen the spiritual deployment body from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. He was stupefied. The one who had the spiritual deployment body sensed that someone was studying him and looked over at Lin Feng. He frowned when he saw him and then cruelly, "Little boy, it's you. That physical body was yours. You must have my cauldron." Lin Feng frowned. Surprisingly, that guy recognized him. How strong, especially since Lin Feng was using his real face at that moment, not the one he had used in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. "Back then, your soul was in the cauldron. I thought you had died, but that your body had remained intact. I was too careless," said that guy coldly. Cauldron. The name of the girl whom Lin Feng had seen in the mountains when he was a cauldron was Jing. When she heard that, she looked surprised, as she had seen a strange cauldron in the mountains. But she didn't think about it too much. She just thought it was funny. Then, she looked over at Qingfeng. They had a similar chi. They both looked noble and cold. Chu Chun Chiu is fifth. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd. He wasn't going to be lonely during the next few rounds. "Where are we?" he finally wondered, glancing around. The platforms looked like individual worlds. However, he could see many people in the distance. They were watching the fighters, but they weren't from Godly Cloud City. They looked enigmatic and unfathomable, and were probably extremely strong. Inside a great hall, there was a young man wearing a snowy white robe. When people looked at him, their eyes were filled with awe and veneration. They knew what that young man's social status was. But the interesting part was that next to that young man, there was a young child. The child was a few years old, very young, but was already a cultivator of the top of the Zunqi layer. Behind them was a group of people, all looking calm. They were all wearing snow-white robes. If Lin Feng saw one of them, he'd definitely recognize him. Xue Shenfeng. He had fought against that man during the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list. But Xue Shenfeng didn't look very proud in front of the young man and the child in front of him. At that moment, Xue Shenfeng glanced around and noticed Lin Feng. He looked at the child but said nothing. He knew what linked Lin Feng and the child. Lin Feng, Zhetian and you belong to two different worlds. Your child will become a dazzling cultivator of the Snow Clan. And you will never meet him, thought Xue Shenfeng. Zhetian was extremely talented, and everybody acknowledged him in the Snow Clan. It was no wonder, since Lin Feng and Meng Qing were both incredible cultivators. Both of them very talented, and Meng Qing had a king-type body. If Ling Long hadn't left the Snow Clan back in the day, and if everything had happened according to the Snow Clan's plan, would her baby be stronger than Zhetian? Wondered Xue Shenfeng, looking at the young man next to Zhetian. Zhetian, there will be some extremely strong cultivators. Watch carefully. It's an opportunity you have every 100 years only, said the young man next to Zhetian at that moment. He was staring at the platforms calmly. Uncle, there are many geniuses participating in this meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. If you fought against them at the same cultivation level, would you rank first? Asked little Zhetian. I'm not sure. We can never be sure, said that person calmly. Mother said that my father is a genius of the continent of the Nine Clouds, said Zhetian. Your mother loves your father, so of course she says that. Zhetian, the thing is, you should forget your father. Because of him, you won't progress on the path of cultivation. Your heart should be like mine. You should solely focus on cultivation, said the young man to Zhetian. All right, said Zhetian, nodding as if he agreed. However, on the inside, he thought, you don't respect my father, your behavior is inadmissible. How can you tell me about principles? I can be a strong cultivator and protect and love my parents at the same time. Of course, Zhetian didn't say that. His mother had always told him that the members of the Snow Clan couldn't understand them. None of them. At the top of another palace was another young man. His chi looked extraordinary. He was looking at the platforms of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds and more precisely at Lin Feng. He smiled. Brother Lin Feng surprisingly made it to the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. He's not like me. He chose his own path. He must have gone through a lot. I hope that Brother Lin Feng will be able to succeed, or at least end up in the top 100. That way we'll meet often, thought that young man. Behind him was a group of people who didn't dare get close. They looked at him, their eyes filled with awe and veneration. A young woman was also staring at that young man. When she saw that young man's resplendent smile, she shivered. It was rare for him to smile so broadly. Lin Feng didn't know that people were watching him. He also looked over some strong cultivators. Of course, he didn't look at people who were far away. Even if he had seen Zhetian, he wouldn't have recognized him. He didn't even know when Zhetian was born. He knew many people who were participating in the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Two terrifying cultivators. The one with the spiritual deployment body and Saint Tianhun. He wasn't surprised to see them there. Lin Feng was really surprised when he saw a bald Buddhist monk deep in mediation. His chi hadn't changed so much, but he wasn't the same Buddhist monk as back in the days. He looked deeper and more enigmatic. Besides, there was no Buddha light around him. He looked quite ordinary, but the star above his head indicated that he was 8th in the ranking so far. He was the 8th person who had come out of that fake world. An ordinary person couldn't achieve such a thing. Besides, Lin Feng also noticed that Xianren seemed to know him. He kept talking to the Buddhist monk, but the Buddhist monk remained silent and ignored Xianren. Maybe that the Buddhist monk now practiced cultivation at Holy Mountain? Holy Mountain has Confucianist monks, sword monks, and Buddhist monks, sighed Lin Feng. He couldn't help but think about Fortune City back in the small world. Some of his former enemies had progressed so much. The diviner looked at the gathered fighters and smiled. The next battles will be extremely dangerous. However, I gave you a chance before, now you're all going to be in the same world, all of you. You all face one another. I know that you all have friends here or that there are people you know. Therefore, I'm sure you'll make alliances. You're allowed to. However, an alliance can only have 5 people. If you disobey and form an alliance of 6 people or more and encircle an enemy, no matter his situation, I'll kill you directly. I won't be merciful. And remember one thing, in the end, only 200 people will be left. So your alliances could turn against you in the end. Some people you consider friends could kill you, smiled the diviner. Everyone suddenly had chills. They knew the diviner wasn't lying. Even people who were close, such as fellow disciples, might kill one another to rank higher. Therefore, alliances could be advantageous, but they could also be disadvantageous. People had to be careful at all times. That's a teleportation scepter. When you are badly injured or want to give up, you can teleport yourself out. When you break it, you'll stop moving for 3 seconds. During that time lapse, people can easily kill you. Therefore, it's preferable to use it when someone doesn't want to kill you or when you're hiding. That way, you won't die. However, I don't see how you could use it in the middle of a potentially fatal battle. The diviner continued calmly. He waved his hands and many scepters moved towards the 500 contestants. They all took a deep breath. That item could be used only out of absolute necessity. None of them was willing to give up. They all hoped they wouldn't need the scepter. Lights filled the air and illuminated the platforms. Gradually, another world appeared. Nobody knew what technique the diviner used to cast such spells, able to create worlds in the blink of an eye. Maybe he used a terrifying saint weapon? Alright, go in. It's a free-for-all. Everybody will face everybody else. But only 200 people will remain, remember. Great imperial weapons and so on are forbidden. If you violate the rules, I'll kill you instantly, declared the diviner. Everybody took a deep breath and jumped into the seemingly new world. However, when they jumped, everybody was astonished. They just ended up all together. Except during the first second, thought the crowd, remembering what the diviner had said. He had said they couldn't form groups of more than 6 people. Seemingly, that didn't apply to the first second, which was also a way to prevent them from killing one another during the first few seconds they were all together. Go! A strong wind started blowing. Some people escaped instantly. There were many powerful cultivators in the group. Nobody dared stay there, it was too dangerous. Even the first masters of the continent of the 9 clouds had to be careful, especially since everybody probably wanted to destroy the strongest cultivators first. That would be quite tragic for them. Therefore, at that moment and without any exceptions, everybody moved away. Nobody could be sure that if they stayed in the group, they wouldn't be killed quickly. A few people formed alliances immediately, since they weren't sure they could trust other people, including their fellow disciples. Of course, some people were really close to each other and trusted one another, such as the 13 young beast masters, of whom 4 were present. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th beasts were there. They stuck together as they retreated. "Little boy, give me back my cauldron," said the spiritual body to Lin Feng at that moment. He was really confident. Not only didn't he move back, but on the contrary, he threw himself at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him, his face stiffening. There were some people he really didn't want to fight against during the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, and the spiritual body was one of the 3 cultivators he didn't want to fight against. The spiritual body could cast terrifying deployment spells in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng die. Lei Dong Tian jumped forwards as lighting rose to the skies, hurtling towards Lin Feng as fearsome culpa lights appeared. Blood chi dashed to the skies. The young beast masters looked at Lin Feng with lipless smiles on their faces. A terrifying blood chi filled the air as their blood chi turned into wings. After having had their cultivator restrained during the previous round, they were finally enjoying their cultivation again. "Bastards!" swore Lin Feng, his face stiff. He suddenly moved back, a legendary great deployment master. For young beastmasters, the first young man of the Devamara Thunder clan, Lei Dong Tian, Lin Feng was furious. All these people wanted to attack him. The diviner was cruel, sending everyone to the same place. Lin Feng ran away. Deployment lights surrounded him. Deployment wings appeared on his back. He released as many cosmic energies as he could, and he flew away at top speed. In the twinkling of an eye, everybody outside stared at Lin Feng winging past them. Who's that guy? His speed is terrifying. He's 135th and he's that fast? It's the one who made Lei Dong Tian kneel down in the first test. Now Lei Dong Tian wants to get his revenge. Number 2 is also chasing him. He's terrifyingly fast. This is what the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds looks like, thought the astonished fighters. Lin Feng was incredibly fast, little more than a beam of light. Demon wings appeared on Lei Dong Tian's back. He was fast and aggressive. However, neither Lei Dong Tian nor the young beastmasters were the fastest ones. The faster one was the one who used deployment spell agility techniques. That was what made people's hearts pound. No wonder this is the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Those people are the strongest emperors of the continent of the 9 clouds. How strong, thought the watchers. Their hearts were pounding furiously. When Qing Feng saw all this, her beautiful eyes twinkled with ice-cold lights. Suddenly, dazzling and beautiful wings appeared in her back. People were startled. She looked like an angel. She flew after Lin Feng. When Qing saw Qing Feng, she was astonished. Wings appeared on her back as well. Her wings were red like fire. She looked breathtaking beautiful. She chased after Qing Feng. Phoenix. When the crowd saw that, they frowned. 2 phoenixes? People took deep breaths. This round was incredible. So many people had incredible wings. Besides, it wasn't over. A supernatural bird blazed like the sun and also flew in Lin Feng's direction. Gulp! Many people gulped down. All those wings, deployment wings, Devamara wings, sanguinary blood chi wings, phoenix wings, fire phoenix wings, golden crow's wings, all those wings at the same time, what a spectacular scene. Junimo Shi, Ho Qing Lin, gather! Shouted Lang Yi loudly at that moment. Lin Feng and those people were extremely fast. He couldn't catch up with them. Lin Feng's fighting abilities were better than his. He hoped Lin Feng would be all right. If they managed to gather, things would be easier. Jianmeng, Wuxia, gather! Shouted Ho Qing Lin at the same time. Junimo Shi, Lang Yi, Ho Qing Lin, Jianmeng and Wuxia gathered together quickly. It was a terrifying alliance. The most important thing was that they could trust one another, which was rare. Ho Qing Lin and Wuxia had always been close, and Jianmeng was from Tiantai as well. He would never sell them out, he had principles. Junimo Shi and Lin Feng had been close friends for such a long time, and Ho Qing Lin, Junimo Shi, and Lang Yi had also become close friends. Therefore, they could trust one another. Ho Qing Lin was even ready to put his life in their hands. Of their 5 people, Junimo Shi and Lang Yi had king-type bodies, while Ho Qing Lin and the others were also extremely strong. Even though they couldn't fight against those terrifying cultivators alone in one-on-ones, as a team, the enemies had to form a team to defeat them as well, or it would be difficult to eliminate them. They had to finish in the top 200 at the end of this round. Very quickly, teams moved in all directions. A few people had already started fighting explosively. Nobody wanted to fight in the middle of the crowd. It was too dangerous. Chu Chunqiu was in the air. He glanced around at people coldly, looking quite sinister. He was staring at Junimo Shi, Lang Yi, and the others. That group of people had 2 people with king-type bodies. One of them controlled reincarnation strength. He wanted to absorb those people's powers. But since they had formed a team, it was now too difficult. Tianhun. At the same time, Chu Chunqiu looked over at Saint Tianhun. Saint Tianhuans looked surprised and glanced at Chu Chunqiu coldly. On the way to godly clouds, Saint Tianhun had bumped into Chu Chunqiu. They had been watching one another. They had even had a fight. Saint Tianhun had realized how terrifying Chu Chunqiu was, and was privately shocked. They knew when to stop though, as they didn't want to overdo it. They didn't want to risk their lives, especially before the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. But now they were here. "You want to try so early?" said Saint Tianhun, staring at Chu Chunxiu. He was convinced that Chu Chunxiu and he could go quite far. He considered that their battle was supposed to be at the end, not at the beginning. "Let's collaborate for now, what do you think?" said Chu Chunxiu to Saint Tianhun. "Eh?" Tianhun looked amused and he said, "Chu Chunxiu, how? There are 2 people with king-type bodies there, and 1 with a strange reincarnation body. The 2 others are also extremely strong. I can't fight them alone," said Chu Chunxiu, pointing at Junimo Shi and the others. Saint Tianhun gazed into the distance and suddenly, his eyes twinkled. 2 people with king-type bodies. "All right," said Tianhun, looking evil, sly, and determined. Junimo Shi and the others sensed someone was watching them, and were shocked when they realized who it was. Lang Yi said, "Those 2 people are terrifying and sly. Let's go." Ho Qinglin nodded. Lang Yi and he had fought against Chu Chunxiu in the past. Chu Chunxiu was terrifyingly strong and sly. He had always been discreet until a short time ago. Tianhun was a legendary saint and also dangerous. The 5 friends retreated. Chu Chunxiu and Saint Tianhun were startled and chased them instantly. Chu Chunxiu released some sky-absorbing King Dao intent in waves, carrying everything away. Nobody could dodge it. Saint Tianhuan's eyes looked bestial and sly. A soul spear emerged from his third eye. The 5 friends were already under pressure. Lang Yi and the others frowned. They continued running, but Ho Qinglin said, "Let's fight. Fight!" Ice-cold lights twinkled in Wuxia's eyes. "Fight!" Junimo Shi and Ho Qinglin nodded. Jian Mang remained silent, but his qi emerged and increased. However, the 5 friends didn't stop. They were still flying fast enough to make the air shriek around them. They knew that they were in danger, and were already far from the crowd. "Move," said Lang Yi. In the twinkling of an eye, the 5 friends suddenly stopped and turned around. They all released a terrifying qi. "Slow," said Wuxia. The incoming pair were suddenly slowed down. At the same time, his sword streaked across the sky. In front of him, Jian Mang's light sword appeared and cut into the soul spear. A death spear emerged from Junimo Shi's third eye and collided with the enemy's soul spear as well. Lang Yi and Ho Qinglin used different attacks. After a few seconds, the soul spear was broken. At that moment, Chu Chunxiu and Saint Tianhun arrived not far from them. Their qi was terrifying. A mighty and arrogant king appeared behind Chu Chunxiu. He stepped forwards and absorbed the strength of the earth and sky. He turned into a terrifying vortex. Ho Qinglin and the others sensed that their souls, intent, and physical bodies were trembling. "Die," said Tianhun. A terrifying black light emerged from his third eye. He waved his hand and terrifying black chains appeared and condensed. Those chains could constrict people's souls. A reincarnation sword appeared, followed by a reincarnation vortex. The absorbing vortex and the reincarnation vortex collided. A terrifying wind started blowing. Lang Yi was surrounded by world lights, destroying their foe's strength. At the same time, he stepped forwards. He said to Jian Mang telepathically, "Come with me. Let's fight against Chu Chunxiu." Jian Mang nodded. Lang Yi disappeared and reappeared in front of Chu Chunxiu. A world coffin descended from the sky. At the same time, 8 world lights surrounded Chu Chunxiu, and he disappeared inside. Jian Mang also arrived, his light sword slicing through everything. His light strength was dazzling. "Arg!" Chu Chunxiu shouted furiously. He wanted nothing more than to absorb the king body before him. The world lights and light sword were surrounded by his energies. He raised his hands and released explosive intent with the force of a landslide and the power of a tidal wave. The terrifying intent bore down on Lang Yi and Jian Mang. The 2 fighters pulled long faces. They didn't feel safe at all, but they persisted and attacked. "Absorb," said Chu Chunxiu. He didn't flinch. Lang Yi and Jian Mang sensed the danger rising. 9 words. Lang Yi started chanting an incantation which resonated with the earth and sky. A dazzling world sword appeared in Lang Ye's hand, then descended from the sky. It looked like it could split the world. On the other side, Jun Mo Shi, Ruoxia and Ho Qinglin were fighting against Tianhun. Their battle was terrifying, too. People in the outside world were shaken. Two people were fighting against a group of 5 extremely strong fighters at par. Who's number 5? He keeps releasing absorbing chi. How aggressive. And the other one has some terrifying attacks too. He can attack people's souls. Of course, those 5 people are scary too. What a terrifying battle. The 2 fighters can't defeat those 5 people. I think, unless another terrifying cultivator joins them, wondered the crowd, after studying Chu Chunqiu and Tianhu. On the other side, Lin Feng and the others were still moving. In a few minutes, they had traveled over an incredible distance and they didn't stop. Lin Feng didn't turn around even once. Even though he was confident, he knew he couldn't deal with that great deployment master, the spiritual body, and the young beast masters at the same time. He had tried to fight against some young beast masters before, and he knew how terrifying they were. "Qing Feng," said Lin Feng when he saw Qing Feng chasing after him. "Don't worry about me." Qing Feng said nothing, and continued following Lin Feng. "Feng," said Jing when she saw Qing Feng. She also continued following. Wu also followed them. He streaked across the sky, leaving a beautiful and magnificent trail behind him. "You think you can escape?" said the spiritual body coldly. Each time he took a step, deployment lights intertwined under his feet. A strong wind started blowing near Lin Feng, which made him frown. Someone arrived near Lin Feng and said to the spiritual body, "Stop!" The spiritual body was stupefied. He stopped and looked at the strong cultivator. He smiled coldly and said, "Who are you?" "Zhouling Huang. Red Cloud's first master." "Interesting." The spiritual body smiled. He didn't know how strong the first master of Red Clouds was. He wanted to test him out and see. Lin Feng stopped flapping his wings and suddenly turned around. When he saw Zhouling Huang face the spiritual body, he warned him, "Be careful. That guy is terrifying. He's a reincarnated saint." The spiritual body looked at Lin Feng coldly, murder in his eyes. Then he turned to Zhouling Huang coldly. "Lin Feng, are you not running away anymore?" said the few young beast masters when they arrived. Their blood chi wings blotted out the sky and covered the earth. In the end, Lei Dongtian also arrived. A terrifying battle was on the verge of breaking out. The spiritual body, the 4 young beast masters, Lei Dongtian. 6 people, none of them weak. Lei Dongtian was the weakest one in that group. The spiritual body, as well as the 3rd young beast master, were the strongest ones. However, Zhouling Huang was the first master of Red Clouds. His fighting abilities were probably awesome. He was facing the spiritual body, he didn't fear him. Lin Feng didn't know how strong Qing Feng was. Wu could probably only fight against Lei Dongtian and the 6th young beast master. The others were too strong. Regarding the cold and detached-looking woman, Jing, Lin Feng didn't know whether she was going to help or not. He did know she was extremely strong. Even though Lin Feng had seen her when he had the form of a cauldron, he didn't know how strong she really was. Lin Feng's group could have benefited from having one more person. Their enemies, as long as the 6 of them didn't stay together to surround someone, wasn't considered a violation of the rules. "Feng," said Jing, landing next to Qing Feng. She didn't want to participate in the battle. She was worried about Qing Feng. Qing Feng looked quite calm as she glanced at her and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Their bestial chi is dirty. It's not pure. They're evil. I'll help you fight against them," said Jing calmly. A sword appeared in her hand. It looked as cold as water in the fall, and at the same time as dazzling red leaves in the fall. It was a phoenix sword. Beautiful, cold, and noble. The young beast masters were furious because Jing had humiliated them. They all released bestial chi. The 5th young beast master looked at Jing and Qing Feng mockingly and said, "Oh, you're phoenixes. I'll have a taste." The other young beast masters looked at them greedily and mockingly, without the slightest scruple. "Thank you," said Qing Feng in a sharp and clear voice. Jing was startled. Then, She smiled in a resplendent way and said, "Feng, you're saying thanks to me?" Jing looked at Lin Feng. Qing Feng really wanted to help him. After that, they turned to the young beast masters coldly. Fires started burning. However, it was an ice-cold fire. Jing's sword was getting colder and colder. Slash! Sword lights twinkled. The young beast masters' faces changed slightly. They just saw the sword turn into an ancient phoenix and shooting towards them at full speed. It was explosively threatening. At the same time, the ice-cold fire Dao power surrounded them. Jing then moved faster than they could see. When Qing Feng saw that, she followed. She couldn't let Jing fight alone against the 4 terrifying and sly beasts. Wu followed Qing Feng. The golden crow's strength was explosive and scorching hot. A golden crow sun sword appeared above him, as well as scorching hot cosmic energies. Qing Feng, Wu, try to hold on a little bit more. I'll be there with you soon, said Lin Feng when he saw that those 3 people were fighting against the 3 young beast masters. He was furious, releasing demon chi which shot up the sky. His eyes became ice-cold, filled with death strength. He was staring at Lei Dongtian. Lei Dongtian suddenly looked almost dead. Lin Feng wanted to take care of Lei Dongtian first and kill him. Lei Dongtian looked at Lin Feng. He was also furious, thinking how arrogant and insolent Lin Feng was. Last time you lost and escaped, and now you dare act that arrogantly. You want to die, swore Lei Dongtian coldly. I initially wanted to kill you later, but since you keep provoking me, I'll kill you now, replied Lin Feng, releasing his 9 dragon spirit. 10,000 king weapons intent filled the air. Swords condensed. A dozen swords turned into intertwining Holy Spirit swords. They flared with light. The 10,000 weapons intent fused together with them. Lin Feng looked at Lei Dongtian disdainfully. His chi had changed. On the other side, Zhiling Huang and the reincarnated Great Deployment Master started fighting too. 9 flames appeared, full of enigmatic and unfathomable power. The space around them turned into a fire world. Nothing could grow in such a landscape. The Great Deployment Master's deployment spells were deadly as well. He could release deployment spells in the blink of an eye. Red Cloud's first master, we'll see how strong you are, said the reincarnated Great Deployment Master, standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. He was aloof and composed. He used his godly awareness to condense a deployment spell. Thousands of beasts started roaring and flew towards Zhiling Huang. However, Zhiling Huang's 9 flames merged into one and burned everything in their way. Die! A deployment sword streaked across the sky and moved towards Zhiling Huang. He grunted coldly. He raised his hands, as if he could burn the world with his fingertips. They were shining with lights, and then the sword started burning. In the outside world, people were astonished. Zhiling Huang was Red Cloud's first master, and was, without a doubt, extremely strong. However, number 2, whom nobody knew of, was also incredibly strong. He didn't struggle to fight against Zhiling Huang. He kept casting deployment spells, and it looked easy for him. Such people were terrifying. He had come out of the fake world just after Hua Qingfeng. No wonder he was so strong. Very few people knew about him. He hadn't been in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry for very long. At the same time, Lin Feng's sword streaked across the sky. A dazzling beam of light appeared in the sky, as a hurricane surrounded the sword and moved towards Lei Dongtian. Lei Dongtian sensed how terrifying the sword was and frowned. He released and condensed Devamara Kulpa lights, which turned into halberds. He shouted furiously and attacked that sword. The halberds all shattered loudly. Lei Dongtian shouted desperately again. He condensed demon strength again and tried to block the sword moving towards him. Lin Feng also descended from the sky with a sharp sword in his hand, staring at Lei Dongtian coldly. His eyes filled with death strength and penetrating into Lei Dongtian's godly awareness. Lei Dongtian's face stiffened. He hadn't anticipated this sword would be so terrifying. The sky became dark. Demon clouds thundered. Kulpa lights descended from the sky and condensed destructive strength. Die! Shouted Lin Feng explosively. At the same time, Wisdom Kings emerged from his third eye and streamed towards Lei Dong Tian's head, turning into Demon Kings. Lei Dong Tian's face turned deathly pale. However, he released more Devamara Culpa strength towards Lin Feng. Thunder cracked and boomed. Lin Feng's hair fluttered in the wind as Devamara Culpa lights bombarded him. His muscles twitched and shook, however. He stood his ground steadfastly and even absorbed some Devamara Culpa strength which he used to cleanse his muscles. Lin Feng had practiced the Culpa indestructible Devamara skill. He obviously could use Devamara Culpa strength to cleanse his body. Devamara Culpa strength couldn't pose a threat to him. How is that possible? Lei Dong Tian was astonished, his face frozen. Lin Feng waved his hands again, and another gigantic sword shot towards Lei Dong Tian. He couldn't do anything anymore, and pulled a long face. Explode! Lightning made of Culpa strength descended from the sky. For a moment, the sky went dark. Lin Feng glanced at him coldly, continuing to move his sword towards Dong Tian. Could cut through anything. Lei Dong Tian's face was unsightly. The air was vibrating ominously. Lin Feng wasn't going to let him off. His sword moved faster than the eye. At the same time, he kept releasing sword energies. Lei Dong Tian was stuck. You really think I lost last time? Ridiculous. Lin Feng told Lei Dong Tian. His voice resonated in Lei Dong Tian's skull. Lei Dong Tian could neither dodge nor escape. He raised his fist and punched out in Lin Feng's direction. Lightning struck Lin Feng, detonating loudly. It's useless, said Lin Feng coldly. Bones cracked loudly. Lei Dong Tian's arm was broken. At the same time, the sword lights arrived. Lei Dong Tian's face was frozen in fear. He wanted to run away. Lin Feng stretched out his arm, still holding his gigantic sword. Sword intent shot towards Lei Dong Tian, and his face fell. Lin Feng took a step towards him. His 9 dragons roared, eager to devour Lei Dong Tian. Is Lei Dong Tian dead? The people in Godly Cloud City were staring at the battle in astonishment. The members of the Devamara Thunder Clan were frozen with dread, releasing chi which rose to the skies. Lei Dong Tian was dead? The first young man of the Devamara Thunder Clan had been killed? He was supposed to end up in the top 100 of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. However, Lin Feng had just killed him during the second round. Lei Dong Tian had chased Lin Feng, and Lin Feng had killed him. Lei Dong Tian could only blame himself. The 9 dragons moved back behind Lin Feng. They had underestimated Lin Feng's strength once again. Lei Dong Tian had been killed. Lin Feng truly had the potential to end up in the top 100. Lei Dong Tian had died in tragic circumstances. He had chased Lin Feng and, poor him, Lin Feng had killed him. If he hadn't promised something to Lin Feng back then and then taken his word back, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Just like Lin Feng had said to the girls, killing Lei Dong Tian wouldn't take him long, so he would join them soon. He didn't think about what people outside thought. He didn't think about the fact that the Devamara Thunder Clan hated him, either. Lei Dong Tian had sold him out, so Lin Feng's reaction was normal. He glanced around with his pitch-black eyes. The reincarnated Great Deployment Master was extremely strong. Red Cloud's first master, Zhou Huang, was also extremely strong. The reincarnated Great Deployment Master's deployment spells were too fearsome. He could release formidable deployment spells almost every second, and they were becoming more and more powerful. Zhou Huang's 9 flames were also getting more and more powerful. At least, he wasn't going to lose quickly, even if he lost. Reincarnated Great Deployment Master. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled with ice-cold lights. On the other side, Qing Feng and the 2 others were being oppressed. The young beast masters were terrifyingly strong. The weakest one was the 6th, and he was fighting against Wu, pressuring him back. The young beast master's strength originated from the sacrifices of countless beasts, hence their polluted blood. Qing Feng was, against all expectations, really strong. She was the strongest of the group of 3. Jing, the ice-cold-looking woman, was also really strong. She kept beating her fire phoenix wings, a magnificent sight. They were oppressed, but they weren't going to lose easily, either. They were too fast. Lin Feng flapped his wings and streaked across the sky. He flew like a celestial being. The young beast masters looked at Lin Feng coldly. "First, crush that Qing Feng brother. Oppress her," said the third beast to the fifth beast. Fissures appeared as the air began to whistle furiously. Jing's sharp fire sword moved. A fire intent burned the atmosphere around her. However, she realized that the third beast and the fourth beast weren't next to her anymore. They were flying towards Qing Feng. Dragons were the strongest beasts in the animal world. In terms of speed, great rocks were considered the fastest animals. Wu was a great oriental greenfinch rock. His blood was pure. The young beast masters had the abilities of many beasts, since many beasts had been sacrificed for them. They were a bit stronger than other beasts. As for their wings, they had all chosen to have the wings of great oriental greenfinch rocks, because they knew great oriental greenfinch rocks were the fastest animals. Great rock's wings were better than phoenix's wings. Of course, phoenixes were better in terms of fire, and they were nicknamed the immortal supernatural birds. At the same time, the fifth young beast master took out a great rock sword, which shot towards Qing Feng. He wanted to defeat Qing Feng no matter what. Oh no! Lin Feng looked worried. The three beasts were ganging up on Qing Feng. They wanted to destroy her and then take care of the others. "Feng back!" Jing called out, extremely nervous. She was still holding her sword as she flew towards her friend. A trail of flames appeared behind her. She was surrounded by fire, bathing in the flames. "Celestial Phoenix rotating wings!" shouted Jing furiously. The scene was incredible and breathtakingly beautiful. On Jing's back, a dazzling fire phoenix appeared and turned into a sword, then a beam of light, to shout out towards Qing Feng, the air burning around the phoenix. It was an astonishing and beautiful sight. Lin Feng was also fast. He flew towards Qing Feng at top speed, beating his deployment wings while condensing sword intent in his hand. Other people couldn't catch up with him. Even the young beast masters were shocked at his speed. A golden great rock sword moved towards Lin Feng's sharp sword, sharp qi moving in all directions around him. "Qing Feng, be careful!" shouted Lin Feng explosively. The third young beast master and the fourth young beast master arrived at the same time from two different directions. Their blood wings were spread as they blotted out the sky. They were also extremely fast. However, their enemies weren't slow either. Qing Feng was startled and knew that she couldn't escape, surrounded by the enemies. She released an incredible amount of explosive cosmic energies. A cyan phoenix appeared all around her body and enveloped her in its wings. Dong! The third young beast master attacked. Crackling sounds spread in the air. It sounded like the wings had been broken. "Feng!" shouted Jing furiously. The atmosphere was burning around her. The third young beast master was surprised and moved back. The fourth beast flapped his wings. Fresh blood splashed. Qing Feng was smashed away. Lin Feng finally arrived and caught Qing Feng. He released sharp sword energies and moved back while releasing life qi into Qing Feng's body. Qing Feng's wings were wounded, and she kept bleeding, her face extremely pale. She was breathing quickly and shallowly, but her qi still pulsed around her, and she looked awake and determined. She looked at Lin Feng and shook her head. "I have phoenix blood. I'm all right." Jing also arrived next to Qing Feng. She then turned around and looked at the young beast masters. "Let's stop fighting for now. She needs to recover. Let's protect her," said Lin Feng to Jing. Jing was surprised, but nodded. She looked at their enemies. If they stopped fighting, would the young beast masters stop fighting too? The young beast masters kept flapping their blood wings. Lin Feng looked at them with murder in his eyes. He was still releasing life cosmic energies, which flowed throughout Qing Feng's body. Lin Feng also looked at Zhouling Huang in the distance and said, "Zhouling Huang, let's pause for now. We don't need to fight until exhaustion." "Thank you." After that, Lin Feng said to Wu, "Wu, let's withdraw." Lin Feng was still carrying Qing Feng in his arms as he descended from the sky. Jing and Wu followed Lin Feng closely. At the same time, they retreated from the fight. If Qing Feng hadn't been injured, it would have been better. But now that she was injured, she needed to be protected. which meant that they couldn't fight at the same time. They had to move away and wait for Qing Feng to recover. The young beast masters followed them closely, watching coldly. But they were also wary of Jing. 2 female phoenixes, we should capture them and keep them as sex slaves. The 5th young beast master said coldly. Take care of Qing Feng for a short time, Lin Feng said to Jing, stopping for a few seconds. Jing looked at Lin Feng and nodded. She took Qing Feng, and Lin Feng stepped forwards. 9 words appeared, resonating at the same pace as the earth and sky. They floated around Lin Feng, while his qi rolled in waves around him. He stretched his hand out and cast a celestial stage deployment spell. The young beast masters were startled. What was Lin Feng doing? Did he want to fight against them alone? Terrifying cosmic energies emerged from Lin Feng's arms, containing the strength of the 10,000 things of creation. A dozen Holy Spirit swords condensed. 9 words appeared on the swords. The swords were getting more and more powerful, before turning into a brilliant sword. The young beast masters stopped moving. The strength of the 10,000 things of creation was intertwining. They turned into a system of cosmic energies, a world of cosmic energies. Go! Ordered Lin Feng. The sword streaked across the sky. The celestial battle stage deployment spell moved towards the 5th young beast master. Be careful, said the other young beast masters to him. They were stunned, turning and trying to leave. The 5th young beast master released his bestial chi and condensed a great rock sword. However, it broke in the twinkling of an eye. The young beast masters' faces had changed drastically. A shield made of blood lights appeared, horrible shrieks rose up. Lin Feng's sword had pierced through it. The 5th young beast master reappeared, his face pale and severely wounded and bleeding now. Lin Feng's energies had pierced through his body and left a hole in him. The young beast master's facial expressions changed drastically and they started gathering on the 5th young beast master. Let's go, said Lin Feng calmly and turned around. Jing looked at Lin Feng, thinking, how strong. 1 sword attack and he had nearly cut the 5th young beast master apart. Even though Lin Feng's sword attack hadn't killed him, it was extremely fast. Back in Godly Cloud City, many people were astonished when they saw that. Lin Feng and the others, their wings, everybody had been watching their battles. Many people had been either astonished or amazed when they saw that Lin Feng had killed Lei Dongtian. Many people were trembling and staring at Lin Feng and his friends' battles. How strong! He killed Lei Dongtian. He injured a powerful young beast master in 1 sword strike. With his strength, he'll definitely end up in the top 100 of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Indeed, that sword attack was incredible. The Fire Phoenix is incredible too. And Red Cloud's first master, Jiulinghuang, the Great Deployment Master. They're all terrifying. Those people are even stronger than Lin Feng. They could end up somewhere between the 20th and 50th ranks. There are many extremely strong people. They're not the only ones. Everybody was whispering and gossiping. Each battle was incredible, as all those people were emperors of the top of the Huangqi layer. They were geniuses. Having the opportunity to watch such battles was precious. The diviner's silhouette was dimly discernible. He looked calm and serene and smiled thinly, like a detached celestial being. People in the distant palaces were also stupefied, especially the young man in the high building. He looked at Lin Feng and smiled, saying, Brother Lin Feng, you've become so strong. You'll definitely end up in the top 100 of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, and you'll be able to come here freely. That way, we'll meet often. After that, he looked at Jing and had a strange facial expression. Jing came from the ancient Phoenix clan to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, against all expectations. She knows Brother Lin Feng? I wonder how Jing Yun is doing these days. If I see Brother Lin Feng, I'll definitely ask him if he has some news from Jing Yun. The young beast masters landed next to the 5th young beast master. He kept bleeding. However, the hole in his body quickly healed. The animal district of Qitian Holy Town had done all they could to make their people as strong as possible. After the sacrifices, they had also granted them some more privileges. They were strong and resistant, and they had excellent healing abilities. They stared at Lin Feng coldly. They wanted to kill him. I wouldn't have thought that he would be so strong, and some people are helping him during this round. We'll have to wait for one-on-one battles, and then we'll kill him, said the third young beast master calmly. The third young beast master was the strongest young beast master at the level of the Huang Qi layer. His goal was to rank first at the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. If he faced Lin Feng in a one-on-one battle, he'd kill him. Lin Feng and Wu left. Qing Feng was in Jing's arms. However, her qi wasn't stable. She was severely injured from the third young beast master's attack. Even though she had used her full strength to protect herself, the third young beast master's attack had been too overpowering. Lin Feng moved towards Qing Feng and grabbed her arm. Qing Feng moved her arm away, but Lin Feng immediately took her in his arms before flying away with her. Qing Feng looked Lin Feng in the eyes, but remained silent. Jing's eyes twinkled. She was wondering what kind of relationship Lin Feng and Qing Feng had. They looked really close. Some strong cultivators passed next to them and glanced at Lin Feng and the others. But when they saw Lin Feng's death eyes, they were intimidated and didn't dare provoke him. After all, Lin Feng and the others formed a powerful group. People didn't want to offend them. If they were careless, they could get eliminated quickly. All the strong cultivators in the area didn't dare act recklessly. Many of them came from all sorts of places in the continent of the Nine Clouds. They had worked their entire lives to become strong. When they saw strangers in that place, they didn't want to offend them without knowing how strong they were first. Therefore, there weren't too many battles yet. People weren't getting eliminated that quickly. The strongest cultivators there dared attack people without the slightest scruple, but so far, out of 500 people, only 40 people had been eliminated. Of course, some people were killed instantly. After all, people in there were merciless and emotionless. Lin Feng and the others arrived at the top of a mountain. Qing Feng sat down cross-legged. Her blood was flowing quickly through her. She won't be able to fight during this round. We need to protect her until the very last minute. She might be able to make it to the next round, but in the next round, she'll probably have to give up. I don't know what kind of challenge the diviner prepared for the next round, said Jing calmly. She gazed into the distance, her eyes filled with murder. She wanted to destroy those beasts. No, I need to finish in the top 100, said Qing Feng. Her face hardened. She looked determined and perseverant. Jing was surprised. Feng's temper hadn't changed a bit. Don't think about it. Even if you can't finish in the top 100, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is your safety, said Lin Feng, releasing life energies unceasingly into Qing Feng's body. Life Qi was the source of the 10,000 things of creation. He hoped he could help her recover. He was annoyed because they couldn't use items during the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Otherwise, he would have asked for some great imperial pellets from Jiuling Huang to help Qing Feng. Somewhere else, Chu Chunqiu and Tian Hun were fighting against the five friends. At that moment, they had divided. Everybody kept releasing qi. Chu Chunqiu looked proud and arrogant, higher up in the sky. However, Chu Chunqiu and Tian Hun didn't manage to oppress the five friends too much because they were in perfect harmony. They had an insane strategy. They trusted their friends so much that they dared take risks, and at the crucial moments, they always managed to dodge attacks. They also avoided close combat because the two could crush them if they were too close. At that moment, Chu Chunqiu and Tian Hun glanced at each other. Tian Hun said, "We can't defeat them. Do you have any suggestion? Since the two of us aren't enough, let's call some more people," said Chu Chunqiu calmly. "Not bad, but who will dare form an alliance with us?" said Tian Hun. "If they refuse, we kill them. I think we'll find someone who accepts us that way," said Chu Chunqiu. He had changed a lot and wasn't like in the past. In the past, he used to have the elegant demeanor of a gentleman. He used to be discreet and didn't display his real strength. After the Pathfinder day of the Imperial ranking list, he had started showing his true self. He was cold, aggressive, sly, and cruel. He wanted to become a king. "Your idea is not bad," Tian Hun smiled. Soul strength emerged from his third eye. He wanted to watch the 5 fighters through his soul strength. "Let's go," said Tianhun, smiling coldly. The two of them left quickly. Chu Chunxiu and Tianhun didn't stay too close to each other. They both feared each other's abilities. They didn't trust one another, even though they had formed an alliance. After a short time, they stopped in front of someone, Wang Shi from the Pellet King's clan. Wang Shi frowned and looked at the star numbers above their heads. He immediately turned around, wanting to leave. Chu Chunxiu's star showed he was number 5, and Tianhuan's star showed he was number 7. People were afraid of them when they saw that. Wang Shi was no exception. Therefore, he wanted to escape. "Stop!" ordered Tianhun calmly yet firmly. Wang Shi was petrified. He started condensing fire in his hands. Even though he was afraid, he never listened to people who gave him orders or were impolite to him. He didn't like it when people despised him. "You want to eliminate me?" said Wang Shi, coldly staring at Tianhun. "No. We want you to join our alliance," replied Tianhun, smiling cruelly. Wang Shi didn't want to accept. They would probably use him and then get rid of him. "I'm sorry. I'm not interested," said Wang Shi, answered coldly, and continued running away. A soul spear appeared. Wang Shi frowned. He suddenly turned around and a fireball smashed into soul spear. It started burning. "Teehee. The loot belongs to the one who kills him," said Tianhun to Chu Chunxiu. Then they both moved at lightning speed after him. "Arg!" Chu Chunxiu released a terrifying explosive chi. He waved his hands and sky-absorbing strength surrounded Wang Shi. Wang Shi's face turned deathly pale. He found it difficult to control his fire intent. In the twinkling of an eye, flames appeared. Tianhun merely smiled coldly. He formed some hand seals and soul strength constricted Wang Shi. At the same time, Chu Chunxiu's strength also bore down on him. Saint Tianhun was evil and sly. Chu Chunxiu was aggressive. The two cultivators were terrifyingly strong together. They had fought against the group of 5, but now they were facing someone alone. Wang Shi struggled, but then Chu Chunxiu smashed his face. At the same time, Tianhuan's soul strength penetrated into Wang Shi's third eye and destroyed him. The members of the Pellet King's clan started trembling. Wang Shi had just been killed. Their faces turned deathly pale. The people from Godly Cloud City looked astonished. The first young men of both the Pellet King's clan and the Devamara Thunder clan had been killed. On the battlefield, everybody faced everybody else. It was a free-for-all. Luck was necessary. Wang Shi and Lei Dongtian hadn't been lucky. Lei Dongtian had caused trouble, so he had died. Wang Shi had just been way too unlucky. 2 of the strongest cultivators present on the battlefield had killed him. Tianhun and Chu Chunxiu didn't care about who other people were. To them, everybody was potential prey. They didn't care about social status either. If someone was useless to them, then they just killed them mercilessly. Wang Shi was no exception. Chu Chunxiu absorbed Wang Jie's intent. Tianhun stole his soul strength. It was a terrifying and tragic way to die. The inhabitants of Godly Cloud City watching were astonished, and the strong cultivators of the Pellet King's clan were shaking. Wang Jie and Wang Shi had both participated in the meeting of the Continent of the 9 Clouds, but Wang Jie hadn't passed the first round. They were annoyed, but he was young after all. They had hoped Wang Shi would end up high up in the ranking list, but he had been killed in atrocious conditions. However, Chu Chunxiu and Tianhun didn't care about Wang Shi at all. To them, he had just been a passenger. They continued as if nothing had happened. They continued looking for people who could help them. Many people faced the same destiny as Wang Shi and were killed cruelly. People didn't dare join Chu Chunxiu and Tianhuan's alliance because they were scared. In a very short time, 12 people died, so many people started paying attention to the 2 fighters. At that moment, they had found someone who happily accepted joining their alliance. How is that possible? Those 2 are brutal and cruel murderers, and surprisingly someone dares join their alliance. And on top of that, it's him. They're terrifyingly strong. They both have the potential to end up in the top 20 of the meeting of the Continent of the 9 Clouds. With a guy who's in the top 20, Their alliance can destroy almost everyone on the battlefield. So many people are going to die in helplessly. Inauthentic, Purple Cloud's first master. He was extremely strong. His abilities were similar to Cheng's, but different. Inauthentic's strength was even more aggressive. He had chaotic sky techniques. He could mess with people's godly awareness and souls. His chaotic counterflow punch could make the sky chaotic. One punch and he could destroy people's souls and godly awareness. With his abilities, his initial strength could be multiplied up to 10 times. Everybody was convinced that the 9 first masters of the continent of the 9 clouds were all terrifyingly strong. Of course, before having seen battles between them, nobody could say who the strongest one was. That alliance was going to turn into a disaster for many people. At that moment, Ho Qinglin and the others were already worried. The 5 of them couldn't fight against the 3 of them. That would be really bad luck. The consequences would be much different from the previous battle. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer fighters on the battlefield. 100 people had already been eliminated. Some people had taken the initiative to leave, others had been killed. The people from Godly Cloud City were shocked. So many strong cultivators were dying. Definitely a tragedy. As expected, Chu Chunqiu and the 2 others destroyed people one after another. Xianren saw Chu Chunqiu and the 2 others in the distance. He glanced at the Buddhist monk and said calmly, "Bald donkey, should we form an alliance with our fellow disciple? We'll be stronger than them then." Xianren looked at Chu Chunqiu and the others. He was also astonished. They were terrifyingly strong trio. Even alone, those 3 people could destroy many people on this battlefield. They were geniuses amongst geniuses, and together, they looked like an army of death. He was thinking that forming an alliance with their fellow disciple, Hua Qingfeng, would be wise. "I'm not interested," said the Buddhist monk calmly. Then, he jumped onto a mountain and sat down cross-legged. He started meditating as if all the battles had nothing to do with him. "Stinky bald donkey. You're not nice," said Xianren. Even though he insulted that bald donkey, he knew he was extremely strong. Therefore, he followed him and laid down at the top of the mountain as if he had nothing to do. He even looked relaxed. With the bald donkey, he felt safe, unless a powerful alliance came to make trouble for them. Many people did like Xianren and the Buddhist monk. They relaxed and didn't get involved. Hua Qingfeng, Godly Cloud's first master, looked confident and at ease. He practiced both Confucian and sword cultivation. He strictly enforced the principles he learned in the Holy Scriptures. If he had the opportunity to kill someone, he did. He didn't really care about worldly principles. Of course, he didn't have many opportunities to attack. Almost everybody knew him there, and with the star number he had above his head, people stayed far, far away from him. Prince Wu Qing, the first master of dark clouds, who had 3,000 threads of emotionlessness strength and knew the 3,000 deadly technique, was also emotionless. He didn't go and offend people, but if people offended him, he crushed them without a care. Supreme Cloud's first master, Wu Yizi, destroyed people's emotions. He was even more cruel than Prince Wu Qing. He could destroy people's 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. At that moment, on his side, there were 4 people. They looked like an alliance, but actually those people were his puppets. He had destroyed their 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures, and made them into his puppets. They looked ferocious and fought cruelly. Of course, the other first masters were there too, and people watched them all carefully. Who's the strongest of all first masters? Wondered many people. It's Hua Qingfeng, of course. He's from Holy Mountain, the first group of Godly Cloud City. They're the strongest group apart from the mysterious groups of the inner part of Godly Cloud City. Hua Qingfeng is extremely strong. He'll probably rank first this time. I think so, too. He's extremely strong. But who could rank second? I'm not sure. Those people are extremely strong. For example, Red Cloud's first master is a great scholar. His deployment spells are terrifying. I think he can even compete with Hua Qingfeng. There's Purple Cloud's first master too, as well as the 2 people in his alliance. They are all terrifying people. We saw how fearsome they were before Inauthentic joined their alliance. Among the others, I don't know. Indeed, but if they fought in one-on-ones, it'd be difficult to know who the strongest ones are. At least, we can be sure we'll see those people in the top 30. People in Godly Cloud City all chattered on. They were excited and enthusiastic. Haven't you noticed that people are almost all starting to form alliances? Strong cultivators stay with strong cultivators. Yes, indeed. Strong cultivators who stay alone know it could get dangerous for them if they stay alone. Therefore, they're starting to form alliances. That way, it's less risky, they have less chance to be eliminated. Besides, strong cultivators stay with strong cultivators because such people wouldn't want to stay with people of different levels. That's why Hua Qingfeng is alone. Besides, the strongest geniuses probably think they'll fight against people who are similarly strong on the battle stage in one-on-ones. The Watchers understood the situation. Lin Feng and the others were resting in the mountains. However, they still faced some enemies now and then. Lin Feng beheaded a fighter, blood dripping from his blade. That person wasn't willing to die, but it was too late. His eyes were still open and staring at Lin Feng. He was in a four-people alliance. Initially they wanted to clear out that mountain range, but they hadn't thought that Lin Feng and Jing were so strong. When they were furious, they destroyed people mercilessly. They killed all four of the attackers quickly. That was the price for attacking Lin Feng and Jing by surprise. Blood kept dripping from Lin Feng's sword, and when people in the distance saw that, they didn't dare approach. Lin Feng descended from the sky. Jing looked at him and asked indifferently, "What kind of relationship do you have with Feng?" Lin Feng looked at Jing and said calmly, "What kind of relationship do you have with Qing Feng?" "I'm her sister. She seems to care a lot about you. If you ever dare hurt her, I'll never let you off." "Sister?" Lin Feng looked at Jing in a strange way. She looked ice-cold and cute at the same time, and surprisingly, she was Qing Feng's sister? "Qing Feng has never told me anything about a sister," said Lin Feng indifferently. They were both talking telepathically next to Qing Feng. Jing looked at Lin Feng coldly. It was a warning. "Don't think we're having a random chat. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I will never let anyone hurt Feng." Lin Feng looked at Jing. She looked beautiful and cold and detached. Lin Feng stared at her. His eyes suddenly filled with tenderness. Jing looked back at him in a cold way. What did this bastard want now? Why was he staring at her? "Your phoenix necklace is really beautiful," Lin Feng smiled, using telepathy as before. Jing was startled at the unexpected words. After Lin Feng spoke, Jing's expression changed. She glared at Lin Feng, who was staring at her breasts, in alarm. How did he know about her phoenix necklace? "You?" An icy energy filled the air and surrounded Lin Feng. Qing Feng was stupefied. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. "What are you doing?" "Feng, that guy is Evie," said Jing coldly. "You bastard. You've been spying on me." Lin Feng was amused as he looked at Jing. "On the other day, I was in a valley and I saw you come out of water. You even teased me. How can you say I spied on you?" "Bastard," said Jing. She teased him. It can't be. Jing suddenly thought of something. She stared at Lin Feng and blurted out, "You're a cauldron?" "You remember," he laughed. Jing's facial expression became even more brilliant. She remembered the cauldron. She blushed hotly, feeling embarrassed. She ground her teeth and stared at Lin Feng. This bastard, he had turned into a cauldron to spy on her that day. "Sister, here we meet again," Lin Feng grinned. He ignored her expression. He sat down next to Qing Feng and didn't ask Qing Feng anything. He had met Qing Feng in the vast celestial ancient city in the animal world. Jing was probably a younger disciple. He had never heard of her. However, Jing seemed to care a lot about Qing Feng, which made him curious. Lin Feng remembered the three leaders of the animal world: a golden crow, a legendary beast, and the leader of the animal world. Lin Feng didn't know much about them. He didn't know much about Qing Feng's background, either. All he knew was that Qing Feng controlled 10 sorts of energies and that she was Shi Zhu Laoxian's disciple. Jing ground her teeth and stared at Lin Feng. What could she do? She had to teach him a good lesson. He had watched her naked, but now their objective was to protect Qing Feng. She'd settle accounts with Lin Feng later. After all, Lin Feng and Qing Feng were really close and he was extremely strong. Qing Feng had risked her life to protect him, so she must like him a lot. Feng, I'll take you home afterwards, Jing said to Qing Feng calmly. However, Qing Feng shook her head and said, My home is not there. Didn't you say you wanted to rank in the top 100? Jing looked surprised. I didn't say I wanted to go there. Qing Feng turned her head to Jing, looking indifferent. Jing sighed and said, I know the clan feels sorry for you. Don't talk about that. I only have a father. The vast celestial ancient city of dark clouds is my home, said Qing Feng. Jing remained silent, but sighed. She didn't know how to solve the ill-fated relationship with the elders. But after all, Feng and she were biological sisters, and their mother missed Feng. Battles continued on the battlefield. 200 people had already been eliminated and more were being eliminated. The end was getting closer. Some powerful alliances wiped out everything in their way and nobody could stop them, especially Chu Chunqiu and the two others' alliance. Many geniuses died fighting them. They didn't stop, they were on a killing spree. Chu Chunqiu had studied the sky-absorbing scriptures. He could absorb people's intent and use it for himself. His intent kept increasing with time. His battles were getting more and more explosive. He could easily kill and absorb the intent of cultivators who had reached the top of the Huangqi layer. He didn't even need to move to do so. Therefore, no matter who he bumped into, he absorbed their intent greedily and gluttonously. How could he not stuff himself on such a rich battlefield? It was filled with geniuses. Tianhun was like Chu Chunqiu, totally merciless. Both considered the battlefield a plateau of endless energies to feed on. Against all expectations, and Aitsong's opinion about these two started changing. He looked at them coldly and said, We've killed so many people. I don't feel like hunting anymore, since we'll probably move on to the next round soon. He. Tianhun glanced at Aitsong. This guy was Purple Cloud's first master. He was extremely strong. It would be difficult to defeat him or Tianhun would have tried to kill him. But Aitsong's chaotic strength was powerful. When he fought, his strength increased. Killing him was even harder than defeating him. One last hunting session, said Chu Chunqiu calmly. All right, as you wish, said Tianhun. The three people continued. They were getting ready to attack those who had king-type bodies. Lang Yi and the others didn't rest. After having a great battle against Chu Chunqiu and Tianhun at the beginning, they had attacked many people. They had forced many people to use the scepter and teleport themselves out of the battlefield. To them, hunting and killing people was pointless. If people provoked them, then they killed them. There are people on the mountain range, whispered Jian Mang at that moment. He sensed people's presence. It's Lin Feng and the others, said Ho Qinglin. Jian Mang couldn't see, but his perceptions were acute. Let's go and see, said Junimoshi, heading towards Lin Feng and the others. At that moment, Jian Mang's hair bristled. He was startled and said, Wait, someone is watching us. I sensed it too. Ho Qinglin nodded. They slowly turned around and saw three people appear nearby. When they saw those three people, Lang Yi and the others frowned. Chu Chunqiu and Tianhun. Besides them, someone joined their alliance. I wonder who that guy is. But if he joined Chu Chunqiu and Tianhun's alliance, he must be extremely strong as well. If we fight against them, we'll die. If we're really in danger, in the worst case, we can give up. But we should make them face some difficulties too, said Lang Yi coldly, releasing king intent. The three people just looked at them coldly, especially Saint Tianhun. He looked particularly evil. To him, Lang Yi and the others were prey. I really want their souls. Those two king-type bodies would be perfect, said Tianhun, smiling in a ferocious and cruel way. When he was young, he used to be a terrifying and sly cultivator. But then he had spent a countless number of years by the altar without being able to leave. He wasn't as strong as when he was a saint anymore. Be careful. The other one is extremely strong as well, said Jian Mang alertly. He sensed danger. Indeed, his qi is scary. He's dangerous too. Lang Yi nodded. All those people were extremely strong. They didn't flee, they stared at their enemies. Escaping wasn't a solution. Fighting was the only way. Last prey. Get ready, said Tianhun, releasing his dark soul chains. They were filled with a gloomy qi, and could constrict someone's soul and kill them. A gloomy and cold soul spear emerged from Tianhuan's third eye and shot towards the 5 people of them. Jun Mo Shi and the others moved at the same time. The battle was instantly explosive. Chu Chun Qiu jumped forwards, his king intent exploding around him. Jun Mo Shi and the others had the sensation they were losing control over their own intent. It was a terrifying feeling. And Aitsong moved too. He waved his hands and chaotic sky cosmic energies exploded and surged. It made the 5 souls tremble. They could barely breathe as their souls and godly awareness trembled under the pressure. Behind them, many other people arrived. The leader of the group was in the middle. Even though those people's qi was terrifying, they looked strange, dead and emotionless. They were puppets. The young man in the middle was Wuxia, obviously, one of the first masters of the continent of the 9 clouds, who destroyed people's emotions and feelings. He was the most evil and sleest of the 9 first masters. The rule was that alliances couldn't be composed of more than 5 people, but he hadn't formed an alliance. There were 7 puppets around him already. That wasn't an alliance. Those people were his puppets. He controlled them thanks to his own strength. Therefore, he was convinced that he hadn't violated the rules. Besides, he hoped to make even more puppets. That way, he'd be able to kill some of the strongest geniuses here. The battle in front of him was just such an opportunity. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed something. He suddenly turned around and saw people at the top of another mountain. He saw someone slowly descend from the sky. That person was wearing a black robe and there was no qi around him, as if he were dead. However, that kind of qi made Lin Feng think he was dangerous. Above him, there was a star with a number, 13. He looked extremely strong. Inzhou, Blue Pale Cloud's first master. He was alone. He was also very discreet, but he was also very dangerous. Whenever he killed people, he did it silently without anybody noticing it. He looked at Lin Feng, then turned around and left, moving towards the battle in the distance. Lin Feng noticed the battle in the distance and frowned. Chu Chun Qiu and his allies were attacking Jun Mo Shi and the others. Chu Chun Qiu, Saint Tianhun. Lin Feng was petrified. Those 2 people were really dangerous. He had attacked Lang Yi and Ho Qinglin back then, so they knew it. Saint Tianhun was a saint who had come back to life. Lin Feng stared at an Aitsong as well. That guy looked extremely strong too. Jun Mo Shi and the others were in danger. Besides, apart from those 3 people in the distance, a group of people was eyeing them covetously and menacingly. It seemed that they could attack any time. Lin Feng grimaced. If he didn't get involved, Jun Mo Shi and the others would be injured or killed. Protect Qing Feng, said Lin Feng, standing up. He started flying away. However, at that moment, Inzhou slowly turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Instantly, Lin Feng had the impression he was going to fall asleep. His eyelids felt heavy. He felt dizzy, too. He knew he had to be extremely vigilant. What a strong cultivator, thought Lin Feng, staring back at Inzhou. Inzhou could make people fall asleep just by looking at them. That was his Tao. That kind of drowsiness wasn't ordinary. It was deadly. After falling asleep to that technique, people just had to rest in peace and sleep forever. It was death. But even being able to make people fall asleep normally was a terrifying power. After putting people to sleep, killing them was easy. What's that supposed to mean, Your Excellency? Lin Feng asked Inzhou calmly. At that moment, Lin Feng didn't know that the person he was facing was Blue Pale Cloud's first master. Inzhou, don't get involved in the battle over there, said Inzhou calmly. He had noticed the fight before. He had noticed some extremely strong people. Chu Chun Qiu, Saint Tianhun, and Wuxia. Those people were dangerous. But Inzhou was discreet, even if he was Blue Pale Cloud's first master. He wanted to cast an illusionary dream spell on the fighters and assess the situation. It was part of his abilities. Therefore, he wasn't going to get involved, he just wanted to watch the battle. He didn't want to get eliminated during this round, so he wasn't going to get involved, as it wasn't necessary. But he didn't want Lin Feng to get involved either, because he wanted to watch the battle to the end in peace. He could watch the battle calmly if he wanted to. However, Lin Feng couldn't. He glanced at the fighters in the distance, his eyes glittering. Suddenly, death lights surrounded him, and he turned black. Inzhou was surprised, and stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to get involved in the battle? No matter who you are, no matter whether you want to get involved in that battle or not, I'll tell you something, you better not try to stop me, Lin Feng replied icily. He charged forwards, deployment lights appearing under his feet and flying at full speed. Inzhou was startled, but he didn't prevent Lin Feng from going. He looked at Lin Feng's back in some amusement. Someone had threatened him. Even though he was discreet and didn't look proud like some of the first masters, someone whose star showed 135 couldn't pose a threat to him. However, he stopped looking at Lin Feng, turning around and looked at the place where Lin Feng came from. He noticed Jing, Wu, and Qing Feng. "Are you sure you want to get involved in the battle over there?" shouted Inzhou, while staring at Jing. But he was talking to Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Inzhou. His eyes were filled with murder. He merely replied, "You better not attack them." He continued moving towards Jun Mo Shi at top speed. At that moment, Jun Mo Shi and the others were already in danger. Chu Chunqiu, Tian Hun, and the other one were extremely strong. If Lin Feng didn't arrive, his friends would die. "Stop!" shouted Lin Feng explosively. Jun Mo Shi and the others were already 5 people. That was the maximum number of people allowed in an alliance. Lin Feng hadn't forgotten that. Therefore, he couldn't attack, otherwise the diviner would kill him instantly. At that moment, Saint Tianhuan's chains moved towards Jian Mang's head. He didn't intend to stop. "Slow!" shouted Wuxia explosively. Deceleration strength filled the air. Jian Mang released light strength. However, the chains struck his head, and Jian Mang suffered from atrocious pains. His soul was being constricted by those chains. Tian Hun smiled ferociously. He knew that Lin Feng couldn't attack, and therefore ignored him. 2 hands which looked like those of a skeleton moved towards Jian Mang's head. However, at that moment Jian Mang followed the chains. It was extremely painful. He opened his eyes and dazzling lights emerged from them. At the same time, he released a light sword. Acceleration. Wuxia released acceleration strength, which gathered into Jian Mang's sword. Tian Hun closed his eyes and frowned. A black mist surrounded his body. The sword light shot towards him impossibly fast. Blood flew into the air. However, Tian Hun reappeared somewhere else. There were some sword marks on his face and the blood was still dripping. He stuck out his tongue and licked at the blood dripping on his face, smiling darkly. On the other side, Anaitsong and Chu Chunqiu were fighting against Jun Mo Shi, Ho Qinglin, and Lang Yi. The battle was explosive. Anaitsong looked at them coldly and kept releasing sky chaotic strength. He filled the sky with chaotic strength condensed and turned it into a terrifying ancient imprint. His fighting abilities suddenly increased and surged towards them. "Be careful!" Lang Yi jumped in front of Jun Mo Shi. World lights filled the air. He could sense how terrifying the man's attack was. He couldn't get too close or his world strength would be destroyed. The terrifying imprint smashed into the world lights and destroyed them. Lang Yi disappeared, reappearing 1,000 meters away and coughing up blood. What a terrifying attack! Lang Yi grimaced. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low. Otherwise, with his World King body, he would have been able to corrode that terrifying strength. But because his cultivation hadn't reached the same level as his enemy, his world lights had been destroyed. Lang Yi. Jun Mo Shi was stupefied. Then, Lin Feng said, "Lang Yi, move far away. I'll join their alliance." "All right," said Lang Yi. He understood what Lin Feng meant. Alliances could be composed of 5 people at most. He left the area. Lin Feng was definitely strong enough to replace him. When Lin Feng saw that Lang Yi was far enough, he suddenly charged forwards, sword intent filling the air around him. He streaked across the sky swiftly. Chu Chun Chiu jumped backwards and raised his head towards Lin Feng, looking at him coldly. "Brother, go and help Junemo Shi," said Lin Feng, landing in front of Chu Chun Chiu. Ho Qing Lin nodded, Reincarnation Dao intent pulsing around him. Chu Chun Chiu's robe fluttered in the wind. He looked at Lin Feng disdainfully. He said to Lin Feng calmly, "Actually, I've wanted to fight against you for a long time. But the thing is, we've both known each other for a long time. We met in the Dark Knight region. You're the only one who can go quite far in the competition. People like you and me are rare. I wish we could fight much later." Lin Feng looked at Chu Chun Chiu, sensing that he was very self-confident and conceited. "Are you that sure you can defeat me?" replied Lin Feng coldly. Chu Chun Chiu smiled and said, "Back then, you surpassed me on the Holy Way stage. Therefore, I've been watching you for some time. Besides, if it hadn't been for the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, do you really think that I would still have the level of the Huang Qi layer?" Lin Feng was startled, his face stiffened. Chu Chun Chiu's cultivation speed was incredible. He leveled up extremely quickly in comparison to people of the same generation. Even people who had the godly imprint king body, the world king body, and so on weren't as fast as him. In 6 months, Chu Chun Chiu had managed to break through. Maybe he had really stopped breaking through on purpose because of the event. Otherwise, he could have broken through to the Di Qi layer. The problem was that to participate in the event for great emperors, he would have needed to reach the very top of the Di Qi layer. Unfortunately, breaking through and becoming stronger at that level was much more difficult. "I'll tell you something. I'm not the only one. That guy, Tianhun, he hasn't used his full strength either, just like me. If you don't believe me, look at him, look at the way he fights," said Chu Chun Chiu calmly. Saint Tianhun was surrounded by millions of black chains, like an envoy from hell. His chi smelled antique. Saint's technique. Lin Feng's face stiffened in astonishment. Indeed, Tianhun used to be a saint. He had to have his own holy techniques. And now, Jian Mang and Wuxia had really infuriated him. He wanted to slaughter them. Jian Mang and Wuxia's souls were trembling, and they sensed danger. They were going crazy. They were extraordinarily talented, but all in all, it wasn't enough. Junemo Shi and Lang Yi couldn't compete with those people either. Only Lin Feng could do something. Chu Chun Chiu and Saint Tianhun were too formidable. Sword intent emerged from Ling Feng's body suddenly. An incredible amount of Holy Spirit sword intent condensed. Lin Feng's body suddenly looked like a gigantic sword dashing to the skies. Chu Chun Chiu smiled indifferently when he saw that. On the other side, Saint Tianhuan's soul-shaking energies were getting more and more explosive. He almost looked like a saint. Even though he only had a thread of his saint's consciousness, it was still astonishing. He used to be a real saint. He had created his own holy techniques back in the days. Therefore, using them was the best technique for him. "He, lend me some of your soul strength. Come on," said Tianhun, laughing coldly. At that moment, Ling Feng's sword intent streaked across the sky, fissures appearing around it. His chi was fearsome. Not only did his sword intent look deadly, but his whole body had turned into a gigantic and swift sword, too. Saint Tianhun frowned. He sensed the terrifying sword intent oppressing his own intent. Saint Tianhun looked at Chu Chun Chiu and said, "Stop him. I'll take care of these two guys." "All right," said Chu Chun Chiu calmly. He slowly walked forwards and condensed strength in his fist. However, when his strength passed next to the gigantic sword, it broke apart. The gigantic sword streaked across the sky and turned into an ancient intent and cut through the sky. "What's going on?" And Aicong jumped away. At the same time, Ho Qinglin and Junemo Shi withdrew as well. Lin Feng turned into a gigantic sword and passed next to them in a blur. He was shooting towards Saint Tianhun, who was attacking Jian Mang and Wuxia. Saint Tianhun was astonished, sensing how terrifying that gigantic sword was. He released a terrifying amount of soul chains, which turned into endless soul spears and lunged towards the gigantic sword. At the same time, Saint Tianhun condensed another gigantic ice-cold and gloomy spear using soul strength. He also immediately released it towards the gigantic sword. The gigantic sword shook violently and collided against the spears. Lin Feng had the impression his soul was going to explode and the world was going mad. Even though he had turned into a sword, the spear contained soul strength and attacked his soul. Oppressive qi filled the air, and dust floated all around. Saint Tianhun released more explosive soul strength again. He made hand seals. His chains surrounded the gigantic sword, but Tianhun remained vigilant. It was a difficult battle for him. Lin Feng was also using a saint's technique. The atmosphere was oppressive, filled with sword intent and soul strength. There was no space for other people's qi. Even Inauthentic stopped fighting. He turned his head and looked at the two of them, his heart pounding. What a terrifying battle! Even Inauthentic was astonished. Chu Chunqiu smiled indifferently. His hands were clasped behind his back. An ancient king appeared around him. Such a king despised common people. He slowly started walking towards the battle. Saint Tianhun looked at Chu Chunqiu and said coldly, "Why didn't you stop him? Get rid of him now." Chu Chunqiu nodded. At the same time, he raised his hands and a terrifying intent filled the air. At the same time, he released explosive sky-absorbing intent. He looked like a conquering hero, like a king who considered himself unexcelled in the world. He punched out and strength surged, filled with king intent, and pummeled the gigantic sword. The gigantic sword shook even more. At the same time, Chu Chunqiu moved like the wind, but this time he didn't move towards Lin Feng. He shot towards Tianhun at full speed. Arg! A gigantic sky-absorbing strength vortex appeared and surrounded Saint Tianhun. Saint Tianhun's intent started being drained, including his soul. His face distorted. He said nothing, instantly coughing up blood. He released a soul spear, which shot towards Chu Chunqiu at full speed. Chu Chunqiu released King Dao and punched the spear, which instantly broke apart. At that moment, Saint Tianhun's body became mistily dark. Chu Chunqiu and his vortex appeared in front of him, and the dark mist absorbed them. Saint Tianhun's silhouette trembled, but the dark mist suddenly moved away and reappeared in the distance. "I failed," whispered Chu Chunqiu. He absorbed the dark mist qi and rose up in the air. He looked at Saint Tianhun, who had reappeared, but he looked weak now, and was only dimly discernible. "As expected, what an old fox. It seems like you've been guarding against me the whole time," murmured Chu Chunqiu. Saint Tianhun grimaced and stared back at Chu Chunqiu. "You were interested in me too." "Of course, you used to be a saint," said Chu Chunqiu indifferently. "But you don't have a saint's qi, you don't belong here. The world has changed." "Is that so? I'll wait for you in the next round," said Saint Tianhun. He turned into dark mist again and there was a surge of power. In the twinkling of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Chu Chunqiu had attacked him by surprise and almost absorbed his intent. He was injured and needed to find a place to recover. He couldn't join hands with Chu Chunqiu anymore. Lin Feng had turned into his real body again. When he saw all this happen, he was surprised. Chu Chunqiu was indeed wildly ambitious. Not only did he want to absorb Lin Feng's intent, but he also wanted to absorb Tianhun's intent. If Tianhun hadn't been vigilant the whole time, Chu Chunqiu would have succeeded. Chu Chunqiu looked at Lin Feng and smiled. "We'll have to wait until the next round to fight. See you." Chu Chunqiu departed. Without Tianhun, he couldn't fight against all these people. He had the opportunity to fight against them, but he had changed his plan and taken the risk to attack Saint Tianhun because the latter's intent was more interesting. However, he had failed. He didn't regret anything, though. He never had doubts about himself. After they left, Inauthentic didn't stay either. He followed Chu Chunqiu. Lin Feng didn't prevent them from leaving. He wasn't strong enough to deal with them. Besides, Jiu. "Unfortunately, I won't have the opportunity to attack." Initially, Wuxia had been waiting in the distance for a while. He had hoped all the parties would get badly injured so he could get involved. However, he was extremely disappointed. The strongest cultivators had flinched. He couldn't chase them. Lin Feng and the others' alliance was too powerful. He couldn't rely on puppets to fight against them. Therefore, he left to look for other prey. The best thing to do was to kill as many people as possible to get rid of weaklings. He wasn't interested in weaklings. He was interested in strong cultivators. He was Supreme Cloud's first master. He was proud. Even though he couldn't do much, he also watched some brilliant battles. Wuxia thought it was worth it after all. He also learned more about those extraordinarily strong cultivators who might become his opponents in the next rounds. Zhou had watched the whole battle as well. After the end of the battle, he moved towards Jing and the others. Jing sensed Zhou's scary and dangerous qi. She stood up and moved in front of Qing Feng. She stared at Zhou coldly and released qi, which filled the air. However, Zhou merely smiled at her. That smile was ice cold. He looked scary with that smile and his black robe. That guy is strong, but I don't like it when people threaten me. Therefore, I'll punish you, said Zhou. Jing had the impression she was going to fall asleep. Zhou turned into light silently without anybody noticing it. Piss off. A terrifying qi emerged from Jing's body, exploding out. Zhou shot up into the sky and laughed loudly. His black robe gradually became blurry and he disappeared. However, his manic laugh continued echoing. Let's see how Qing Feng is feeling. When Lin Feng arrived, his facial expression slightly changed. Jing shouted. Her face stiffened. She turned around and saw that Qing Feng's eyes were closed. She seemed asleep. Death intent enveloped her body. Her qi was dispersing. Bastard! Shouted Jing explosively. Drowsy death technique, that was Zhou, Blue Pale Cloud's first master. Lin Feng landed in front of Qing Feng and destroyed the death intent which surrounded her. At the same time, he released life cosmic energies quickly into her body. At the same time, he put his godly awareness into her brain and noticed illusionary dream cosmic energies. Qing Feng, come back. Qing Feng was walking in an infinite darkness. However, in her dream, she heard someone calling her. She turned around and was surprised to see Lin Feng. She whispered, "Come back." "Yes, come back. Come next to me," said Lin Feng, stretching his hands. She looked at Lin Feng, hesitated and then smiled broadly. She slowly walked towards Lin Feng. She stretched out her arms and hugged him tight. Her heart was suddenly filled with warmth. On the battlefield, Qing Feng slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Lin Feng, she looked confused. How had she ended up in a dream? What a terrifying spell. Lin Feng's face stiffened. Who was that guy? He could kill people silently without anybody noticing it. "He's Zhou," said Jing calmly. Lin Feng was startled. He had spent so much time in Godly Cloud City. He naturally knew who Zhou was. "Blue Pale Cloud's first master," said Lin Feng coldly. "No wonder. Blue Pale Cloud's first master, Zhou, studied drowsy techniques and controlled dream Dao power. He could kill people silently without anybody noticing it. His strength was shapeless, invisible, and intangible. He made people fall asleep forever. A moment before, he had used his drowsy death technique on Qing Feng. She was injured and he had attacked her again. Many people didn't even know they were injured when attacked by such ethereal energies. Therefore, Qing Feng had quickly fallen asleep. "What just happened?" whispered Qing Feng. She was in Lin Feng's arms. Her dream had looked so real. She had almost gone into the abyss of the dream. She would never have been able to come back. However, Lin Feng had called out to her and she had gone back to him. When she heard Lin Feng and Jing's conversation, she realized she hadn't had an ordinary dream. She could have died. When she thought about that, she looked embarrassed. "If you face danger in the next round, give up," said Lin Feng calmly. As Junimo Shi and the others arrived and landed on the mountain, the battle had been dangerous. They didn't know what the rules of the next round would be. If it consisted of one-on-ones and they had to fight against Chu Chunqiu, Saint Tianhun, or the First Masters, they wouldn't be able to compete with them. After all, even being a First Master didn't mean that a cultivator was the strongest of all. It proved that they were at the very, very top of the Huang Qi layer, along with few other people. The continent was so vast, in places like the 18 main cities of the Dark Knight region, there were already many geniuses, but not many of them could stand at the same level as the first masters. "This round is going to finish soon," whispered Jing. Lang Yi, Ho Qinglin, Jun Mo Shi, and the others calmly stood there and remained silent. They were all dazzling cultivators, but during the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, they would face many dangers. Some people considered them prey. It would help them understand what their limits were. They had to progress step by step. Of course, they couldn't give up easily either. They would fight using their full strength. Of course, they weren't the only ones who were going to have a hard time. Many people there were considered prey by others. Apart from those who stood at the very top, everybody else was in danger. There were fewer and fewer people on the battlefield. Some died, some used the scepter to escape. Gradually, the number of cultivators was decreasing and only 200 cultivators would be left soon. People in the outside world looked at the battlefield. No matter how long the battles would last, they would watch. They didn't want to miss anything from those battles. This event took place once every 100 years. Cultivators of the highest levels participated in this event. If they missed some parts, they'd have to wait for 100 years again to watch something similar again. The round is about to end. The remaining cultivators are terrifying geniuses, muttered the crowd staring at the battlefield. At that moment, a little bit more than 200 cultivators were left. Yes, indeed. Now, we can almost predict who the top 20 to 30 cultivators will be. It will be difficult for other people to reach the top 20 or 30. Do you think anyone else will manage to end up in the top 10? Asked someone. Hua Qingfeng is first. Nobody will manage to kick him out of his position. Even if he falls down in the rankings, he'll still end up in the top 3. The deployment spellcaster is also terrifying. He could end up in the top 3. Apart from them, the other first masters of the continent of the Nine Clouds will end up in the top 10. That's 10 people already. But Chu Chunqiu, the 5th one, and the one who controls soul strength could definitely end up in the top 10 as well. Those people are the strongest ones, indeed. Of course, there are many other strong people in Godly Cloud City. Holy Mountain's Buddhist monk, he's extremely strong. Xianren is also extremely strong. We can almost predict what the top 30 will look like. I don't think geniuses from other regions can compete with geniuses from Godly Cloud City. Indeed, those geniuses are strong. There are the beautiful Phoenix girls as well. They're really strong. And the one who fought against Chu Chunqiu, Lin Feng, he killed Lei Dongtian easily, he's strong. Those people can easily end up in the top 50. If they become a little bit stronger during the event, they might even make it to the top 30. Everyone was still gossiping about the different contestants when blinding lights suddenly flashed. In an instant, the fighters on the battlefield felt dizzy, as if the sky was falling onto them, and time had stopped. Everybody, stop fighting, said an all-powerful voice. The world slowly became distorted and disappeared around them. The fighters reappeared on the platform. They were all really close to one another this time. Many of the people looked furious. Many people were still hunting before reappearing there. Some people were staring at their opponents. They wanted to continue fighting. However, since the strong cultivator of Fortune Shrine spoke, it meant the round was over. Naturally, they couldn't contradict him and had to wait. The remaining fighters can go back onto their pillars, said the diviner calmly. In a split second, the fighters' silhouettes flickered and they jumped back onto their pillars. Many pillars were empty now. So many people had been eliminated. People understood that those who hadn't managed to act fast enough to pass the first round weren't talented enough for this event. The diviner waved, and the empty pillars disappeared. 200 pillars remained, 200 strong cultivators. The pillars were shining, and lights suddenly enveloped the fighters. The numbers above their heads changed, and the pillars suddenly started moving with heavy rumbles. The numbers of some of the strongest cultivators didn't change because people above them hadn't been eliminated. Lin Feng's rank changed from 135 to 105. 300 people had been eliminated. Of the people who initially were above him in the rankings, only 30 people had been eliminated. People who were above him in the rankings were truly strong. In the next round, the first 100 cultivators will be determined. It will be a simple round, said the diviner calmly. The rules are, the first cultivator fights against the 200th one, the second fights against the 199th, and so on. The winner stays, the loser is eliminated. If someone wins, they replace their opponent in the rankings. People who were at the bottom of the rankings were astonished. Their faces stiffened. They knew that it was probably going to be the last round for them. They were going to fight against the strongest cultivators. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds is fair. Those who end up at the top of the rankings in the first round have an advantage. Those who end up at the bottom of the rankings don't, thought the crowd. After this round, 100 cultivators would remain. Those 100 people would be glorious. And after that, they would still continue fighting. Now, let's start from the first one. You must fight within the light curtain. If you want to surrender, touch the light curtain. After it opens, you can leave the battle stage. Otherwise, you'll die, explained the diviner calmly. In the twinkling of an eye, a light curtain appeared in front of every single pillar. The platform was surrounded by a light curtain. 200 handprints appeared on the light curtain. The fighters could activate the light curtain by putting their hands on them. Godly Cloud's first master, Hua Qingfeng, put his hand on the light curtain and jumped within its boundaries, landing on the battle stage. The 200th cultivator was a young man in golden clothes. His facial expression looked sharp. His chi was powerful, but everybody was convinced that that battle wasn't going to be surprising at all. The cultivators who were at the top were just too terrifying. Actually, as the crowd had expected, Hua Qingfeng moved slowly, looking confident and at ease. His lips moved. Sword lights appeared, he stuck out his tongue, and a sword appeared out of his mouth. The air began to vibrate from the sword intent. It surrounded the lower-ranked fighter and quickly, without him having time to do anything else, he put his hand on the handprint, crossed the light curtain and surrendered. Hua Qingfeng won. It was the second cultivator's turn, the reincarnated great deployment master. He was extremely strong. He could cast deployment spells in the twinkling of an eye. His opponent couldn't resist against his deployment spells. He was talented, but he was overwhelmed and instantly lost, or more precisely, he died instantly. That guy's deployment spells are terrifying. He looks emotionless, cold, and detached. During the previous round on the battlefield, he didn't join hands with anyone. He stayed alone and killed so many people. He'll probably remain in the top 10. He can probably defeat some of the 9 first masters of the continent of the 9 clouds. He might even end up in the top 3, thought the crowd when they saw the spiritual body strength. The 3rd and 4th cultivators had similar methods. They were both first masters. Supreme Cloud's first master, Wuxia, who had both a supreme emotions-destroying technique and whose energies were explosive, killed his opponent without giving him time to do anything. The 4th one was Prince Wu Qing, who also practiced emotionlessness cultivation. He had some emotionless techniques. He was emotionless, so he was merciless as well. He also killed the 197th strong cultivator. The 5th one was Chu Chunqiu. His strength was explosive. He used sky-absorbing techniques and absorbed his enemy's intent, slaughtering him. The cultivators of the top 5 all won their battles extremely easily. Among their 5 opponents, 4 died. People's hearts were pounding. How cruel. Those people were real geniuses too. The atmosphere in Godly Cloud City wasn't lively. Many people looked sad. Many geniuses had done so much in life to succeed, and now they were dying one after another. At the beginning, more than 100,000 people wanted to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Then they had been gone through the selection process and had been rejected. Then, a few more than 1,000 people had been selected to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, which was a success. And then they had died or been eliminated. The number of contestants had been reduced to 200. It was a massive reduction. Those people were all geniuses amongst geniuses. Now, many of them were dying. Among them were some people who were considered incredible geniuses in Godly Cloud City. The crowd felt strange when they saw them die so easily. Everybody understood that even if some people made it and ended up in the top 100, In the end, the most important ones would be the ones at the very top of the rankings. Only those people would be glorious and dazzling. Wu Yizi, Prince Wu Qing, Chu Chun Qiu. Those people are extremely strong, but between them, who's the strongest one? Wondered the watchers. Even though they felt sad for those who were dying, they were also excited and wanted to see the most dazzling geniuses' battles. Those battles would be extraordinary. The 6th and 7th battles weren't surprising either. The 6th and 7th cultivators won. Lin Feng was particularly interested in the 8th battle because he knew the 8th cultivator. He had met him in the small world back then. Kong Ming. Kong Ming was an extremely strong fighter, a Buddhist cultivator. He was surrounded by Buddha's halo. He could release dazzling hands which were as hard as mountains. After Kong Ming's battle, there was no surprise either until the 23rd battle. At that moment, the crowd was astonished. The 23rd cultivator lost against the 178th cultivator. The 178th cultivator then replaced him. After that, things came back to normal and there were no surprises. After 30-some battles, people were less strong, battles were less impressive, and people couldn't be sure they were going to stay where they were in the rankings. Lang Yi was much lower than Lin Feng in the ranking list, but he wasn't relaxed at all. In the end, he still won and replaced his opponent. Of course, before Lang Yi, Jing had also replaced her opponent. After that, Wuxia fought. He ranked in the 150s. He fought against someone who was ranked 40-something. It was a disaster. Wuxia used his full strength, but still didn't manage to win. In the end, his opponent wanted to kill him, but Wuxia released deceleration strength to slow his opponent down and managed to put his hand on the light curtain and left. Unfortunately, he wouldn't end up in the top 100 of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. After Wuxia, Jian Mang also fought. Even though Jian Mang was oppressed the whole time and almost died, he used his full strength, released a terrifying sword strike and managed to win, beheading his opponent using a light sword. That move amazed and astonished many people, especially since he was blind. How dazzling, he had dared and won. Jian Mang revealed his true strength with that last sword attack. He won't be able to use it again, people will anticipate it, thought Lin Feng. After Jian Mang, Junemo, she also battled and won. He had an imperial immortal body, he could recover really quickly. Following him, Wu lost, his opponent was too strong. Then, it was Qing Feng's turn. Lin Feng looked over at her and said, "Qing Feng, give up." Qing Feng frowned. "Give up? Feng, give up," suggested Jing as well. Qing Feng's condition was critical. She was severely injured and couldn't fight. Qing Feng looked at Lin Feng. She really wanted to end up in the top 100 and be able to travel freely to and from the inner part of Godly Cloud City. In the end, she sighed and took a step forward. She wanted to go onto the battle stage. "Stop!" shouted Lin Feng explosively. Qing Feng's foot shook in the air. She looked over at Lin Feng. "Try and dare go onto the battle stage," said Lin Feng coldly, releasing icy strength which filled the air. Qing Feng stared at him, suddenly looking extremely sad. "Lin Feng, what are you doing?" Jing asked Lin Feng. She looked furious when she saw Qing Feng's expression. That bastard was scolding Qing Feng. "You shut up," said Lin Feng, barely glancing at Jing. Jing released her own qi which rolled out and carried everything away. But Lin Feng ignored her. He looked at Qing Feng and said, "Go back." Qing Feng's head trembled. "Oh," she finally said. She sounded crushed. She went back onto her pillar. Lin Feng's ice-cold energies dispersed and disappeared. People around remained silent and calmly watched. She had given up, such things happened. Qing Feng went back onto her pillar and lowered her head, looking extremely sad. She rarely looked like that, but from the look in her eyes, one could almost see she looked happy. She grabbed the sides of her clothes and clenched her fists like a little girl. Nobody noticed that, though. Jing sighed. Poor girl, that bastard didn't know how lucky he was. Qing Feng was in love with him. If Jing had the opportunity, she'd definitely teach him a good lesson. The battles continued. Ho Qinglin was also lower than Lin Feng in the rankings. Therefore, he fought before Lin Feng. They ranked just above 100th position, so their opponents' ranks were also to the 100th. Besides, there wasn't a big level difference between them, so the battles were more spectacular. Ho Qinglin ended up injured, but won and replaced his opponent. People who were at the top of the rankings closed their eyes. They weren't interested in these battles. They couldn't wait for the next round to start. Then it was Lin Feng's turn. He put his hand on the light curtain and ended up on the battle stage. His opponent looked at him calmly. He ranked 96th. He said to Lin Feng, "You made that girl give up. Why don't you give up yourself?" People in the outside world had clearly seen how strong Lin Feng was on the battlefield during the previous round, but not all the contestants had seen Lin Feng fight on the battlefield. They didn't even know one another. This cultivator didn't know how strong Lin Feng was. "Let's fight." Lin Feng didn't take this battle to heart. He didn't think he could lose against the 96th cultivator. His sword intent filled the air. "If you die, that girl will become mine," said that guy, smiling casually. Lin Feng looked at him coldly, and suddenly his sword chi shot up into the sky. It was ominous. At the same time, he released an awesome empty space strength and condensed it even as he cast a celestial stage deployment spell. His opponent was dumbfounded, releasing his own icy strength on instinct. At that moment, Lin Feng waved his hand, his sword shrieking in the air, and disappeared. His opponent was stunned. He released an incredible amount of strength to protect himself from the sword attack he knew was coming, punching out unceasingly and furiously. A vortex of strength appeared around him, and he sensed oppressive energies. Lin Feng appeared above him, demon lights surrounding him. His sword intent cut through space. "Piss off!" shouted that person explosively. He used his full strength to attack Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's physical strength was incredible. Lin Feng released death strength, and the air churned and rumbled. That guy couldn't compete with Lin Feng. His head exploded, and his soul dispersed. He was dead. Lin Feng looked at the corpse coldly as the crowd sighed. Another genius had died. Lin Feng could end up in the top 50. If his opponent hadn't said what he had said, Lin Feng wouldn't have killed him. When Qing Feng saw that, she smiled thinly. She looked particularly beautiful at that moment. After Lin Feng, the battles continued. Those who were going to end up in the top 100 were finally known. The inner part of Godly Cloud City was vast. Many people were watching the battles from there. When they saw those who were definitely going to end up in the top 100, they were excited. Those cultivators had passed all the first rounds. "He's in the top 100. He'll be able to travel back and forth freely," thought Shueishan Feng, staring at Lin Feng unhappily. He had lost against Lin Feng back in the day. Now Lin Feng could come to the world where he lived freely. Duan Feng had the opposite reaction. He smiled indifferently. Brother Lin Feng was going to be in the top 100 no matter what, and besides, maybe he was going to continue rising in the rankings. He was extremely strong. He might be joining Fortune Shrine as well. However, becoming one of Fortune Shrine's core disciples would be complicated. The crowd looked at the cultivators on the pillars solemnly and respectfully. The next battles were going to be even more cruel. Since they were in the top 100, they were allowed to travel freely to and from the inner part of Godly Cloud City, but the next battles were going to be cruel. The next step was to try and end up in the top 50, to be able to join the Fortune Shrine. Up in the air, the diviner looked at the crowd and smiled. He waved, and lights moved towards the contestants. This time they received scepters again, but they looked like keys. They floated in front of the contestants. You may use your godly awareness to fuse together with those scepters. In the future, you can use them to enter the inner part of the city. In the next round, you're also going to need to use them, said the diviner patiently. We already know the cultivators who will end up in the top 50. Now, you're going to a small and narrow misty palace. Inside, there are many dangers and you could bump into anyone else. I gave you those scepters because I hope none of you will die. After all, you made it here. People like you are rare. Therefore, if you face danger, use the scepter to come out. But if you use the scepter to come out, your position will be at the bottom of the rankings. It'll be that way until the top 30 appear. When the crowd heard the diviner, they frowned. 30 people? This time, 50 people weren't going to be eliminated, but 70? How cruel. The first 30 cultivators would be terrifyingly strong. Who was going to end up in the top 30? Even the geniuses on the pillars couldn't imagine. During this round, 70 people were going to be eliminated. That was the greater majority. Of course, the top 50 would have the possibility to join Fortune Shrine. Nobody could know what was going to happen inside, but according to the diviner, the best thing was to get eliminated as late as possible. Lights illuminated the platform again. This time, a dark and gloomy ancient castle appeared. Besides, the crowd realized that they couldn't see anything. Would they be able to watch this time? There were 100 dark doors in the darkness. Those were the entrances. The diviner said to the fighters, "Go in. I hope you'll stay inside the whole time. Same rules. Since most of you are going to be eliminated, we'll see how strong and tenacious you are." After the fighters heard the diviner, they entered the ancient castle, Lin Feng and his friends with them. The doors closed themselves behind them. People outside couldn't see what was happening inside. They would only be able to see the eliminated people come out. "Unfortunately, we won't be able to see this extraordinary round," the crowd sighed. They were annoyed. What was going to happen inside the dark palace? Lin Feng entered the ancient castle. A dark path appeared indistinctly in front of him. On both sides of the path were statues. All the statues were holding extremely sharp demon blades. It was dangerous. Lin Feng felt cold inside. The scepter in his third eye twinkled indistinctly. If he faced danger, he could use it to leave. Therefore, unless he was assassinated by surprise, he wouldn't die inside. Even if someone attempted to assassinate someone else, since people could activate the scepters with their godly awareness, it would be difficult. Wings appeared on his back. Empty space strength started intertwining. Powerful cosmic energies filled the air. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered, and he merged into the wind. However, when he started moving, the statues also started moving. Sharp demon energies cut everything around them. No! Lin Feng was startled. The energies were chaotic. There was absolutely no pattern. He couldn't cross them relying on speed. He withdrew quickly and went back to the beginning of the path. The statues also stopped moving. What if I stayed here and didn't move? He wondered. However, he quickly forgot about that tactic as the statues started towards him at the same time, brandishing their gloomy blades. Can I only rely on strength to attack? He asked himself. He stared at the statues and released a terrifying demon chi before moving forwards again. Sharp blade lights filled the air. Demon lights cut for him. Those blade lights are powerful, thought Lin Feng. He punched out and 2 blade lights broke apart. At the same time, he struck a statue with a sword, but the statue stood its ground steadfastly. Lin Feng was astonished. He understood he couldn't destroy the statues. Lin Feng looked thoughtful and moved backwards. The statues calmed down. "I need to press on without let up to get out," he swore. He still had wings. His eyes became pitch black. He looked at all the statues. None of them could escape from Lin Feng's vision. Lin Feng attacked again. Blade lights reappeared. Space was being cut. Lin Feng's silhouette was distorted. He streaked across the air, destroying 2 blade lights. He used his right hand to punch out constantly. At the same time, he beat his wings frantically, turning into a beam of light. He traveled over a third of the path. However, all the blade lights moved with him. Lin Feng could see them all. He didn't stop. Moving on was the only way. He looked agile and graceful, but his silhouette was bending. At the same time, he released sword intent which scattered in all directions around him and destroyed the blade lights. However, many blade lights still posed a threat to him. Those blades were brutal and could cut space, so of course they could also kill people. Even with his physical strength, Lin Feng wasn't sure he could resist them. When Lin Feng reached 2/3 of the path, a blade light glittered and shot towards him. "Break!" shouted Lin Feng explosively. He spat out sword intent, and the blade light weakened. Lin Feng crossed it, and with his physical strength, the light broke apart when he crossed it. He was surrounded by pitch-black demon intent. "Piss off!" Lin Feng punched out. His energies destroyed everything on his way. He barreled down the path like a cannonball, destroying everything in his path. After the last blade light broke apart, Lin Feng reached a junction. All the paths were extremely vast. However, they weren't big enough for battles. In front of him, Lin Feng noticed an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her chi was incredible. When she saw Lin Feng, she frowned. She glanced at the number above his head. 96. She remembered that initially Lin Feng ranked 105th. He had defeated his enemy to get down to the 96th position. And she ranked 11th. 11. Lin Feng was stunned. She was in the top 20, definitely extraordinary. She was also the only woman in the top 20. Dazzling lights appeared. Stars glittered in the air. The beautiful woman was surrounded by eye-catching lights. Lin Feng was suddenly surrounded by darkness and stars. "Leave now," Shui said to Lin Feng calmly. "The only place in the continent of the 9 clouds where the First Lady is stronger than the First Master is Green Jade Clouds. She controls star strength and can summon the strength of the stars," said Lin Feng, looking at that woman calmly. This woman was Green Jade Cloud's First Lady. Shui stretched out her hands and made star strength rotate. Gigantic stars descended from the sky to attack Lin Feng. She can control stars. How strong, thought Lin Feng when he saw all those stars. He condensed strength in his fist and punched out. The gigantic stars broke apart. Lin Feng sensed a heavy strength behind them. He understood that this woman was really extremely strong. Many people were extremely talented in the continent of the 9 clouds. Some people had king-type bodies. Of course, apart from them, there were also people who had special kinds of bodies. Green Jade Cloud's First Lady was extremely strong, and she had a special kind of body. A star body. On the path of cultivation, special bodies were related to the cultivator's spirit. After breaking through to the Zun Qi layer, cultivator spirits fused together with their blood. Using the power of their spirits was more natural. It also became easier for them to use certain spells. Green Jade Cloud's First Lady could release such a strength thanks to her spirit and special body type. She could summon stars. On the small and narrow path, Lin Feng was stuck in a rain of stars. At that moment, Green Jade Cloud's First Lady didn't use an extremely strong attack. She was surprised and stared at Lin Feng. She knew that his physical strength was incredible, much better than hers. "Open the star world. We can take different paths. You can eliminate me," said Lin Feng calmly. Shui grunted coldly. Her stars became even more dazzling as she summoned more of them. Meteorites kept streaking across the sky. It was incredible in the darkness. It was raining stars at night. Lin Feng also grunted coldly. Since Green Jade Cloud's First Lady wanted to fight, he had no choice. He slowly walked forwards and terrifying demon Kulpa thunder lights appeared around him. He rose up in the air. The 10,000 things of creation started intertwining. His demon and lightning cosmic energies filled the air. The meteorites kept exploding and vanishing. Shui frowned. This man's cosmic energies were really powerful. Not only did Lin Feng have an incredible physical strength, his cosmic energies were also more powerful than hers. Therefore, he could destroy her meteorites. However, Shui was just surprised. She quickly calmed down and waved her hands. Lights flared, and star lights surrounded Lin Feng. "Explode!" shouted Shui coldly. Instantly, the endless number of star lights turned into destructive strength and shot towards Lin Feng quickly. What a powerful spell. She can easily kill people who are a bit weaker than her with such spells. This is a deadly spell, thought Lin Feng. There was no lack of strange things in this boundless world. The continent of the 9 clouds was so vast, and there were so many geniuses. Lin Feng's Devamara Kulpa lights became even more brilliant and fused together with his lightning energies, slamming into the stars. Energies surged all around them. Lin Feng was bathing in strength and slowly walked forwards as before. His face was cold, and his eyes were filled with murder. When Shui saw that Lin Feng still looked relaxed, the star lights around her became even more dazzling. She grunted coldly, and moved towards Lin Feng, looking like a celestial being. She pressed forward with an indomitable will, as if nothing could stop her. Lin Feng released his sword intent. Holy Spirit swords rotated around him as well as Demon Culpa lights. His Demon Culpa strength turned into a black Demon Culpa sword. Fissures appeared all around them in the darkness. The stars glittered. Shui landed in front of Lin Feng, waved her hands, and the stars moved forwards explosively. Humph! Lin Feng grunted. His Demon King's Death Dao became even more explosive. It surged out and carried everything away. However, Lin Feng had the sensation that even though the woman's attacks were weak, her defense was terrifying. It had nothing to do with her cultivation. It was due to her special body. Lin Feng and Shui walked closer to each other slowly and condensed more strength. Lin Feng started chanting his incantation, invisible and intangible sound waves piercing through Shui's eardrums. The two cultivators' energies kept colliding and exploding. Lin Feng sensed that her attack were getting more powerful. Behind her, there were millions of stars. It was her main strength. They stepped back away from each other, as if by mutual agreement. Lin Feng looked at Shui. Stars kept glittering behind her. Star strength was her strength. Otherwise, she couldn't have collided against Lin Feng. Since you really want to fight, I'll play with you, said Lin Feng coldly. Mourn! Brilliant lights appeared. Lin Feng remained as motionless as a mountain, as if the 10,000 things of creation couldn't affect him. Shui frowned and then waved her hands. Her stars disappeared, her silhouette flickered, and she headed towards a path. She didn't want to fight anymore. She didn't need to fight against people who were too strong, and she hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so strong. When Lin Feng saw her leave, he didn't chase her. Just like her, he thought he didn't need to fight against people who were too strong. During that round, the most important thing was to eliminate people. Therefore, Lin Feng chose another road, but not the same as Shui. He was alone on the path. Lin Feng didn't know that the diviner had actually planned everything they would bump into during that round. If people from outside had been able to see what was going on inside, they would have realized that that misty palace was actually a sealed and circular labyrinth, and the diviner kept modifying it all the time. That way, only two people could be together on a path at the same time. If the crowd could see, they would also notice that people only bumped into people at the other end in the rankings. For example, the one who ranked first bumped into people who were in the last 10 of the list, and the top 10 encountered people who were at the bottom of the rankings as well. People of the top of the rankings didn't meet at this stage. Lin Feng had encountered Shui because he was at the bottom of the rankings and Shui was at the top. Of course, some people got eliminated because of the blade lights. Lin Feng had passed the test of the blade lights and fought a first battle, but he didn't get eliminated. Therefore, his second opponent wasn't that strong. It was someone who ranked 50-something. That person had just fought against someone who ranked 30-something. He hadn't killed his opponent. They had chosen to take different paths. When Fu Luan saw that his opponent was ranked 96, he thought he was lucky and smiled indifferently. He seemed to be encountering people from the bottom of the rankings only. Even if they were strong, they couldn't compete with him. When he saw Lin Feng, he was convinced Lin Feng couldn't be stronger than him. Fu Luan smiled happily and threw himself at Lin Feng. At that moment, he was still thinking about the statue's blades. He was convinced that the statues had probably intercepted a dozen people and that during the first battles, 20 to 30 people were going to be eliminated as well. He based his analysis on those two hypotheses. He tried to count. If 30 people or 40 people were eliminated after the second round of battles, 50 people would be eliminated, and then he'd manage to get qualified and be able to access Fortune City. He was already enthusiastic about becoming a member of Fortune City. But actually, Fu Luan's analysis was wrong. Not that many people got eliminated. Many people decided not to fight and to take different paths. Very abruptly, Fu Luan also realized that he wasn't lucky. Fu Luan reappeared outside on the pillars suddenly, his forehead covered with cold sweat. His face was deathly pale and he was shaking. He glanced around. Less than 30 people had been eliminated. The number above his head had also changed. He was now 72. This round wasn't absolutely fair. But Fortune Shrine didn't need fair battles. They needed to have people eliminated for the last battles. Those would be fair, so it was enough. They couldn't think of a simple solution to make every single round completely fair. Otherwise, it would have been too complex. That Fu Luan. He's from the northern town of Godly Cloud City, from the Fu clan. He's really strong. He had the potential to end up in the top 50, and now he's been eliminated. I wonder who defeated him. Chattered many people when they saw Fu Luan. They couldn't believe it. More and more people were appearing on the pillars. A person known to Lin Feng's friends appeared. Ho Qing Lin. He had been eliminated too. Ho Qing Lin pulled a long face. He tried to keep calm as he sighed. It seems that I'm way too weak in comparison with those strong cultivators. After going back, I'll practice cultivation as hard as I can. I'll give my everything. A moment before, he had fought a first battle, he had won and then continued. Then he had encountered an extraordinarily beautiful woman who could use the power of the stars. She wasn't physically strong, but her spells were incredible and her strength. In the end, he had to use the scepter. He wouldn't be able to join Fortune Shrine, but he didn't feel too sad about it. He was determined. What didn't kill him made him stronger. He would continue practicing cultivation with an indomitable will. The one who had defeated Ho Qing Lin was Shui Yi, Green Jade Cloud's first lady. A short time after Ho Qing Lin, Jian Mang also reappeared on his pillar. Thanks to his godly awareness, he sensed Ho Qing Lin's presence and said, "You've been eliminated too?" "Yes. I'm not strong enough." If Lin Feng hadn't been there in the previous round, Chu Chun Chiu and the others would have eliminated us already, said Ho Qing Lin calmly. He tried to keep calm. He wasn't strong enough, it was a fact, and he accepted it. In the future, he would practice cultivation really hard. This was an experience, and it made him stronger. Actually, Chu Chun Chiu eliminated me, whispered Jian Mang. Ho Qing Lin was startled, and then laughed. Jian Mang was really unlucky, but he was still safe and sound, that was the main thing. They had done quite well for this meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. I hope that Lang Yi and Junimo she will stay in there longer, muttered Ho Qing Lin, looking at the dark palace. He hoped they'd be able to end up in the top 50. He also wondered how far Lin Feng would go. More and more people came out. The 51st cultivator came out. Junimo Shi. Ho Qing Lin sighed. What a pity. One position shy. But Lang Yi was definitely in the top 50. Lang Yi controlled world strength. Therefore, he could protect himself better than the others. He was still inside. 50th, the top 50 are still in there, the excited watchers exclaimed. Lights twinkled, and someone appeared. Ho Qing Lin frowned. It was precisely Lang Yi. He was 50th. At that moment, Lang Yi had a strange expression on his face. His eyes kept twinkling. He looked at the castle and said, "Who was that guy? How strange." Lang Yi had encountered a strange yet extremely strong cultivator. He had used his scepter to come out. At that moment, that strange cultivator ended up on the same path as Xian Ren. He looked at the number above his head. 68. He was quite low in the rankings. And this person also looked ordinary. However, that ordinary person hadn't been eliminated yet. Was he just lucky? Or was he really strong? Xian Ren opened his mouth to talk. But at that moment, the other man stretched out his hand but didn't attack. He raised his hand and scratched his head. He smiled in a simple and honest way and said, "Let's not fight. Leave." Xian Ren was too stunned to talk. The other one had talked faster than him, but Xian Ren wanted to say the same. Besides, that ordinary-looking guy scratched his head and looked simple and down-to-earth. He had no chi at all. He didn't look like a cultivator. He was even a little bit fat. Indeed, he looked ordinary because he wasn't tall and sturdy, he was fat. He looked nice though, he smiled and he was clean. But he looked boorish too. "My name is Zhou Rongman. I'm the 333rd son of the Zhou clan. The reason why I'm telling you my name is that I want you to know who will defeat you. My name is Zhou Rongman." Zhou Rongman smiled. Xian Ren looked amused. He thought he had humor. But Zhou Rongman was even funnier. Xian Ren was surprised to see someone like that in there. He hadn't noticed him before. You don't want to leave, so I'll kick you out. Be careful. Smiled Zhou Rongman, smiling. Each time he smiled, 2 white teeth appeared, like a rabbit. He moved, seemingly fat and slow. However, Xianrun was astonished because Zhou Rongman arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Xianrun was astonished. His robe fluttered. He instantly released qi which filled the air. He looked like a well-educated scholar. Weapon, said Xianrun. Sharp qi filled the air and streaked across the sky. At the same time, lights shot towards his foe. Each light beam was as sharp as a sword and emitted humming sounds with intent. The Confucianist monk was furious. He strictly enforced the principles he learned in the Holy Scriptures. Slashing sounds kept spreading through the air. His light beams lacerated Zhou Rongman's clothes, but they didn't pierce through his skin, to the extent that they even broke apart after reaching him. Xianrun was astonished. His enemy kept smiling gently. Xianrun invoked his scepter and slowly disappeared. He was still astonished. Phew! When Xianrun reappeared on the stone pillar, his expression had completely changed, and was even worse than Lang Ye's. His opponent's voice kept resonating in his brain. My name is Zhou Rongman. The reason why I'm telling you my name is that I want you to know who will defeat you. My name is Zhou Rongman. Xianrun has been eliminated too. People from Godly Cloud City were stunned. Xianrun was from Holy Mountain. He hadn't even ended up in the top 30, he was in the top 50. Who had eliminated Xianrun? Soon, the top 30 were going to appear. In the labyrinth, Lin Feng bumped into more people and eliminated 2 people. He also bumped into an extremely strong cultivator. Yinjiu, Blue Pale Cloud's first master. When Lin Feng bumped into Yinjiu, they both remained silent. Yinjiu looked calm and composed in his black robe. However, Lin Feng knew his drowsiness Dao was extremely dangerous. He could kill people silently without anybody noticing it. He had almost killed Qing Feng. Lin Feng released his intent without the slightest scruple. However, at the same time he remained vigilant. This enemy was dangerous. He couldn't give them a chance. He also didn't intend to let the enemy off. One of them had to be eliminated. An incredible amount of sword intent filled the air. Lin Feng walked towards Yinjiu slowly. He suddenly had the impression his consciousness was trying to leave his body. He could only walk forwards because there were walls on both sides of the path. He also had the impression something was pushing him to walk forwards. It's just an illusion. Lin Feng closed his eyes. He was determined. His consciousness was drawn back into his body. Yinjiu was still standing in the same place, staring at Lin Feng. He wanted to drag Lin Feng into an illusion and kill him in his world. Lin Feng released a terrifying death intent which surged out and carried everything away. A death pattern appeared and grew to gigantic size. Since his enemy wanted to kill him, Lin Feng would also do his best to kill him. An ancient and desolate qi filled the air. Sky-absorbing strength appeared. The atmosphere was filled with death. Stop, said Yinjiu coldly. His Dao was his goal was to kill. He had never used explosive attacks to fight. He had always made his enemies fall asleep and killed them silently. An ancient saint's technique coupled with death cosmic energies and death Dao. We'll see how you intend to kill death. Lin Feng continued slowly walking forwards. The atmosphere around him was filled with death. Oppress, said Lin Feng, turning into a death pattern. The atmosphere became dark, filled with oppressive death qi. Yinjiu's life was being corroded, and his face turned deathly pale. He released drowsiness intent. The 2 kinds of intent were dangerous as they intertwined. At that moment, someone was walking on a path which led to their duel, and his vitality started being corroded. He promptly turned around and left. Both the death and drowsiness strengths contained immortal strength. Yinjiu's life qi slowly dispersed. His drowsiness intent started dispersing. His face stiffened. He was a first master, how could he lose? A river appeared made of death energies. It flowed towards Yinjiu like a flood. He released Dao intent, but he still couldn't prevent the death strength from corroding his life strength. He had the sensation his eyelids were becoming heavier, as if he were about to fall asleep forever. I'm a first master, and I'm going to be eliminated. Injo grimaced. He closed his eyes, ground his teeth, his gums bleeding. Why? How come? He was extremely strong. How could he lose? Injo reappeared on a pillar outside. The whole crowd was astonished. Finally, a powerful cultivator had been eliminated. Who had eliminated him? Injo wouldn't be able to end up in the top 30. What a pity we can't see what's happening inside, sighed the people from Godly Cloud City. Nobody knew what was going on inside. Who had eliminated Injo? Only he knew. Could it be that Injo bumped into another first master? They wondered. Maybe that the cultivator who could cast terrifying deployment spells? Or Xianxia. 60 people have been eliminated. Soon, 70 people will have been eliminated, and thus we will soon see the cultivators of the top 30. They figured out expectantly. They finally were going to see the top 30. Who would be strong enough to finish in the top 30? One of the first masters had been eliminated. The remaining people were probably terrifyingly strong. In the ancient castle, Lin Feng bumped into someone. When he saw the fellow, he was startled. This person smiled. He looked fat, friendly, and even cute. He seemed completely ordinary. In the middle of a crowd, nobody would have noticed him. However, Lin Feng didn't underestimate him. From the number of people he had encountered, Lin Feng estimated that the top 30 were soon going to appear, and if this guy had managed to make it this far, it meant he was extremely strong. He wasn't ordinary at all. The guy looked simple and honest as he scratched his head. He looked embarrassed and said, "My name is Zhou Rongman. I'm the 333rd son of the Zhou clan. The reason why I'm telling you my name is that I want you to know who's about to eliminate you. My name is Zhou Rongman. Leave if you don't want to lose face." When Lin Feng saw his smile, he looked at the other strangely. He had the impression that that guy was a weirdo, but an extremely strong weirdo. "I won't go out. What should we do?" said Lin Feng. He looked amused. "Don't leave then. The one who will defeat you is called Zhou Rongman," said his opponent. Rongman took big steps towards Lin Feng. He was fat and made the ground shake as he walked. Lin Feng looked at him, even more surprised. He condensed sword strength in his hands and attacked Zhou Rongman. However, a sharp and clear sound spread through the air. Lin Feng was astonished. What a thick skin. His defense was formidable. Was his physical strength as impressive as Lin Feng's own? Lin Feng had encountered many strong cultivators during the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds already. Chu Chunqiu could use sky-absorbing spells. Saint Tian Hun could enchain people's soul strength. The reincarnated Great Deployment Master could cast terrifying deployment spells. However, he had never encountered someone whose physical strength could be compared with his. The strongest person against whom he had fought was probably Shui Yi, Green Jade Cloud's First Lady. Her star strength was comparable to his strength. But this guy in front of him had an awesome physical strength. But that just made him even more determined to fight. He condensed physical strength and suddenly punched out in Zhou Rongman's direction. Zhou Rongman also raised his fist and punched out in Lin Feng's direction. He was still smiling. At the same cultivation level, nobody dared use physical strength against him. He could already imagine himself defeating Lin Feng. He was a genius from the ancient Zhou clan, after all. Both fighters' fists collided. Lin Feng sensed the muscles of his arms twitch. He had the impression he hadn't punched a body, but a shell. It seemed indestructible. A terrifyingly strong wind started blowing. Lin Feng withdrew quickly. His heart was pounding. It was the first time during the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds that he had met someone who scared him like this. Someone had a better physical strength than him. Zhou Rongman stepped back 2 steps as well. He looked at his fist and scratched his head, muttering, "There's something wrong." Zhou Rongman raised his head again and looked at Lin Feng. "My family keeps saying nobody can compete with me in terms of physical strength. Who are you? How come you can compete with me in terms of physical strength? Do you also have an ancient spirit?" Lin Feng was surprised. He had indeed managed to resist, but he wasn't satisfied at all. He had almost spat out blood. "Let's try again," said Zhou Rongman. He didn't believe it. He took big steps forwards again. He wasn't fast at all. However, he appeared in front of Lin Feng in the blink of an eye somehow. Lin Feng had the impression he was hallucinating, as red and golden lights appeared around Rongman's fist. Even his qi looked ancient. Ancient blood. Lin Feng took a step forwards and raised his fist again. They punched each other even more violently. The walls trembled. Lin Feng slipped backwards and trails of flames appeared under his feet from the friction. Zhou Rongman took one step backwards. He shook his head and moved forwards again. Their fists collided a third time. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. It was terrifying. Lin Feng was propelled backwards several steps. His arm hurt, and his blood was churning. His opponent's physical strength was simply overwhelming. "I want to use another kind of strength now," Lin Feng said to Zhou Rongman. He was getting excited. He released sword qi, which began to hum ominously. Sword lights appeared on his fist. "All right, I'll stop messing around as well. Otherwise, I won't be able to eliminate you," said Zhou Rongman, sounding annoyed. The two fighters collided again. Lin Feng's sword intent collided with his opponent's fist. They both looked like conquering heroes. However, Lin Feng had the impression his opponent's skin was like indestructible armor. Lin Feng stared at him and asked, "You have beast blood?" "Yes. We used to be the strongest ones back in the ancient days. You're extremely strong. I won't eliminate you. I take back my word. But we'll probably meet again in the next round, and then I'll use my full strength," said Zhou Rongman calmly. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. This guy was bragging and managed to remain calm and composed, as if all this was normal. The strongest animal in the ancient days? He was definitely showing off. "All right, I can't wait to see your most powerful attacks, since your ancestors used to be the strongest cultivators in the world." Lin Feng smiled. As he spoke those words, his silhouette flickered. The watchers realized that the curtain around the castle had slowly disappeared. The last 30 people slowly reappeared in the people's field of vision. "The round is over," the crowd saw, frowning intently. The top 30 were going to be revealed. 22 men, 3 women. 2 of them are first ladies in the continent of the 9 clouds. The other woman is Jing. Only one first master has been eliminated and didn't make it to the top 30. The others are all there. The first masters are symbols in the continent of the 9 clouds. There are always first masters in the top 10. Usually there are at most 3 of them. I wonder how many of them will finish in the top 10 this time. Wondered someone. Not easy. That guy with the deployment spells, Chu Chun Chio, the one who steals souls, the Buddhist monk from Holy Mountain, those people are geniuses. Because of Hua Qingfeng, they can't be called first masters, but they are not necessarily weaker than him. You can't have 4 first masters. Those were the rules. The first masters were extremely strong, but every time, some new geniuses suddenly arose in the continent of the 9 clouds. That's Lin Feng, the one who killed Lei Dongtian. He's in the top 30. He's really strong. But I don't think he can continue rising in the rankings, said someone. All those people were geniuses. It would be difficult for Lin Feng to continue rising, according to the crowd. Who's that? The fat one. He looks so ordinary and he's in the top 30. How strange, asked someone staring at Zhou Rongman. I don't know. He looks really ordinary indeed. I hadn't noticed him before. I've seen him. When the round with the 500 cultivators started, that guy laid down in the grass and just slept. 2 people attacked him, but they lost against him. His opponents looked extremely weak in front of him. He just punched them and crushed them, and then continued sleeping. I also thought it was strange. He's lucky he's in the top 30. Even the first master of Blue Pale Clouds didn't manage to do that. At that moment, the atmosphere was lively in Godly Cloud City. People were talking about the cultivators of the top 30. Everybody was curious. Brother Lin Feng is in the top 30, said Duan Feng, smiling. Surprisingly, he finished in the top 30. He's lucky, said Shueshen Feng coldly. Then he looked at Zhetian. Zhetian was staring at Lin Feng. Because there weren't many people, he had noticed Lin Feng. He had a strange impression. Lin Feng looked familiar. But he never had the opportunity to travel abroad, so he only had contact with people from the Snow Clan. His mother made him practice cultivation as hard as he could as well, with single-hearted devotion and without distracting thoughts. She rarely talked about his father. Therefore, he couldn't have seen that person before. However, he still had a familiar feeling. Lin Feng sensed someone was looking at him. He raised his head and gazed into the distance, looking at Xianxia. He also had a familiar feeling. What a cute kid, thought Lin Feng. He was surprised. He looked really strong. He was so young and he was already a cultivator of the top of the Zunqi layer. If he had become that strong back then in the small world, people would have had cold sweats. Of course, Lin Feng understood that people's cultivation speeds in the great world were different. Lin Feng looked at the young man next to the kid, his hair fluttering in the wind. He was holding a cup of something. He had an extraordinary qi. He looked extraordinarily strong. Was that young man the kid's father? Lin Feng turned his head again. Even though he had a familiar feeling, he couldn't stare at people like that, especially since he was participating in the meeting and he had to get ready mentally for the next round. Ah, I feel proud and elated. It was a bit stressful, said Zhou Rongman, smiling widely. Lang Yi and Xian Ren had been eliminated because of him. Their faces stiffened. They were furious when they saw his face. He looked as if the round had been difficult for him. What a bastard. Lin Feng also had cold sweats. This guy was really weird. New ranks for the top 30, said the diviner. He waved his hands and the numbers above the contestant's head changed. Many people had been eliminated, so people's ranks changed. However, the ranks of people who were at the bottom of the rankings didn't change that much, it seemed. Lin Feng ranked 96 when he had entered the castle. Now, nobody who ranked between 97 and 100 was left in the top 30. So Lin Feng's rank was now 30. Lin Feng knew the one who ranked 29th, Wu Ju. Number 28, coincidentally, was Zhou Rongman. But Zhou Rongman didn't look sad to be at the top of the top 30. He actually smiled in a cute way. He looked like a fat baby. The top 10 hadn't changed at all. None of them had been eliminated in the labyrinth. Lin Feng looked at those who were at the top of the rankings. It made him shake. They were all terrifying. Hua Qingfeng, Godly Cloud's first master, he ranked first. Reincarnated Great Deployment Master, second. Wuxia Zi, Supreme Cloud's first master, he ranked third. Yuqing, Jade Cloud's first master, he ranked fourth. Chu Chunqiu, fifth. Prince Wu Qing, Dark Knight first master, he ranked sixth. And Aitsong, Purple Cloud's first master, he ranked seventh. Kong Ming, Holy Mountain's cultivator, he ranked eighth. The third beast, ninth. Jiling Huang, Red Cloud's first master, he ranked 10th. Shui Green Jade Cloud's first lady, 11th. Saint Tianhun, 12th. Yitsong Xian, Bright Cloud's first master, he ranked 13th. They were all terrifying geniuses. Those after them in the rankings were also extraordinary, but there were some people that Lin Feng didn't know at all. For example, the one just after Yitsong Xian was named Mara. He was a terrifying assassin from Godly Cloud City. He was the best assassin of his generation. Mara's reputation couldn't be compared with Lei Dongtian or Wang Shi's. He was much stronger than either of them. They belonged to different worlds. Lin Feng didn't know the 15th one, either. However, he had seen some people from the same group. He was from Purple Clouds, from the Jiuyu's ministry, Yiying. All in all, the cultivators of the top 30 were the strongest people of their generation in the continent. And now they were all together. They didn't have an undeserved reputation. Even those who were at the top of the ranking didn't dare say that those at the bottom of the ranking were weak, except for some people like Zhou Rongman. He was an exception, a weirdo. Therefore, during that round, Lin Feng really felt the pressure. All the strongest emperors of the continent of the 9 clouds were there together. The next round is similar to the previous round. You will all be in the same place. Of course, you won't be in a labyrinth this time. The place will be very small. You will be able to see any battle. If anyone wants to challenge you, you won't be able to escape. You'll have to fight. Therefore, this round will be even crueler, smiled the diviner. Of course, if you use the scepter, you'll be able to come out. Naturally, the first one to come out will be rank 30. The second one will rank 29th, etc. After this round, those ranking between 11th and 30th will be determined. The top 10 will be determined after this round. People shook when they heard the diviner. A small place with everybody inside? The only solution was to fight or get eliminated. That was much crueler than the previous round. The cultivators of the top 10 would appear during this round. Even in Fortune Shrine, such cultivators would be recruited as direct disciples. Those people would be the strongest emperors of the continent of the Nine Clouds and make their families so proud. They would bring so much knowledge to the descendants of their clans. Of course, it would be extremely difficult as well. They all understood that. Remember, only one-on-ones. You can't join hands with someone else to oppress one person. After a battle, you must give the person the time needed to burn a joss stick to rest before attacking them, continued the diviner calmly. He wanted the battles to be fair. Otherwise, if 29 cultivators joined hands to kill Hua Qingfeng, it would be pointless. Phew! Those who had been eliminated took a deep breath. The audience was staring at the 30-strong cultivators. Who would finish in the top 10? In the gigantic city of Godly Cloud City, the people remained silent. They listened to the diviner as if he were a god, quiet and solemn. They understood that incredible battles were going to start. "Now go," said the diviner, waving at them. A light curtain appeared and glittered. Marks flashed. The last 30 cultivators jumped onto the battlefield. The place was quite large, but with 30 people on it, it didn't look so big. The evening sun was high up in the sky. A cold breeze brushed against the cultivator's skin and made their clothes undulate. The 30 people stood in different places. When they arrived on the battlefield, they all remained silent. Nobody wanted to attack first. Hua Qingfeng looked confident and at ease. He turned around and slowly walked towards a hill. He just stood there and watched. He ranked first who would dare attack him during this round. People in the outside world were shaking. Hua Qingfeng probably wouldn't need to fight, right? Once again, people who were at the bottom of the rankings would probably need to fight. Kong Ming turned around and walked away as well. He went onto a grass field and sat down cross-legged. He looked like ancient Buddha, motionless like a mountain. They are both from Holy Mountain. They will probably finish in the top 10. They don't need to fight. No wonder that everybody says Holy Mountain trains geniuses, muttered the crowd. My name is Zhou Rongman. If you want to fight me, I'm here. I'm waiting. Zhou Rongman called out with a smile. Then, he did like Kong Ming, walking away and sitting down on the ground with his legs crossed as well. The contestants were astonished. That guy thought he was like Hua Qingfeng or what? He ranked 28th and he dared act arrogantly like Hua Qingfeng, who ranked first. The cultivators of the top 10 looked indifferent. They were just waiting, would anyone dare attack them? At that moment, many people were staring at Lin Feng, Wu Ju, and Zhou Rongman. Those people were the last 3 ones in the top 30. Some people wanted to get rid of them first. They want me dead, it seems, said Wu Ju, smiling wryly and looking at Lin Feng, who wasn't far from him. It seems like it, said Lin Feng, shrugging. It wasn't easy to get here. Now people want to kill us, that's annoying, said Wu Ju. It had been difficult so far. At that moment, some people walked towards Lin Feng, Wu Ju, and Zhou Rongman. The 5th beast was walking towards Lin Feng. Among people from the Dark Knight region, the young beast masters had 3 in the top 30. That was a big number for people coming from the same group. They were extremely strong. The 5th young beast master walked towards Lin Feng. The one who walked towards Wu Ju was Tai Chongyang, first master of Blue Pale Clouds, who ranked 17th. Tai Chongyang was Green Jade Cloud's first master, and Green Jade Cloud's first lady. Shui was stronger than him. Of course, he felt ashamed because of that. Therefore, he needed to do his best to end up in the top 10. Of course, someone walked towards Zhou Rongman. He ranked at the bottom of the top 30, and they needed to get rid of such people to avoid falling in the rankings. There are too many people. We need to clean, murmured Shui. Then, she slowly walked towards the 23rd cultivator. the fourth young beast master. Indeed, we need to clean, said Saint Tianhun, laughing in a ferocious and cruel way. A black mist appeared around him. He was very dangerous. Even though he wasn't in the top 10 during this round, everybody knew that he was really dangerous. He also walked towards someone at the bottom of the top 30. Chu Chunqiu did the same. Actually, Chu Chunqiu and Tianhun had the same goal. They weren't there to eliminate people, they were there to kill. However, those people had reached a secret agreement. First they wanted to get rid of people from the bottom of the top 30, and then nature would take its course. My name is Zhou Rongman, said Zhou Rongman, breaking the silence. Zhou Rongman had just had an explosive battle. The crowd hadn't even had time to see him fight. However, when they turned their heads, they saw his opponent disappear and reappear on the pillar outside. Zhou Rongman was smiling broadly. What's going on? That guy is lucky. Someone who ranked 20-something attacked him and he crushed his opponent. However, I want to understand what just happened. Many of the watchers didn't even know who Zhou Rongman's opponent was. However, many strong cultivators from Godly Cloud City who knew the person Zhou Rongman had eliminated were stupefied. His voice resonated in their heads. My name is Zhou Rongman. At that moment, everybody in Godly Cloud City could hear what was going on the battlefield. The fighters' voices resonated everywhere in Godly Cloud City. Lin Feng, piss off, said the fifth young beast master. Bloody great rock's wings appeared on his back as he stared at Lin Feng. The previous time, so many people had chased Lin Feng, but they had failed, and he had even been injured. Luckily, he had different sorts of beast's blood, so he could recover quickly. He had to regain face. I admire your courage, Lin Feng said flatly. He released sword intent and condensed it. An incredible amount of sword lights appeared. Lin Feng slowly rose up into the air and moved backwards. He wanted some space to fight. The fifth young beast master frowned. This guy was going to use the same method to defeat him? His bestial blood boiled. The fifth young beast master flapped his wings and shot towards Lin Feng. No more than a blur. Die! He shouted. His sharp claws spread wide. Lin Feng also released formidable Devamara strength. His deployment wings appeared as his eyes turned pitch black. He could almost see through all things. He jumped forwards and raised his fist, ready to punch the young beast master. Apart from Zhou Rongman, nobody could compete with him in terms of physical strength. The bestial chi and the demon strength were terrifying. The fifth young beast master looked at Lin Feng coldly. The fifth young beast master emitted sharp sounds. His eyes were filled with murder. Death, said Lin Feng coldly. Then, cursing strength emerged from his eyes and shot towards his opponent's head. In the beast's eyes, the source of the 9 netherworlds appeared. His bestial chi was oppressed. He suddenly looked much weaker. Holy Spirit lights penetrated into his eyes as well. Demon Holy Spirits, cursing Holy Spirits, 9 netherworlds Holy Spirits. A demon king appeared in the fifth young beast master's head. The demon king was bathing in the source of the 9 netherworlds and looked extremely arrogant. Anyone trying to stop him was doomed. The demon king oppressed the fifth young beast master's bestial chi even more. Energies vibrated unceasingly. At the same time, the fifth beast raised his fist and punched out in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng's eyes were as pitch black as before. Another demon king appeared behind him, ferocious, with sharp teeth. The two fighters kept colliding, and the fifth young beast master's arms kept crackling. He shouted furiously, flapping his great rock's wings and withdrawing. However, Lin Feng wouldn't let him go. Even more strength penetrated into his brain. In the outside world, the crowd was astonished and aquiver with excitement. The fifth young beast master wanted to escape from Lin Feng, but Lin Feng cast a deployment spell which surrounded the beast. Lin Feng moved so fast, the fifth young beast master had no choice but to endure and resist. Ah! A horrible shriek rose. The fifth beast's arms seemed like they were going break. Even though it felt like the earth and sky were about to collapse, he persevered. He had cold sweats now, and his spirit kept being attacked. Die, die, die. Lin Feng shouted 3 times, extremely loudly. He glared at the 5th young beast master with murder in his eyes. His death strength seemed like it could erode anything in its way. The 5th young beast master ground his teeth as their energies exploded in conflict. His arms went limp, his face turned deathly pale. He suddenly felt powerless, and his eyes were filled with despair. He was getting ready to escape. Dream on, Lin Feng snarled. The 5th young beast master's intent weakened greatly. Great dream of life cosmic energies penetrated into his brain and corroded his willpower. He started feeling drowsy, just as 2 terrifying fists moved towards his head. 5, get out! Shouted the 3rd young beast master explosively. The 5th young beast master came back to his senses in shock. He opened his eyes, but everything turned to darkness around him, as if he were isolated from the world. There was an explosion, blood dripped down. His head cracked, he had no time to escape as his head exploded and he fell down from the sky. He was dead. 5! Shouted the 3rd young beast master desperately. He saw a sword streak across the sky and cut apart the 5th young beast master's body, even though he was already dead. At the same time, Lin Feng withdrew. The 5th young beast master's body fell down from the sky as blood dripped all around him. Each of the blood drops contained a terrifying chi. The 3rd young beast master was standing there, his eyes bloodshot and face twisting. The 5th young beast master not just been eliminated, he had been killed. In the outside world, the other young beast masters who had been eliminated could only look on in fury. What a guy, is that his full strength? As expected, people who were at the bottom of the rankings weren't necessarily weak. He could definitely finish in the top 20. No wonder he killed Lei Dongtian. Many people in Godly Cloud City exclaimed. The 5th young beast master hadn't managed to escape and had been killed. Lin Feng was strong. Wu Ju wasn't that lucky. The 1st master of Green Jade Clouds had the lowest position of all 1st masters still in the rankings. But he wasn't weak. He defeated Wu Ju, and the latter took the initiative to leave the battlefield. Chu Chun Qiu and Saint Tian Hun defeated their opponents. Even if their opponents were extremely strong, they still were eliminated and they even nearly died. Shui Yi and the 4th beast's battle was explosive and intense. The crowd had seen a bright sun and stars in darkness. Her strength was impressive. The First Lady of Green Jade Clouds is stronger than the 1st Master. She's terrifying. She has a star battle body so she can summon the power of the stars. She's really strong, the Watchers observed. Shui Yi finally defeated the 4th young beast master. Among the 3 young beast masters who had made it to that round, one had died and another one was eliminated. It was a tragedy for the group. Initially, they had thought they'd go back to the Dark Knight region as glorious heroes. Now, only the 3rd beast was now left on the battlefield. He was furious, and had also defeated his opponent, releasing his anger on the man. After his battle, the battlefield became calm again. However, only 22 people were left. 8 people have been eliminated during the first wave of battles. 12 people still have to be eliminated. The battles are going to become even more violent, intense, and fierce. Who's going to fight whom now? Wondered the audience, staring at the battlefield. The 22 remaining fighters were Hua Qingfeng, 1st, Reincarnated Great Deployment Master, 2nd, Wu Yazi, 3rd, Yu Qing, 4th, Chu Chun Qiu, 5th, Prince Wu Qing, 6th, and Ai Tsong, 7th, Kong Ming, 8th, the 3rd beast, 9th, Zhouling Huang, 10th, Shui Yi, 11th, Saint Tian Hun, 12th, Yizang Xian, 13th, Mara, extremely sly and dangerous, 14th, Ying, from Zhou Yu's ministry, 15th, Yi Qing Tian, a strong cultivator from Sword Valley, 16th, Tai Chongyang, 17th, Green Jade Cloud's 1st Master, Jing, 18th, Buyen, 19th, Jade Cloud's 1st Lady, Feng Chun, 20th, Zhou Rongman, 28th, Lin Feng, 30th. With 22 remaining strong cultivators, the atmosphere became intense. The people left on the battlefield were all terrifying cultivators. The fighters realized that Zhou Rongman was terrifyingly strong. He had easily killed someone who had made it to the top 30. Could he possibly be weak? Lin Feng had killed the 5th young beast master who ranked above him. The latter hadn't even had the opportunity to strike back. Chu Chun Qiu and Saint Tianhun hadn't even managed to kill Lin Feng. Could he be weak? Lin Feng and Zhou Rongman respectively ranked 30th and 28th. If they were strong, could the others be weak? Apart from Lin Feng and Zhou Rongman who ranked 30th and 28th, the others all ranked exactly 1st to 20th. Among the people who ranked 20th to 30th, 8 had been eliminated. The strongest cultivators had chosen to eliminate people from the bottom of the top 30. After that, many people didn't feel like fighting anymore. Even people who didn't rank that well in the top 30 didn't feel like taking the initiative to attack anymore, not wanting to take risks. They didn't want to show how strong they were. Everyone left was extremely strong, so it would be difficult for them to hide their true strength if they fought. They would probably have to resort to some of their trump cards. Even the 3rd beast, although he hated Lin Feng immensely, controlled himself and didn't attack Lin Feng. Nobody could afford to act carelessly. Even though they were all in the same place, they didn't dare attack anyone and act recklessly. Nobody wanted to fight, including Lin Feng and Zhou Rongman. Since those people didn't feel like fighting, they didn't have to hurry, either. Chu Chun Qiu and Tianhun remained calm and indifferent as well. They didn't rush either. Among all these strong cultivators, Chu Chun Qiu and Tianhun didn't dare think they were the best. Did they? Probably not. In history, the maximum number of first masters who made it to the top 10 at once was 3. This time, I hope there will be an exception. I hope that people who aren't first masters will be eliminated first. Someone spoke up evenly at that moment. It was Yi Xianxia, Bright Cloud's first master. His main skill was the hell-destroying blue sky skill. In the temporary ranking list, he ranked 13th. However, even though he said that, everybody ignored him. There were 22 people here, 14 of them weren't first masters. Who dared say they were weaker than first masters? Since you think that way, you should take the initiative to attack, replied someone mockingly. Yi Xianxia grunted icily and said, naturally, all the first masters can eliminate one person easily. If we do that, 14 people would remain, which would also mean that at least 4 first masters would end up in the top 10. Since nobody wants to take the initiative to attack first, I'll choose the one who is 1 rank lower than me. When Yi Xianxia said that, everybody looked at someone who had no chi showing at all. However, he looked dangerous. Yi Xianxia ranked 13th. The one after him was Mara, ranked 14th. Mara turned around and glared at Yi Xianxia. His pitch-black eyes were filled with murder. He looked quite intimidating. His silhouette flickered. Mara appeared in the sky above Yi Xianxia. Yi Xianxia jumped forwards and rose up into the air as well. People in Godly Cloud City were trembling. Yi Xianxia surprisingly chose Mara. Interesting. Mara was from Godly Cloud City, and Yi Xianxia was a first master. Who will win? Wondered many people, staring at the two of them. This was an important battle. A terrifying chi emerged from Yi Xianxia's body and filled the air. A blue sky appeared behind him. He knew a deadly blue sky skill. The sky became his when he fought. He was Bright Cloud's first master, but sometimes people also called him Bright Cloud's death god. A shadow appeared behind Mara. A terrifying king intent emerged from the shadow as it and his body overlapped. His body appeared indistinct, as if he could disappear any time. Yi Xianxia frowned in surprise. Ma was called the King of Shadows in Godly Cloud City. King-type body. Yi Xianxia was astonished. He had challenged someone who had a king-type body, an assassin king-type body. Mara slowly walked towards him, then disappeared into the shadow. Yi Xianxia was hovering there as shadows surrounded him. His face changed drastically in astonishment. Mara, the King of Shadows, had disappeared. The person he had challenged was an assassin just like him and even more dangerous. The blue sky lit up, resonating with the earth and sky. An incredible amount of chi appeared around Yi Xianxia, containing the strength of the 10,000 things of creation, churning the cosmos chaotically. He was borrowing as much strength as he could from the earth and sky. A deadly chi emerged from his body and filled the air. He raised his fist, condensing his Tao strength into it. He could easily kill an emperor at the top of the Huang Chi layer with that kind of strength. But now he was surrounded by dangerous shadows. He didn't know where his enemy was. An assassin who has a king-type body at the top of the Huang Chi layer. Lin Feng was staring at the shadows. Everybody understood that Mara was a terrifying cultivator at that moment. Xianxia attacked in all directions and ran backwards. In front of him, lights twinkled, and sharp swords glittered. "Come here!" shouted Xianxia explosively. Around him, lights glittered unceasingly. Millions of threads of intent filled the air. At the same time, shadows appeared and deadly intent moved towards Xianxia. He raised his fists and glanced around. At that moment, lights descended from the sky towards his head. "Break!" Xianxia's eyes gleamed. He was furious. He condensed blue sky strength into his fists, and the earth and sky trembled. Terrifying punches streaked across the sky with astonishing force. At the same time, many lights exploded. He couldn't stop them anymore. A faintly discernible light danced towards him. Everybody was staring at the battle, but nobody could tell where the light came from. Bright Cloud's first master, Xianxia, is going to lose. Lin Feng was amazed. Mara was an assassin of the top of the Huang Chi layer, and supremely deadly. His shadow abilities had reached the peak of perfection. Even though his direct attacks weren't as powerful as Xianxia's, his other abilities granted him a significant advantage. Mara was like an invisible ghost. When he carried out a shadow sword attack, he killed people in one strike. He also used a deadly deployment spell, so Xianxia was bound to lose sooner or later. Yi Ying was from Zhou Yu's ministry. He walked towards Zhou Rongman, no longer watching the battle. Zhou Rongman hadn't shown how strong he truly was. Therefore, nobody knew. He kept bragging, but he was ranked 28th. Yi Ying chose Zhou Rongman instead of Lin Feng. If Xianxia was eliminated, then Zhou Rongman would rank 20th. Zhou Rongman looked at Yi Ying and smiled. Yi Ying released death intent, which surrounded Zhou Rongman. He wanted to corrode Zhou Rongman's life strength. However, Zhou Rongman looked absolutely unaffected, and just kept smiling. He was the 333rd son of the Zhou clan. It seemed that he had no particular ability, he was just strong. Shui walked towards Buyen. They were the only two first ladies who had made it to the top 30. Shui was of the opinion that one first lady was enough. She had to defeat her. Xianxia headed towards Lin Feng. Each time he took a step, a terrifying amount of sword intent hummed around him. After 3 steps, his sword intent resonated with the earth and sky. The place around him turned into a sword valley, a sword world. Xianxia is going to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng is unlucky. However, if he wins, he'll be 20th. We'll see how long Lin Feng can resist Xianxia's sword techniques. Some folks chattered. 4 battles started at the same time. The first battle, which ended among those 4, wasn't Xianxia's and Mara's battle. It was Yi Ying's and Zhou Rongman's. The crowd didn't clearly see what had happened once again. They found the whole thing strange, especially people from Godly Cloud City. They had just blinked, and after opening their eyes again, the battle was over. They had seen Yi Ying walk up to Zhou Rongman, and after that he had appeared outside. Was Zhou Rongman lucky? Or was Yi Ying weak? After all, they didn't know much about Zhou Yu's ministry. People not from Purple Clouds didn't know Yi Ying. They looked amused. Yi Ying had lost? Xianxia has lost too. At that moment, another battle ended. Bright Cloud's first master, Xianxia, had been eliminated by Mara from Godly Cloud City. Many people sighed. As expected, people from Godly Cloud City were extremely strong. Mara had defeated a first master. Of the 9 first masters, 7 were left. But at this moment, 20 people were left, and soon, 2 more would be eliminated. People were convinced that Lin Feng and Buyen were going to be eliminated. Shui had a star battle body. She could summon the power of the stars. Around her was darkness and stars. As the crowd had expected, Buyen was being oppressed. Shui was the First Lady of Green Jade Clouds. Buyen was the First Lady of Jade Clouds. However, Shui was stronger than the First Master of Green Jade Clouds, and therefore, people paid more attention to her battle than to Yi Zongxian and Mara's battle. At the same time, Yi Qingtian, the Sword Valley's strong cultivator, whose temporary rank was 16, was still walking towards Lin Feng, releasing terrifying energies which turned into a hurricane. Only sword energies were around him. Lin Feng also walked forward slowly. His sword qi reached up to heaven. He kept condensing a terrifying amount of sword qi in his hands as well. The 9 words of his incantation appeared and floated around him. They resonated with the earth and sky. The cosmos was shaking as the 9 words surrounded Lin Feng. Lights rotated and entered his sword intent. At the same time, Lin Feng condensed all sorts of holy spirits. Using the power of his incantation, he borrowed the power of the earth and sky. He didn't walk quickly, like I Ching Tian. Step by step, he walked towards his opponent. The others moved away to give them space to fight. "Those 2 people have powerful sword intents," exclaimed the watchers. They both borrowed the strength of the earth and sky and condensed it. Their strength resonated at the same pace as the world. They both made their qi and strength fuse together with their sword strength. They were both in a sword world, a world in which only swords existed. An all-conquering sharp sword appeared in I Ching Tian's hand. He condensed Dao power into his sword. His sword was sharp and distinct, containing the strength of the cosmos. I Ching Tian's whole body turned into a sword. He walked slower and slower. However, each time he made a step, his sword intent became more intense. Their swords hadn't even collided yet, but their strength could kill weak people if they stood within a distance of 1,000 li. Lin Feng continued releasing sword intent. Nobody dared walk between them. Their souls could disperse within seconds. They were both awe-inspiring. Lin Feng's deployment strength also started intertwining with his energies. His intent became even more powerful. A cold light streaked across the sky towards Lin Feng, a vortex following behind it. That cold light was a sword. At the same time, Lin Feng also let go of his sword. It was surrounded by the 9 words of his incantation. At the same time, the crowd had the impression they were caught up in an illusion, and the lights had stopped. There was a terrifying explosion. Between the 2 fighters, sword lights collided, but sword intent continued moving towards I Ching Tian. "How's this possible?" screamed I Ching Tian. He had no time to react. He activated the scepter with his will, grimacing as he disappeared. After a few seconds, he reappeared on a stone pillar. His qi was still floating around him intensely. Cold sweat dripped from his face. He couldn't believe it. Their swords had collided. Why had Lin Feng's sword intent continued towards him? He could have died. He was furious and frustrated. He was a sword cultivator. His body was a sword. He had stopped using weapons a long time ago. He had never lost against another sword cultivator until this battle. Lin Feng won, and he won using sword attacks. The people from Godly Cloud's city murmured. They were astonished. I Ching Tian had lost against Lin Feng? Lin Feng had used physical strength to defeat the 5th young beastmaster. He had used sword attacks to defeat I Ching Tian. That flexibility was impressive. Shui defeated Jade Cloud's First Lady. Only 18 people remained. Lin Feng now ranked 18th. That was beyond expectations for many people. Among the fighters, Lin Feng and Zhou Rongman were at the bottom of the rankings. Therefore, the crowd had thought they'd get eliminated quickly. Reality, however, had proven otherwise. The 18 remaining fighters were extremely strong. The battles were going to become even more splendid. Who would end up in the top 10? 8 people still had to be eliminated, but who? Tai Chongyang is the first master of Green Jade Clouds, but he's not as strong as Shui, Green Jade Cloud's First Lady. Therefore, even if he's very strong, he will probably be eliminated. Lin Feng and Zhou Rongman are extremely strong. They could be stronger than some of the other remaining fighters. However, they can't finish in the top 10. The top 10 is already full, after all. Only Shui might eliminate someone and end up in the top 10. The crowd nodded to one another. During the time needed to burn a joss stick, nobody attacked anyone else. People who were already in the top 10 waited. If anyone took the initiative to attack them, they'd fight. Otherwise they wouldn't. They saw this round as an opportunity to watch other people play. But after that, Shui walked out again. People started thinking that she was a bit crazy. No wonder she was Green Jade Cloud's first lady. And then, she challenged Green Jade Cloud's first master. Tai Chongyang was astonished and pulled a long face. They were both from Green Jade Clouds, and they had fought in the past. That's why people in Green Jade Clouds knew that she was stronger than him. "It's going too slow," said Wuxia at that moment. He didn't sound indifferent anymore. He was tired of waiting. He pointed at Feng Chun and said, "Feng Chun, leave now." Wuxia was Supreme Cloud's first master. Feng Chun was a mighty cultivator from Supreme Clouds as well. Therefore, when Wuxia pointed at him, he knew he could easily defeat Feng Chun, so he ordered him to leave. Feng Chun looked quite composed. He just walked towards Wuxia. He had made it this far. He knew the battles were going to become more and more intense. He wasn't surprised that Wuxia challenged him, but he couldn't just leave, either. He wanted to fight before leaving. Saint Tianhun smiled cruelly. He walked towards Jing, eyes glinting with evil. "Unfortunately, it's the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Otherwise, I would have enjoyed playing with this bird." Jing's expression slightly changed. She looked back at him coldly as a magnificent phoenix sword appeared in her mind. Fires started burning around her. That sword was made of phoenix strength, but her chi looked ice-cold as it filled the air. "Be careful." Saint Tianhun used to be a saint. He came back to life thanks to a thread of soul which survived for a long time. He has terrifying spells. He even knows some saint's techniques, Lin Feng said to Jing telepathically. Jing looked over at Lin Feng and said coldly, "I don't need you to remind me of that." Lin Feng's face stiffened. This girl was petty, against all expectations. It was probably because Qing Feng and he were close. Lin Feng didn't continue looking at her, and walked away. After a short time, he glanced over at someone on a sloped hill. The crowd was startled. What was Lin Feng doing? The person on the mountain slope was wearing cyan clothes and just standing there. He had his hands clasped behind his back, his energies resonating at the same pace as the earth and sky. That person was Purple Cloud's first master, Inauthentic, 7th in the rankings. How insane! Lang Yi and the others were astonished when they saw Lin Feng. They knew what he wanted to do. He didn't want to wait anymore, so he took initiative. "Come here," said Lin Feng calmly. People in Godly Cloud City were shaking with excitement. Lin Feng was challenging Inauthentic, Purple Cloud's first master. Even though Lin Feng had won 2 challenging battles, Inauthentic was much stronger than the 2 opponents he had fought before. He was Purple Cloud's first master. He could mess with people's consciousness and souls. They all knew that Inauthentic had helped Chu Chunqiu and Saint Tianhun attack Lin Feng's friends. Some of his friends had nearly died. Now, Lin Feng took the initiative to challenge Inauthentic. If Lin Feng won, Inauthentic would be eliminated and wouldn't finish in the top 10. Was that even possible, though? The crowd thought Lin Feng knew he couldn't finish in the top 10, so this was his way of trying one last time. If he won, he would be in the top 10. If he lost, it didn't matter. "You're quite strong, but you can't fight against me in a one-on-one. You think you stand a chance?" replied Inauthentic calmly. He didn't move even though Lin Feng had called him. He just tried to appear imposing and awe-inspiring. "I see that you dare stand there in front of me because you know we can escape easily using the scepter. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare," said Inauthentic aloofly. When Lin Feng heard him, he was surprised. He smiled and said, "No problem, we can ask the organizer to make an exception, I think. Let's ask if we can fight to death. Ask the diviner whether they can fight to death or not. The loser will die?" Those watching were astonished. That guy was truly crazy. He was talking to Purple Cloud's first master. Even though he wasn't the best of all first masters, he was extremely strong, without a doubt. Inauthentic looked at Lin Feng. unable to really see what he was thinking. However, he was Purple Cloud's first master. He could make the sky and people's souls go chaotic. Now that someone was challenging him to a battle to death, could he refuse? The loser will die, agreed Inauthentic. Indifferently, Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the diviner. The diviner said, I accept. If anyone uses the scepter to come out, I'll kill him personally. Lin Feng nodded and looked at Inauthentic again. Inauthentic's battle style was similar to Ying Cheng's. However, his attacks were much more powerful. His strength could be multiplied thanks to his abilities. Even if his initial strength was multiplied by only 2, that was already dangerous. Even though Lin Feng was the one who had challenged Inauthentic, he didn't underestimate him. The battles are formidable. The first master of Green Jade Clouds, Tai Chongyang, is fighting against Green Jade Cloud's First Lady, Shui. The 2 strongest cultivators of Supreme Clouds are also fighting. Saint Tianhun is fighting against Jing. Lin Feng is going to fight against Purple Cloud's first master, Inauthentic. As expected, the battles are becoming more and more interesting. The crowd exclaimed happily. They were dazzled by the explosive battles. Many people were watching the battle between Green Jade Cloud's first master and first lady. Many others were watching Wu Yizi and Feng Chen. The crowd realized that the discreet Feng Chen was also extremely strong. He was surrounded by lights connected to the earth and sky. Each of his attacks borrowed the strength of the original essence of the cosmos, even as godly imprints appeared. His strength was explosive. However, his opponent was Wu Yizi, a supreme emotionless opponent. He could destroy people's feelings and emotions, and then turn them into puppets. Their battle was astonishing. The atmosphere kept trembling. People sighed. Those 18 cultivators were all terrifying, including Feng Chen. Nobody in Godly Cloud's city dared underestimate these fighters. They were all geniuses. Saint Tianhun and Jing were fighting, and their battle wasn't boring. He released chains and a soul spear which looked like an evil ghost from hell. His chi was dangerous. Jing was surrounded by Phoenix Fire Chi which seemed like it could purify anything. Her fire was pure. She looked righteous, as if evil couldn't affect her. Tianhun looked even greedier seeing her purity. Around Lin Feng, the atmosphere was shaking too. He condensed cosmic energies. When Lin Feng sensed his opponent's Tao intent, he smiled coldly. He condensed cosmic energies containing the 10,000 things of creation. All his cosmic energies turned into one sort of cosmic energy. It was as if Lin Feng's body was made of cosmic strength. Cursing cosmic energy? Inauthentic frowned. He didn't understand. Lin Feng had released one sort of cosmic energy, but it felt like it contained all sorts of cosmic energies. Of course, Inauthentic also controlled several sorts of cosmic energies, but he didn't understand this process. However, he started thinking that, in terms of cosmic energies, Lin Feng was the strongest fighter on the battlefield. Lin Feng's cosmic energies intertwined. His cosmic energies came from 2 worlds. As one could well imagine, his cosmic energies were terrifying. His cursing chi drew everybody's attention. People looked at Lin Feng strangely. Chaotic sky. We'll see if you can mess with my cosmic energies, Lin Feng said flatly. His body turned into a cursing artifact filled with cursing strength as he slowly walked forwards. Deployment spells appeared under his feet. He stared at Inauthentic, who didn't look away. Both of them were staring at one another. He wanted to turn Lin Feng's consciousness and soul chaotic. 5 Wisdom Kings protected Lin Feng's mind. His Wisdom Kings remained as motionless as mountains. Even if heaven was falling and the earth was cracking, they could oppress everything. Lin Feng was extremely determined, and his soul stable. He focused solely on his cursing strength. Its invisible and intangible strength surrounded him. At the same time, Inauthentic realized that Lin Feng's eyes were filled with a shadow from the 9 netherworlds. Suddenly, the sounds of ages past resonated forth. The sky became shadowed, then pitch black. The source of the 9 netherworlds appeared, surging out in dark waves. At that moment, people's minds started trembling as if they were losing control. and their wills were being corroded. 9 Netherworld's demoniac song. The crowd was trembling in astonishment. They were all well-informed and knowledgeable. They all knew what that source of the 9 Netherworlds floating in the air meant. It was one of the 9 songs. The 9 Netherworld's demoniac song, an intent song, could corrode people's intent and control their minds. It could turn them into ghosts of the 9 Netherworlds. Inauthentic's face changed as he stared at the source of the 9 Netherworlds. Lin Feng had used one of his trump cards. The 2 other bastards and you encircled my friends. At that moment I couldn't do much. Now, I can tell you the exact same thing you told me. Do you think you stand a chance against me in a one-on-one battle? Spat Lin Feng calmly, sounding like a conquering hero. The sound waves of the 9 Netherworlds' demoniac song hung in the air, and the lights of the 9 Netherworlds twinkled and surrounded Inauthentic. The song resonated in his brain. He couldn't avoid it. People who weren't extremely strong-willed could turn into ghosts instantly against such attacks. After entering Godly Cloud City, Lin Feng had practiced cultivation really hard. He had improved all his spells, including his 9 Netherworlds demoniac song. Back in the days, he was a bit weak. Now his demon skills and techniques were much more powerful, so he used the 9 Netherworlds demoniac song much better, too. The 9 Netherworlds demoniac song was perfect when used in combination with cursing strength. He wanted to crush Inauthentic as quickly as possible. When Inauthentic heard Lin Feng, he pulled a long face. He released his chaotic Tao, but his willpower was corroded by Lin Feng's attack. He was surrounded by demon intent. He had to use his best powers to defeat Lin Feng now, or he would certainly lose. Inauthentic took a step forwards and released a fearsome strength. His chi turned the atmosphere around him chaotic. His energy swirled towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood that Inauthentic was now ready to use his full strength. Die, he said coldly. A river made of death strength flooded towards Inauthentic. Inauthentic punched the river and crushed it before moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled coldly and continued releasing cursing strength. Then, he attacked by surprise using an Annihility sword. At the same time, he condensed holy spirits and absorbed demon culpa strength, condensing them in his fists. He punched out, his energies surging towards Inauthentic. He continued releasing holy spirits, containing all sorts of strength as he slowly withdrew. He continued releasing 9 Netherworld strength which also gathered around Inauthentic. Inauthentic pulled a long face. His intent was trembling. At such a distance he couldn't do much. It felt like the earth and sky were about to collapse. He was losing his abilities. At that moment, Lin Feng's strength suddenly weakened. Inauthentic was relieved, and then he heard a terrifying voice say, "Sleep! You are no match for me." That voice contained dream of life strength. Inauthentic felt as if he were suddenly isolated from the world. He was falling asleep. "No, piss off now," said Inauthentic. He was Purple Cloud's first master. Even if his will was being corroded, he could keep calm and control himself. He didn't fall asleep. "Your intent is corroded. You are slow. You will definitely lose this battle. You can't escape. You will die here during the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds," declared Lin Feng. His voice resonated in Inauthentic's skull as he continued corroding Inauthentic's will. His chaotic Tao was oppressed because of the terrifying cursing strength and 9 Netherworld strength. "I don't want to. How could I lose so easily against you? I control chaotic Tao," shouted Inauthentic explosively while releasing Tao power. He refused to lose. He attacked Lin Feng once again. "You don't want to? But you have no choice. Even if you use your most powerful attacks, I will win," Lin Feng stated. Inauthentic frowned. The air was humming as deadly strength built up. Inauthentic shouted furiously. His attack made the atmosphere around him go chaotic once again. A terrifying strength struck Lin Feng. His face turned pale for a moment, and he grunted with pain. When his opponent's strength increased twofold, it was deadly. However, even at that moment, he frowned and shouted explosively, "You lost? Even if you attack, you lost? You can't compete with me." Inauthentic grimaced. He had the feeling that his attack could defeat Lin Feng, but at the same time, he had the feeling he was in a dream. He had lost, it was a tragedy. He knew he had lost. He was going mad. He was lost in his own mind. What is Lin Feng doing? How many types of cultivation does he practice? Blurted out people in Godly Cloud City. They were astonished. Demon Song, 9 Netherworld Strength? And Song was going insane and losing control. His spells weren't bad, but he shouldn't have provoked Lin Feng. Now it was too late. He had been too confident. Green Jade Cloud's First Master and First Lady were fighting. It finally ended with no surprise. The First Lady was stronger than the First Master. Tai Chongyang had been eliminated. Tianhun and Jing were still fighting, however. Their battle was getting more and more intense. Just like Lin Feng and Song's battle. Jing was very strong. She kept beating her phoenix wings, and Tianhun kept releasing his terrifying qi. There were chains and soul spears everywhere. People were stunned at the display. However, more people were still focusing on Lin Feng and Song. That battle was just too amazing. The 9 Netherworld's demoniac song soundwaves kept filling the air. Lin Feng's explosive strength kept increasing. "Piss off!" shouted Song explosively. He punched out in Lin Feng's direction, the atmosphere churning around him. "It's useless," spat Lin Feng. He moved invisibly fast, continually releasing the strength of the 9 Netherworlds. And Song was panicking. Lin Feng's demon voice was driving him mad. He felt like the earth was going to collapse. Lin Feng just looked cold and detached. He released some wind strength and said in a demonic voice, "And Song, you have lost. You were too weak for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. You are already eliminated. Sleep now. Sleep forever." Great dream of life cosmic energies rolled over him suddenly. And Song was really tired, he felt so sleepy. However, he was determined, and he struggled to stay awake. The battle was not over. Lin Feng moved closer silently without Song noticing him, continuing to release dream cosmic energies. He wanted to make Song fall asleep forever. Song's willpower was really on the verge of collapse. Sword intent dashed to the skies, humming furiously as demon lights appeared. "Sleep forever," ordered Lin Feng. His voice echoed in Song's skull violently. The ground trembled, and a sword suddenly cut through Purple Cloud's First Master. His soul dispersed. It was the third cultivator Lin Feng had defeated. The person he had just killed was Purple Cloud's First Master, Song. Lin Feng stood there in the air, still surrounded by the source of the 9 Netherworlds. Everybody in Godly Cloud's city fell silent. They had gravely underestimated Lin Feng. He definitely had the potential to finish in the top 10, now that one of the cultivators of the top 10 had just died in his hands. The source of the 9 Netherworlds gradually disappeared, and the atmosphere around him returned to normal again. Of the 4 battles, only Tianhun and Jing's battle continued. Lin Feng slowly turned around and watched them. Tianhun was already using Saint's techniques. There were deadly soul chains winding all around him. Even from that distance, Lin Feng had the impression his soul could leave his body. Jing was under great pressure. At that moment, Jing stuck her phoenix sword into the ground and slowly walked forwards. She looked so crazed that it gave Saint Tianhun pause. "You want to die?" Jing's hair was messily fluttering in the wind, looking like strands of flame. She looked devastatingly arousing, bathing in fire. Her sole purpose was total destruction. The soul strength around her didn't corrode her. Tianhun stared Jing in the eyes and shuddered with fear. This girl was insane. "Stop fighting!" yelled Tianhun, covering his fear with anger. He recalled his qi, and Jing stopped moving. Her fire dispersed as well. Their battle wasn't over, but they couldn't defeat one another. They didn't use their full strength, it wasn't worth it. There were still many people on the battlefield. They weren't alone. They stopped fighting? The crowd wondered. They were very surprised. 15 people were left. 5 more and the round would be over. But eliminating 5 more people wouldn't be so easy. The 15 remaining people were Hua Qingfeng first, Reincarnated Great Deployment Master, 2nd. Wuya Z 3rd. Yu Qing, 4th. Chu Chun Chiu, 5th. Prince Wu Qing, 6th. Kong Ming, 8th. The Third Beast, 9th. Jiuling Huang, 10th. Shui 11th. Saint Tianhun 12th. Mara, 14th. Assassin, King of Shadows. Jing, 18th. Zhou Rongman, 28th. Lin Feng, 30th. The number above their heads hadn't been updated. Lin Feng, Zhou Rongman, and Jing were at the bottom of the top 30, but Lin Feng had killed Purple Cloud's first master, and Aitsong. Why was he still 30th? Zhou Rongman was mysterious and enigmatic. He looked nice and innocent, but he was extremely strong. Each time someone fought against him, they lost. And Jing, she had just had an incredible and astonishing battle, had gone into a frenzy. People would never forget that fight. Mara had a king-type body. He was a death god. He could kill people with shapeless, invisible, and intangible energies. Nobody dared underestimate him. Saint Tianhuan's soul attacks were terrifying. Everybody feared him. Could those 5 people be easily eliminated? The battles were becoming more and more difficult. None of them wanted to act recklessly. Who wanted to take risks? Nobody. And Aitsong had just fought against Lin Feng and died. The atmosphere was overtaken by an eerie silence. Hua Qingfeng was the only one standing at the top of the hill, as if all this had nothing to do with him. The spiritual deployment body did the same. He didn't get involved at all. For him, these battles were a waste of time. Who would challenge him, anyway? Even people from Godly Cloud City had no idea of what could happen at that moment. Apart from people who couldn't be eliminated, would the others continue fighting? There were no weaklings. Some of them thought that Zhou Rongman might be eliminated, as well as Kong Ming, who ranked 8th. Even though Holy Mountain's Buddhist monk enjoyed a great reputation, people didn't know how strong he was in battles. Therefore some people thought he could be eliminated. After a few minutes, at the top of a hill in the distance, Hua Qingfeng stood up, his robe fluttering in the wind, and broke the silence. You don't need to participate in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Leave now. The crowd was astonished. Just who was Hua Qingfeng talking to? Jing slowly turned around and looked at Hua Qingfeng. Was he talking to her? Another battle, said Jing indifferently. She looked at the 3rd young beast master. She wanted to fight against him really badly because Qingfeng had been injured by him. Even if she won, she would have to leave. Come here, said Jing to the 3rd young beast master coldly. She slowly rose up into the air. One last battle. Since Jing wanted to fight against someone, Shui got ready to fight, too. She didn't challenge anyone who was higher than her in the ranking list, and she didn't choose the death god who had a king-type body. She didn't choose Lin Feng either. She looked at Zhou Rongman. His physical strength was incredible, but she didn't fear people who had a great physical strength. Lin Feng's physical strength was incredible. She was wondering how strong Zhou Rongman was in comparison to him in terms of physical strength. Shui appeared in front of Zhou Rongman and said, "Show me your real strength." "My name is Zhou Rongman," said Zhou Rongman, smiling happily. He was happy someone challenged him. "I know your name is Zhou Rongman," said Shui. "This guy." She was speechless. "I just want you to remember, since it's your last battle. Don't forget my name when you leave," said Zhou Rongman, scratching his head and smiling in a simple and honest way. Shui rolled her eyes. She was speechless. She said coldly, "Let's fight." After that, stars appeared. The sunset glow disappeared, and darkness and stars replaced the sky. This was her 4th duel. Saint Tianhun also stalked towards Kong Ming. The Buddhist monk looked indifferent. He hadn't even fought yet during this round. Someone had to be eliminated, and Saint Tianhun believed that Kong Ming had to be eliminated. After all, the others were not easy targets, including Lin Feng. Saint Tianhun hadn't thought Lin Feng would become so strong. He had even killed an Aitsong. The others didn't intend to fight. They just waited. 12 people were waiting. After these battles, they would choose the last 2 people to eliminate. Since Lin Feng killed an Aitsong, nobody wants to challenge him. They don't want to take the risk. Lin Feng could really end up in the top 10. The crowd murmured when they saw that nobody challenged him. They also thought that Zhou Rongman was finally going to be eliminated. He was too careless. Kong Ming was in danger, too. He might be eliminated. At that moment, Jing and the third young beast master's battle was explosive. They were doing all they could. They both gave their best. The third young beast master flapped his blood wings. Jing flapped her phoenix wings. They both moved faster than the eye. People couldn't even follow their fight. How strong! Who's that girl, Jing? Thought many people. Their battle drew people's attention. My name is Zhou Rongman, said a voice at that moment. The crowd was stunned, astonished, then stupefied. They turned their heads and realized that there was nobody in front of Zhou Rongman anymore. His opponent was already outside on his stone pillar. Green Jade Cloud's first lady, Shui. She looked caught in disbelief. She couldn't believe what had just happened. Zhou Rongman's voice was still echoing in her head. Finally, the crowd realized that Lin Feng wasn't the only one they had underestimated. They had also underestimated Zhou Rongman. Shui's face stiffened. She had lost. She had lost really badly. She had thought defeating Zhou Rongman would be easy. She had attacked him just because it was necessary to eliminate more people. However, she hadn't thought she would lose. How is that possible? His speed suddenly becomes explosive. Why does he look so slow? She blurted out. Her face was stiff. She had the power to summon stars. She didn't understand. His strength was just too explosive. She had underestimated him, and he had crushed her. In Godly Cloud City, many people were completely astonished. Nobody could see Zhou Rongman's attacks clearly. Each time they noticed him after he won. How had he defeated Green Jade Cloud's first lady, Shui? What a guy! Ha 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 ha! He's sick. He's crazy! Exclaimed some people. 1 victory might be luck, 2 was maybe lucky, but 3 victories couldn't be considered luck. He had defeated Green Jade Cloud's first lady, Shui. Shui was extremely strong. Everybody had noticed her. She had a star battle body and could summon the power of the stars. Hee, bald donkey, leave now. Or do I need to kick you out of here? Said Saint Tianhun to Kong Ming, smiling coldly. Lin Feng watched both of them. He initially wanted to fight against Tianhun himself, but since the saint wanted to fight against Kong Ming, why not watch? Lin Feng was curious. How strong had Kong Ming become? He had always been mysterious. Back in the days, the diviner had told Kong Ming something secretly. He hadn't said anything out loud. Kong Ming was seated cross-legged like an ancient Buddha, totally motionless. He opened his eyes and looked back at Saint Tianhun calmly. He put his palms together and was suddenly surrounded by a twinkling golden Buddha's halo. Timeless Buddha strength filled the air. You harbor evil intentions, your soul attacks are not pure. You should be eliminated, said Kong Ming slowly. His voice echoed like an ancient Buddha. Saint Tianhun frowned. This bald donkey was arrogant. His target was going to eliminate him. A black mist condensed around the saint. Soul spears appeared in front of him, and soul chains lashed towards Kong Ming as a terrifying soul strength filled the air. At the same time, Saint Tianhun was standing in the air and holding his chains. Die, he said. His soul spears streaked across the sky and moved towards Kong Ming. 8 Buddhas appeared behind Kong Ming. Their Buddha's halos glowed with brilliant lights. Golden lights flew through Kong Ming's body and then rotated around him. The soul spears crashed onto the golden lights. Sharp and clear breaking and snapping sounds spread out. The soul spears couldn't pierce through. Several pairs of hands emerged behind Kong Ming and grabbed the soul spears and crushed them between their fingers. Lin Feng frowned. Kong Ming was really strong. Everybody in Godly Cloud City was astonished when they saw this. How incredible! Holy Mountain's 2 cultivators, Hua Qingfeng and Kong Ming, were impressive. They were both in the top 10, and everybody knew that Hua Qingfeng was strong, but they had only heard about Kong Ming. They didn't know how strong he really was. Now, they had the impression he was incredibly strong. Saint Tianhun frowned. He was staring at the 108 Buddhas with golden bodies. He said coldly, "That's the 10,000 Celestial Buddha solution, indestructible golden body." Saint Tianhun walked forwards. His chains clanged in the air and covered the sky. At the same time, he continued releasing more and more of them, slamming them onto the Buddha's halos, trying to crush them. Halos and chains collided. Kong Ming started chanting a mantra in a clear and melodious Brahma's voice, pure, deep, and far-reaching. Buddhist ancient imprints appeared and rose up into the air. The sound waves emitted by his voice destroyed everything in their way and purified the atmosphere. Saint Tianhun felt a sudden pressure and started trembling, his robe fluttering in the wind violently. The wind howled as his face turned deathly pale. Kong Ming's Buddhist strength was terrifying. "Die!" shouted Saint Tianhun defiantly. An endless number of soul chains moved towards the ancient Buddhas with a sound of grinding thunder. The ancient Buddhas cracked. Saint Tianhun walked forward slowly, looking like a real saint. At the same time, he released even more soul spears to shoot forwards once again. He really wanted to crush Kong Ming. Kong Ming finally stood up. He put his palms together again and closed his eyes. He looked solemn and respectful. He slowly walked forwards, looking like a Buddha. Behind him, 10,000 Buddhas appeared, the followers of an immortal. The spears crashed onto Kong Ming's body, and his soul shook, but he ignored it, continuing to walk forwards. He looked like a Buddha whose message was, "Don't believe what you see. To see is not to believe. I am selfless." Kong Ming looked expressionless, neither happy nor sad, neither strong nor weak. He was a Buddha. Saint Tianhuan's face gradually paled. He couldn't believe that his saint's techniques didn't injure Kong Ming. However, Kong Ming steadfastly stood his ground, and his face didn't change at all. He looked honest, kind, and pure, like a Buddha. He endured the pressure which kept increasing. However, Saint Tianhun felt tiny before such a person. An ancient saint felt tiny in front of Kong Ming. The ground was trembling. An ominous strength filled the air. Lights glittered and began to shine. They swept towards Saint Tianhun. Saint Tianhuan's silhouette became distorted in the lights. His heart was pounding, and he disappeared inside them. Then he really disappeared. A second later, he was on a pillar. He had been eliminated. He hadn't managed to end up in the top 10. "How is this possible?" he spluttered, clenching his fists. His face looked ferocious and hideous. He used to be saint, and he had been eliminated? He hadn't even managed to make it to the top 10? That Buddhist monk had eliminated him. How were his Buddhist spells so powerful? People in Godly Cloud City were speechless. Kong Ming's temporary rank was 8th. He was extremely strong. Not just Lin Feng and Zhou Rongman, they had also underestimated him. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. Kong Ming's strength was indeed impressive. "That bald donkey has remained discreet," whispered Xian Ren outside. With that kind of strength, Kong Ming could compete with everyone on the battlefield. Kong Ming went back to the grass field. He had already recalled his chi. He looked indifferent, as if nothing had happened. Jing and the third beast's battle was explosive. The third beast won. After an explosive attack, Jing left the battlefield. The third beast was bleeding though, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was severely injured. That girl was crazy for revenge. After the 3 battles, 12 people were left now. "Since you're injured, leave or we'll kick you out," Wuxia said to the third young beast master coldly. The third beast's face stiffened. Qitian Holy Town's animal district had raised 13 young beast masters. Most of them were at the top of the Huang Qi layer, but he was the only one left. They had come to succeed and finish in the top 10 during the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. If he left, none of them would be in the top 10. When he saw that everyone was staring at him, he pulled a long face. These bastards. He was injured, so they wanted to kick him out. It was all because of Jing, that crazy girl. He had to kill her, or actually not. He wanted to make her suffer and have a life more miserable than death. "You're the only one to blame. Piss off now," said Lin Feng coldly. He glared at the third beast with murder in his eyes. The third young beast master's face paled. He knew that he couldn't stay any longer. 2 more people had to be eliminated, and none of them were weak. He couldn't fight them. He was injured, so he had to leave. He had no choice. "Remember me," snarled the third young beast master after glancing at the others. Then he activated the scepter and disappeared. He ended up ranked 12th. The third young beast master had left the battlefield. 11 people were left. 1 more person had to be eliminated. The atmosphere became even tenser. Who would leave? Hua Qingfeng, the great deployment master, Wu Yizi, Yu Qing, Chu Chunqiu, Prince Wu Qing, Kong Ming, Jiling Huang, Mara, Zhou Rongman, and Lin Feng. People in Godly Cloud City looked them over. Many people hadn't even fought yet, but nobody dared underestimate those people. Those who were at the bottom of the top 30 had proved they were strong enough to stay. Nobody dared say that they had to leave. There are 5 first masters. This time, even if one is eliminated, 4 of them will be in the top 10. The crowd saw. Apart from the first masters who were still there, the one with deployment spells and Chu Chunqiu hadn't fought yet during that round. But those 2 people had already shown how strong they were during the previous rounds. Apart from those 2, Mara, Zhou Rongman, Lin Feng, and Kong Ming had already proved that they were extremely strong. If others wanted to eliminate them, the other fighters had to get ready to have a crazy battle. Therefore, wasn't the best solution to choose someone who hadn't fought yet? Yu Qing, Prince Wu Qing, or Jiling Huang? Jiling Huang's rank was the lowest in comparison with the other first masters, so he seemed to be the most appropriate person to eliminate. Therefore, some people looked at Jiling Huang. But even though some people looked at him, he was still Red Cloud's first master. Many people thought he deserved to be eliminated. Maybe he wasn't such a good fighter because he was an alchemist? However, nobody knew how strong he really was when it came to dueling. And who would fight against him? One person had to be eliminated and then the top 10 would appear. Nobody was willing to take the risk. Jiling Huang, your rank is low. Fight against someone lower than you in the rankings and eliminate someone. What do you think? Said Wu Yizi indifferently at that moment. Jiling Huang looked at the people who were after him in the rankings. Mara, Zhou Rongman, and Lin Feng. Jiling Huang smiled coldly and shot back. Why don't you go and fight them? Wu Yizi looked at him icily. Then Jiling Huang continued. Of course, if you think you're stronger than me, you can also fight against me. He was provoking Wu Yizi. Jiling Huang was one of the first masters of the continent of the 9 clouds. All 9 of them were strong and they were all proud. Jiling Huang couldn't let Wu Yizi talk to him that way, so he replied straightforwardly. Wu Yizi was like Jiling Huang. He couldn't let anyone provoke him that way. Therefore, he took a step forwards and said, I've heard about you a lot, Red Cloud's first master Jiling Huang. Everybody says you're extremely talented, but what about strength? A terrifying, emotion-destroying intent filled the air. That kind of intent could destroy people's 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. I won't disappoint you, replied Jiling Huang, rising up into the air. Fires started burning around him as 9 flames floated around him. The fighters around them moved away and watched. Supreme Cloud's first master versus Red Cloud's first master, Jiling Huang. Who was stronger? The air began to hum. Wu Yizi filled the air with emotion-destroying Dao power. Jiling Huang's eyes were suddenly filled with flames, which emerged and lanced straight towards Wu Yizi's eyes. Do you think your fire can burn Dao power? Inquired Wu Yizi, smiling coldly. He jumped, raised his hands and stretched out his fingers. A terrifying amount of emotion-destroying Dao intent rolling out and sweeping everything away before moving straight into Jiling Huang's body. Jiling Huang's face stiffened. Everybody had 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. If those 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures were destroyed, people died and turned into slaves, puppets. That was the reason why Wu Yizi was terrifying. His skills and techniques had terrible consequences. I'm not trying to burn your Dao. I'm trying to immolate myself, said Jiling Huang, smiling coldly. His fire surrounded him and started burning as he turned into a gigantic brazier. The flames surged towards Wu Yizi. When the crowd saw that, they were astonished and trembled. Zhouling Huang had set his body on fire. How crazy! Red Cloud's first master, Zhouling Huang, has a special fire body, they deduced. He could set his body on fire and turn into fire. That had to be a fearsome special body. Some incredibly strong cultivators sometimes had special bodies which were not well known, or not known at all. In a fight like this, that wasn't strange, that was normal. Zhouling Huang threw himself at Wu Yizi. He raised his fire fist. Everything in his way burned. 9 flames rotated furiously around him. Each flame seemed alive. Wu Yizi retreated, wondering what to do. Zhouling Huang had activated his fire body. His emotion-destroying strength was much less efficient. It was dangerous to collide directly with Zhouling Huang. It was suddenly a difficult battle for him. How come you're not fighting? Why are you moving back? Zhouling Huang asked hotly. Wu Yizi pulled a long face. The air hummed again. Lights plunged into his body. Emotion-destroying lights filled the air again. And his Tao intent became even more powerful. If you want to fight, then come and fight, said Wu Yizi. His Tao strength became more and more powerful. Zhouling Huang smiled eagerly. His 9 flames rotated around his hands. All 10,000 things of creation could burn in such a fire. He had completely fused together with his fire. The 9 flames became more and more ominous. The others watched as Zhouling Huang bombarded his own body with his 9 flames, merging them into his body. Was he nuts? That guy is insane. What kind of power is that? The audience wondered. He was burning himself. Zhouling Huang fused together with his flames, and he turned into a fiery beam of light and shot towards Wu Yizi. Wu Yizi's face paled. The fire burned everything in its way. He had really turned into fire. It was incredible because usually only great emperors could resort to such methods. Die! Shouted Wu Yizi explosively. Even if Zhouling Huang had transformed into fire, he was still a human being. He still had 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. Wu Yizi could probably destroy them. A terrifying strength penetrated into the beam of fire. But nothing happened. The fire light beam was unstoppable. Wu Yizi's face paled even further as he retreated. However, Zhouling Huang didn't give up. The crowd only saw an ocean of flames as everything burned around him. Impossible! Shouted Wu Yizi furiously. He looked desperate. His Tao strength was terrifying. He could destroy people's emotions. He could destroy their 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. But his opponent chased him without the slightest scruple. Finally, Wu Yizi disappeared and reappeared on a pillar. His face was ghastly white. He had lost. Wu Yizi, had been eliminated. He wouldn't finish in the top 10. Zhouling Huang won. Wu Yizi has been eliminated, the crowd mused. As expected, it was impossible to tell who was stronger sometimes. Those people left were all astonishing geniuses. It was difficult to evaluate their real strength. Now only 10 people were left. The top 10 were decided. Zhouling Huang's fire dispersed, and his real body reappeared. However, his face was deathly pale and he was shaking. Emotion-destroying strength had corroded his body. He had been injured. Zhouling Huang's qi dispersed as he tried to calm down. There were still some flames burning here and there in the sky. The crowd was staring at the remaining fighters. The cultivators of the top 10. Hua Qingfeng, the reincarnated great deployment master Yu Qing, Chu Chunqiu, Prince Wu Qing, Kong Ming, Zhouling Huang, Mara, Zhou Rongman and Lin Feng. The light curtain disappeared, and the 10 fighters reappeared on the central platform. More and more strong cultivators appeared in Godly Cloud City. Some truly mighty cultivators had even appeared. The most interesting part of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds was going to start. Enough for those strong cultivators to spectate. Congratulations, you all are the top 10. You will all become core disciples of Fortune Shrine. You've been fighting for a while now. Have a rest, smiled the diviner. He brought them to a place for the 10 cultivators to rest and recover. Lin Feng found a place and sat down cross-legged. He glanced at the 9 other cultivators. They were all terrifyingly strong. Zhou Rongman was enigmatic. Zhouling Huang had some trump cards, his strength was explosive. Hua Qingfeng and Chu Chunqiu were terrifying. He had known that before. He also knew the reincarnated Great Deployment Master was extremely strong. Then there was Kong Ming, who had shown how strong he was. None of them was a weakling. The real battles were finally going to start. Up in the air of the inner part of Godly Cloud City, there were more and more strong cultivators gathering. They were there to watch. Little Zhetian clenched his fists. He looked excited. Duan Feng was pleasantly surprised. Brother Lin Feng was in the top 10. How strong! He was going to become one of Fortune Shrine's core disciples. I wonder what Brother Lin Feng's rank will be in the end, thought Duan Feng. He was excited. The battles had been incredible to watch. Those people were geniuses, terrifying cultivators of their generation. They stood at the top of the continent of the 9 clouds at their cultivation level. The diviner disappeared. The final battles were going to start soon, and the diviner would definitely come back, so they didn't need to worry. Now all they could do was wait. There was a vast intangible and incorporeal shrine situated just under the starlit sky. At night, the stars seemed to be within reach. At the top of the shrine was a star altar. An old man wearing a white robe was bathing in the starlight. It looked like he had been trying to catch stars. Under his feet was a fortune wheel in which star strength was condensing. The wheel emitted dazzling white lights. All the stars of the sky seemed to be illuminating it. There were many people behind the altar, but nobody disturbed him. They didn't know when the diviner had arrived. All the people were wearing robes of the same color. They watched the strong cultivator using his destiny technique. His destiny technique had reached perfection. He could spy on the whole world. He had supreme powers. Do we know who will be in the top 10 already? Whispered a strong cultivator standing in the air above the destiny wheel. The diviner walked back and forth, releasing his godly awareness. His godly awareness stopped in front of the cultivator who was standing above the destiny wheel. Indeed, the fortune shrine has caused a great calamity and put people into misery and suffering. Even if many years have passed and destiny can't be differentiated from samsara, I can only rely on the destiny technique to predict the future, whispered the old man in white clothes solemnly. In the destiny shrine was a precious treasure, the destiny wheel. It could be used to see destiny. 1,000 years before it had been used. 1,000 years later, the destiny shrine was in charge of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, and they had used the destiny wheel again. They needed it because they couldn't see destiny without it. Maybe the destiny wheel had influenced the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Under the old man's feet, the destiny wheel started rotating. Terrifying lights illuminated the 10 silhouettes, while at the same time destiny intent filled the air. The sky became dazzlingly bright. Above the 10 people, drawings appeared. In the drawings there were portraits. Some looked furious, some looked gentle or arrogant, sad, and so on. People's eyes glittered. The 10 finalists were really extraordinary. No wonder they were so strong. That mountain, said the diviner, pointing at a mountain. A drawing with a demon god appeared. He had a woman in his arms and looked furious. The diviner's heart started pounding. He would have never thought that. And Chu Chunqiu, the destiny wheel kept rotating. Among those 10 people, only one could make the destiny wheel rotate that quickly. His drawing stopped inside. The diviner and the others' eyes glittered when they saw that something happened to the destiny wheel. The air began to shriek, like 2 metal wheels caught and grinding on one another. Some stars exploded in the sky. The old man above the destiny wheel trembled and suddenly coughed up blood. The people behind him were astonished. They took a step forwards to help, but the old man raised his hand to tell them not to get closer. He lowered his head and the destiny wheel started rotating again. The old man slowly turned around and looked at the diviner. The one you noticed many years ago was this one. Now, the destiny technique doesn't work. It's as you said. It should be right, nodded the diviner. The old man remained silent for a few seconds and said, I'll try again. Master, the destiny technique requires too much energy. It's a calamity. Master, please take care, said the diviner, his face stiff. Master, please take care, chimed in all the people who were standing next to the diviner. All right, let fate take its course. Even if we can see fate and destiny, we can't change anything, said the old man. He turned around and gazed off into the distance. Had the world been prosperous for too long? 1,000 years had passed and the destiny wheel was rotating for the second time. What did that mean? Go. They're waiting for you at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. The shrine's leader said to the diviner calmly. The diviner nodded and left the starry sky altar. The old man watched the diviner leave and remained silent, gazing into the distance. The destiny vision tells me that the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds won't be that calm. When the crowd heard him, they frowned and started trembling. Was something going to happen during the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds? The Fortune Shrine's leader was one of the cultivators who stood at the top of the world. His predictions couldn't be wrong. The 10 strong cultivators on the platform were waiting. The diviner wasn't there, so they recovered. Zhou Rongman was the exception. He was lying down on the grass and looking bored. His legs were crossed and he shook one foot. He glanced at the castles on the horizon. More and more people had appeared there, including some extremely strong cultivators and many young people. Zhou Rongman had the impression they were all extremely strong. At that moment, Zhou Rongman smiled. He looked at those people, finding many people were looking at him. He smiled at them. My name is Zhou Rongman. After the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, we will get to know one another. I will come to your world. You will see, I'm a hero, said Zhou Rongman, smiling without the slightest scruple. He was telling those people that he was going to become the strongest cultivator of their world. Zhou Rongman didn't speak loudly, but many people heard him. They all looked at the castles on the horizon. Even the emperors of the top of the Huangqi layer were respectful. Those people weren't any weaker than those who participated in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. They were in the higher world. People in Godly Cloud City belonged to the lower world. They looked at those people in the higher world with awe and veneration. When they heard Zhou Rongman, they could only sigh. Why was that guy was so self-confident? But still, nobody could underestimate him. He truly was really strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have eliminated Green Jade Cloud's First Lady so easily. He wouldn't have finished in the top 10 of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds either. A silhouette appeared in the sky. It was the diviner. He was back. When the crowd saw the diviner, they trembled with excitement. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds was finally going to continue. The diviner stopped up in the air. The way he looked at the fighters was different this time. Those people were outstanding. Maybe they would stand at the top of the world someday. Maybe they would transmit a terrifying legacy. Many people who participated in the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds became legendary cultivators someday. The diviner waved his hands and lights surrounded the platform. The diviner said to the 10 people calmly, "If you fight one-on-ones, you'll consume too much energy. Same rules apply. Those who lose first finish at the end of the top 10. The last one standing on the battle stage will rank first," said the diviner. People shook. Same rules, but for those 10 terrifyingly strong cultivators? No illusion? A normal battle? Ordinary eliminations? Who would be the strongest cultivator? The diviner gave them a battle stage. They could choose the kind of battle they wanted. When the 10 cultivators heard the diviner, they remained calm, not shocked at all. Actually, they had been waiting for those battles, so why be excited? No, not at all. An eerie silence filled the air. A deathly silence. The top 5 can fight against the last 5 cultivators. Start from the 5th cultivator. Don't fight at the same time, said Hua Qingfeng at that moment. If 10 people fought at the same time, it would have been chaotic. But they wanted to see who the strongest ones really were. He was still first in the rankings. I agree, said the reincarnated Great Deployment Master. It was the best solution. Prince Wu Qing was temporarily 5th in the rankings. According to what Hua Qingfeng had said, he was supposed to fight first. So everybody looked at Prince Wu Qing. Prince Wu Qing said nothing. He stood up. He couldn't avoid fighting. Therefore, he stood up and looked determined. Prince Wu Qing looked at the last 5 cultivators of the top 10. Kong Ming, Jiling Huang, Mara, Zhou Rongman and Lin Feng. Prince Wuqing knew how strong Saint Tianhun was, but he hadn't posed a threat to Kong Ming. Therefore Kong Ming was extremely strong. Prince Wuqing didn't need to think about Kong Ming for the time being. Zhou Huang had defeated Wu Yazi, one of the first masters of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Mara had a king-type body, he was an assassin and he was terrifying, but his achievements were not that amazing. Zhou Rongman hadn't achieved great things either, but he was a hidden evil. Each time he fought, he crushed people easily and Prince Wuqing knew what that meant. Zhou Rongman looked weird, but he was extremely strong. Lin Feng had defeated one of the continent of the Nine Clouds' first masters, an Aitsong, which meant that he was extremely strong too. The crowd hadn't anticipated that those three people would end up in the top 10. Therefore, Prince Wuqing chose to fight against Mara. Among the cultivators of the top 10, was there anyone who was weaker than someone who had a king-type body? No. Some of them were even stronger. Therefore, Prince Wuqing didn't take the body into consideration. Even though Mara was a terrifying assassin, his 3000 deadly technique wasn't weak either. The other 8 cultivators moved away. Prince Wuqing looked at Mara. Mara stood up and slowly walked forwards. Gradually, the atmosphere became dark, turning into a colorless world. Mara then disappeared into it eerily. Prince Wuqing released a motionless intent, and emotionless lights emerged. They looked like dazzling swords surrounding him. Prince Wuqing closed his eyes. He didn't need his eyes when fighting against Mara. Mara was the king of shadows. Nobody attacked for a while. Prince Wuqing's eyes were closed, and he looked calm and composed. Sometimes, some threads of energies appeared around him, but he didn't allow himself to think about anything else. Nothing could affect him. Emotionlessness Dao was a great path. Of course, it was a distinctive doctrine. Prince Wuqing was actually quite focused and determined. Finally, some lights appeared in the darkness and moved towards Prince Wuqing's throat invisibly fast. Prince Wuqing remained motionless. Emotionless intent floated around him and hummed. Swords cut the air. Prince Wuqing moved slightly, and then rose up into the air. The deadly lights accelerated. Mara reappeared. Opportunity! Mara's eyes glittered. Prince Wuqing was already extremely fast, and his attacks were extremely fast. However, he knew he couldn't dodge this attack. He had to be careful. The lights accelerated and turned into swords, then pierced through Prince Wuqing's chest. The crowd couldn't even follow the lights with their eyes. They were too fast. What was going on? Prince Wuqing couldn't withstand a single attack? When Mara saw his energies piercing through Prince Wuqing's body, he didn't look delighted at all. His attack had pierced through, but Prince Wuqing wasn't injured at all. For an assassin, the most important thing was to strike fast and to defeat one's opponent in one strike. However, he had failed to do that. He now sensed danger. At the exact moment when he attacked Prince Wuqing had also released a sharp sword which flashed towards his opponent. It was so fast that even Mara, an assassin, didn't have time to see it. However, his intuition told him that he couldn't dodge, he had to strike back. Emotionless intent penetrated into his body and turned into 3000 threads of emotionlessness strength. Die! Shouted Mara furiously. He also released even more energies. Prince Wuqing was crazy, Mara had to be crazy, too. Terrifying lights moved towards Mara. His face turned pale. He retreated, but the 3000 deadly technique condensed and turned into a hurricane, able to destroy everything in its way. Suddenly, Mara penetrated into the darkness again. But there were rumbles of energies in conflict, and Mara reappeared. Blood splashed away. His face was deathly pale as he fell to the ground. Prince Wuqing coughed, he was also bleeding. The short battle was astonishing. Prince Wuqing was really emotionless. He didn't even really care about himself. Mara is an assassin who hides and strikes. His abilities have reached the peak of perfection. However, he's not good when it comes to direct combat. Prince Wuqing is stronger than him in close combat, sighed the crowd. Prince Wuqing was crazy. He knew that defeating Mara in the darkness was dangerous. He had taken a big risk, letting Mara reappear and attack him to strike back more easily. Even though he was ready, he was still injured. Prince Wuqing's silhouette flickered. He landed in front of Mara and asked, "Shall we continue fighting?" Mara's face was bloodless. When he saw Prince Wuqing was covered with blood, he said coldly, "You're insane, but I lost." Prince Wuqing turned around and went back to where he had been seated, then closed his eyes. He looked so emotionless that people were scared of him. The duel had lasted for only a few minutes. However, it was difficult to forget such a battle. Mara, meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, 10th. The crowd looked at Mara. He had lost, so now he ranked 10th. According to the rules, it was now Chu Chunqiu's turn. He ranked 4th. Chu Chunqiu stepped forwards. He hadn't fought in the previous round. Nobody had challenged him. That's Chu Chunqiu. He's King Chu's descendant. I've heard that after King Chu, there have been 2 incredible cultivators in the history of their family. The first one was Chu the Insane. He absorbed many people's wills, and because of that, many strong cultivators had encircled him. People thought he had died, but apparently he reappeared in the Moon Palace. After him, the second most outstanding cultivator of the Chu clan in history is Chu Chunqiu. He used to be discreet, but when he became a high-level emperor, he started showing his true colors. He's not yet as insane as Chu the Insane. However, he's just as frightening. Explained someone in Godly Cloud City. Everybody already knew who those people in the top 10 were. People even knew that Chu Chunqiu studied at Celestial Godly University and that Lin Feng studied at Champion University. I wonder whom Chu Chunqiu is going to challenge. With his strength, he can probably eliminate anyone, said someone. Chu Chunqiu glanced at the others and smiled coldly. He was looking at Prince Wuqing. The crowd was stupefied. Hua Qingfeng had said that those in the top 5 could challenge those in the second half of the top 10. But at that moment, Chu Chunqiu was looking at the Dark Knight region's first master, Prince Wuqing. Prince Wuqing opened his eyes and stopped resting. He looked emotionless. This battle is not necessary. Prince Wuqing, the Dark Knight region's first master, can rank 9th. Of course, from today, you don't deserve being called the first master of the Dark Knight region anymore, said Chu Chunqiu calmly. Many people were stupefied. Chu Chunqiu had no principles. Prince Wuqing had just fought and was severely injured. He had defeated Mara, and now Chu Chunqiu was trying to obtain an easy victory. Hua Qingfeng was surprised and said, "He's injured. Challenging him is unfair, and it gives you an advantage in the competition. It's the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Those who are eliminated finish at the bottom of the rankings. Your principles are not my principles," said Chu Chunqiu to Hua Qingfeng calmly. "You're in first position right now, but your principles don't correspond to mine. When it's your turn, you can challenge me if you wish." Chu Chunqiu sounded calm, composed, and aggressive at the same time. Hua Qingfeng's principles weren't his principles, so he didn't care about them. He wanted an easy victory. And nobody thought Chu Chunqiu was acting like a coward, because he had told Hua Qingfeng he could challenge him if he wanted. He has no principles, thought the people looking at Chu Chunqiu. Nobody doubted his strength, though. It was just his personality. "Will you fight or not?" Chu Chunqiu asked Prince Wuqing. Prince Wuqing looked annoyed as he glanced back at Chu Chunqiu. Just when the crowd thought he was going to go crazy and burst out angrily, he actually looked quite calm as he said, "I'm out." After that, he closed his eyes. He was emotionless. How could he be angry? Chu Chunqiu didn't make him angry. All these people were extraordinary. They all had their own principles. He was out because he had been careless. It was his fault. But now he knew he had lost and accepted the truth. In the top 10, now Mara ranked 10th and Prince Wuqing ranked 9th. Nobody considered Prince Wuqing weak. There was no weakling in the top 10. More people were going to be eliminated. The first masters of the continent of the 9 clouds had already broken a record. There were 4 in the top 10. Now Prince Wuqing, a first master, had just been eliminated. There were 3 other first masters in the top 8 and they were terrifyingly strong. Hua Qingfeng, Yu Qing, and Zhouling Huang. Chu Chunqiu looked totally composed. He went back to where he was sitting before, sat down and closed his eyes. The others were all extremely strong. Chu Chunqiu knew that, so he didn't want to display his real strength. If someone challenged him, it would be different. People remained silent. Nobody wanted to attack. Everybody had seen what had happened to Prince Wu Qing. Nobody was sure they could crush their opponent easily. Even Hua Qingfeng, who ranked first, couldn't be sure. Since nobody wants to fight, continue. Last one, choose your opponent, said Hua Qingfeng calmly. He was looking at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng smiled coldly. Nobody wanted to fight, so that guy now made him bear the responsibility. The 8 remaining fighters were extremely strong. Among the 3 remaining first masters, 2 were weaker than the third. Therefore, Lin Feng ignored Hua Qingfeng. Nobody needed to listen to anyone else. As Chu Chunqiu had said, if Hua Qingfeng liked to give orders, he could use strength to express himself. If he wasn't strong enough, then nobody would listen to him. Lights twinkled. Hua Qingfeng rose up in the air and a dazzling celestial book appeared. On the book, there were brilliant words shining on the book. Die, said Hua Qingfeng. The sword lights shot towards Lin Feng, shrieking for attention. A trail appeared behind the sword in the air. His sword was as fast as lightning. Hua Qingfeng was the strongest emperor of the Godly Clouds region. He was incredibly strong and also extremely fast. When Lin Feng saw that sword, he just looked at him coldly. Dazzling deployment lights appeared. He condensed cosmic energies which turned into a shield. Explosion and crackling sounds rang as their energies met. The ground crackled, and the sword lights disappeared. More lights emerged. An endless amount of sword intent suddenly appeared, emerging from the celestial book above Hua Qingfeng's head. Confucian and Sword Cultivator. He strictly enforces the principles he learns in the Holy Scriptures. Is that a Confucian and sword technique? Thought the crowd when they saw Hua Qingfeng seated cross-legged in the air. He didn't move at all, but his sword energies were terrifying. Lin Feng looked unruffled. He drew marks in the air with his finger containing cosmic energies. More sword lights appeared. The atmosphere was filled with sword energies. What a powerful deployment spell, murmured the crowd. They were astonished. He understood deployment spells as well, and was still seated just like Hua Qingfeng. After a short time, Lin Feng and Hua Qingfeng stopped moving their hands. Hua Qingfeng said to Lin Feng coldly, "You made it until here, you weren't just lucky. I hope you can continue. If you don't want to fight, at least don't talk shit." Lin Feng shot back easily. Hua Qingfeng looked at him coldly. "Boring people," said the reincarnated Great Deployment Master indifferently. He stood up and walked towards Zhouling Huang and said, "We're not done. Let's continue." "All right," said Zhouling Huang. His eyes glittered. Zhouling Huang and the Great Deployment Master had fought before, so he knew how strong he was. It might be his last battle. Zhouling Huang knew his opponent was strong, and he might lose. However, he was still going to use his full strength. The reincarnated Great Deployment Master looked at him coldly. Some deployment beasts appeared and raced towards Zhouling Huang, their claws out. Zhouling Huang released 9 flames, which rotated around him. He walked towards the reincarnated Great Deployment Master slowly. He had to get close to fight, otherwise the deployment spells would attack him from a distance. However, the Great Deployment Master was extremely strong. An incredibly sharp golden pattern appeared and moved blindingly fast. At the same time, he also walked forward slowly. A hurricane appeared around him. Zhouling Huang's face stiffened. The place was small and narrow. It wasn't the best when fighting against a deployment spellcaster, since deployment spells could cover the whole area easily. The Great Deployment Master waved his hand and deployment lights glittered dazzlingly. An incredible amount of intent filled the air. The people in Godly Cloud City were astonished. That deployment spellcaster can cast deployment spells in the twinkling of an eye. He can even cast deployment spells through his eyes. How powerful! They thought in astonishment. No wonder nobody wanted to fight against him. Alone, he was like a whole army. Even a powerful army couldn't get close to him. Even the strongest Great Deployment Masters from Godly Cloud City are not worth mentioning when talking about him. If he joined Golden Mountain, he'd become a terrifying great scholastic master of weapon manufacturing arts. Zhouling Huang fused together with his fire, releasing his greatest strength. He turned into fire and shot towards his opponent, burning through the deployment spell. Humph! The great deployment master grunted coldly. In front of him, deployment spears appeared and moved towards Zhouling Huang. At the same time, under his feet, endless deployment marks appeared. Zhouling Huang burned through everything in his way, his trajectory changing unpredictably. It was impossible to follow him with one's eyes, but the deployment spells kept attacking him. Zhouling Huang is going to lose that way. He's burning his own body, but he can't get close to the great deployment master. He can't just endure the unceasing attacks. It doesn't look good for him. Zhouling Huang is good in close combat, but if he can't get close to his opponent, he'll definitely lose. As the crowd thought, Zhouling Huang eventually ended up losing. He was getting weaker and weaker, but the great deployment master's deployment spells were only growing in power. The result of the battle was predictable because of their cultivation types. Zhouling Huang, Red Cloud's first master, now ranked 8th. Many people had seen how strong the great deployment master was thanks to this battle. He could definitely end up in the top 3. After defeating Zhouling Huang, the great deployment master didn't stop. He turned to Jade Cloud's first master, Yuqing, and said, "None of you wants to fight, so I'll fight against you. You want to fight against me? Or against someone else?" When Yuqing heard the great deployment master, he frowned. That great deployment master was extremely strong and dangerous. The great deployment master could easily defeat him. He didn't want to take risks. He needed to find someone he might be able to defeat. "No rush. We'll fight later," Yuqing said to the great deployment master. The great deployment master smiled coldly and moved back to where he was initially. Waiting for other people to fight was so annoying. Yuqing glanced at the others. One thing was sure, the battle was going to be difficult because the battles were becoming more and more difficult. As he looked at the crowd, he had the impression the one who should be eliminated was him. Then Yuqing looked at Lin Feng. "Now the 10th, 9th, and 8th cultivators are set. Even if we lose, we'll finish 7th. We made it until now, it's already great," Yuqing said to Lin Feng calmly. He considered that Lin Feng, Zhou Rongman, or he had to be eliminated, but he didn't know how strong Zhou Rongman really was. Even though Lin Feng had defeated an Song and had some powerful cursing strength and knew the 9 Netherworld's demoniac song, at least, he could use his own strength to oppress Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his head and looked back at Yuqing, Jade Cloud's first master, a terrifying cultivator who could destroy people's 7 apertures and who could communicate with the earth and sky. He was really strong. People from Godly Cloud City looked at Yuqing and Lin Feng. Someone said, "It seems that Lin Feng will finish 7th. Then, Zhou Rongman will finish 6th. Poor guy." Yes, and the top 5 will be composed of Hua Qingfeng, the deployment spellcaster, Chu Chunqiu, Kong Ming, and Yuqing. If Zhou Rongman had been challenged before Lin Feng could have finished 6th. Indeed, the top 5 should indeed be composed of those people. Many people were thinking. Lin Feng was very strong, but they also all thought that he had the greatest chance to finish 7th. Even Zhouling Huang and Prince Wuqing had been eliminated already, even though they were extremely strong. It was probably the end of the competition for Lin Feng,